Chapter 2163. Golden-robed guards. After Ma Qing left, Zhangsun Wuji sat alone in the side hall. After a long time, his old face sank as he muttered to himself, "This Li Ke is proficient in both literature and martial arts. His intelligence is extraordinary, and he has some of His Majesty's style back then." Ha! Speaking till here, Zhangsun Wuji suddenly laughed coldly, and his face gradually turned cold. Zhangsun Wuji didn't really care about the Yanhuang Bank. After all, those merchants from the Kong nation and the An nation had nothing to do with Zhangsun Wuji. Even if those merchants lost their families because of this, Zhangsun Wuji wouldn't bat an eyelid. What he really cared about was Li Ke's ability to control the Yanhuang Bank from this incident. Zhangsun Wuji wasn't a short-sighted person. He could see the potential of the Yanhuang Bank. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out almost all of the Zhangsun family's money to invest in the Yanhuang Bank. Although the Yanhuang Bank was just a small yamen under the Ministry of Revenue, this small yamen had only been established for less than a year, and it had already affected the citizens of Great Tang's 360 states. Furthermore, it had almost completely replaced the position of copper coins as a currency. In the future, this Yanhuang Bank would definitely become an existence that wouldn't be weaker than any of the 6 ministries in the imperial court. This yamen controlled the economic lifeline of Great Tang. But Li Ke, despite being a prince, was in control of such an important office. Not only that, he had even developed a guard force, the Golden Clothed Guard, an elite force that Li Junxian had personally assisted in creating. At that time, Li Ke wasn't just rich, he also had soldiers. Zhangsun Wuji couldn't help but think. If he didn't handle it well, there might be another Xuanwu Gate incident a few years later. In Zhangsun Wuji's heart, such a terrifying thought suddenly popped up without any reason. "Men, prepare the carriage. This old man wants to make a trip to the palace." After a long silence, Zhangsun Wuji raised his head and shouted at the door. He couldn't allow Li Ke to continue developing like this. Otherwise, in the future, Li Ke would definitely become the biggest threat to Li Qingqian's position as the crown prince. He couldn't allow such a variable to appear. "Yes. Old master." The old servant guarding outside the door was shocked and hurriedly replied. Not long after, a carriage drove out of the Zhangsun estate, heading in the direction of the imperial palace. At the corner of the alley, a man looked in the direction of the carriage with a meaningful smile on his face. A moment later, the man turned around and left. Gold-robed guards. After Ma Qing left, Zhangsun Wuji sat alone in the side hall. After a long time, his old face sunk as he muttered to himself, "This Li Ke is proficient in both literature and martial arts. His wisdom is extraordinary. He does have some of His Majesty's style back then." Ha! Speaking up to this point, Zhangsun Wuji suddenly sneered, and his expression gradually became somewhat gloomy. Zhangsun Wuji didn't really care about the Yanhuang Bank. After all, those merchants from the Kong nation and the An nation had nothing to do with Zhangsun Wuji. Even if those merchants lost their families because of this, Zhangsun Wuji wouldn't bat an eyelid. What he was really concerned about was the power that Li Ke had over the Yanhuang Bank. Zhangsun Wuji was not a short-sighted person. He could see the potential of the Yanhuang Bank. Otherwise, he would not have taken out almost all of the Zhangsun family's money. Chapter 2164. Just as I expected, Duke Xiao is already suspicious of King Wei because of this matter. He must have already reached the palace and reported this matter to His Majesty. In a tea house in Chang'an City, Ma Qing held the teacup in his hand as he spoke calmly. There was even a trace of pride on his face. Sitting opposite him was a slightly plump and boorish-looking old man from the Hua mansion. Judging from his appearance, who else could he be but the Kingdom's merchant, and Shun Kai? Ma Zhanche is truly a genius. I admire you. Hearing this, An Shuansai's eyes lit up. He saw that Ma Qing didn't even bat an eyelid after hearing his flattery. He immediately understood and hurriedly took out a stack of $100 bills from his sleeve and handed it to Ma Qing. He said, "This is a small gift from Enchanting and the other merchants. I hope Ma Zhanshi can accept it." Ma Qing's eyebrows twitched. His right hand that was holding the teacup couldn't help but tremble. Such a thick stack of bills, even if it wasn't 10,000 strings of cash, it was at least 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash. More importantly, before he visited Zhongsun Wuji this morning, this Enchanting had already given him 3,000 strings of cash. He didn't expect him to give him so much more now. It's really easy to earn money from these barbarian merchants. Ma Qing thought to himself. After all, this matter involves King Shu and King Wei. We can only take it slowly. If we act too hastily, only death awaits all of you. Now that Duke Xiao has entered the palace to meet His Majesty, let's wait patiently for news from the palace. Although he was extremely excited, Ma Qing's face remained calm. He was the crown prince, an official of the Tang Empire. The person in front of him was just a barbarian merchant with some stinky money. As the existence at the top of the food chain, Ma Qing wasn't willing to lose his composure in front of Enchanting. Just as I expected, Duke Xiao is already suspicious of King Wei because of this matter. He must have already reached the palace and reported this matter to His Majesty. In a tea house in Chang'an City, Ma Qing held the teacup in his hand as he spoke calmly. There was even a trace of pride on his face. Sitting opposite him was a slightly plump and boorish-looking old man from the Hua mansion. Judging from his appearance, who else could he be but the in-kingdom merchant, Enchanting? Ma Zhan is really a genius. I'm impressed. Hearing this, Enchanting's eyes lit up. He saw that Ma Qing didn't even bat an eyelid after listening to his flattery. He immediately understood and hurriedly took out a stack of $100 bills from his sleeve and handed it to Ma Qing. He said, "This is a small gift from Enchanting and the other 9 merchants. I hope Ma Qing can accept it." Ma Qing's eyebrows twitched. His right hand, which was holding the teacup, couldn't help but tremble. Such a thick stack of Tang yuan, even if it wasn't 10,000 strings of cash, it was at least 7,000 to 8,000 strings of cash. More importantly, before he visited Zhongsun Wuji this morning, this Enchanting had just given him 3,000 strings of cash. He never expected that Enchanting would give him so much more now. It was really easy to earn money from these barbarian merchants. Ma Qing thought to himself. After all, this matter involves the King of Shu and King of Wei. We can only take it slowly. If we act too hastily, only death awaits you. Now that Duke Xiao has entered the palace to meet His Majesty, let's wait patiently for news from the palace. Chapter 2165. Greetings, Your Majesty. In the Suite du Hall, Zhongsun Wuji walked in and bowed to Li Er. There's no need to be so courteous. Li Er raised both his hands and smiled. In the previous dynasty, Li Er was already good friends with Zhongsun Wuji. After that, Zhongsun Wuji followed Li Er to conquer the world. After experiencing the change of dynasties and the change of Xuanwu Gate, the two of them had already established a deep friendship. In addition to their relationship with Empress Zhongsun, the two of them could be said to be even closer. Li Er was naturally quite satisfied with this brother-in-law of his. Not only was he knowledgeable and had outstanding ability, but he also knew how to judge the situation and observe the situation. He wasn't like Wei Jing, that old fellow, who always made him angry to death. The morning court just ended. Why did you return? Is there something important? Li Er put down his brush and sat up straight. He looked at Zhongsun Wuji and asked. On the way to the palace, Zhongsun Wuji had already prepared a draft. Now that he heard Li Er's question, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, after I left the morning court, I heard that something strange happened in Chang'an City today." The Yanhuang Bank in the city suddenly announced that they would no longer cooperate with the merchants from An Kingdom and Kong Kingdom. As for the money that they had already lent out, the Yanhuang Bank ordered the merchants from An Kingdom and Kong Kingdom to pay it all back within 3 days. If not, they would hand it over to the authorities for investigation. I wonder if your Majesty has heard of this. So he was here for this matter. Li Er's eyes flashed, and he instantly understood. He looked at Zhongsun Wuji expressionlessly and said, I heard about this from Zhao Song previously. Why? Could it be that this is the reason why the auxiliary aircraft is here? Greetings, Your Majesty. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Zhongsun Wuji walked in and bowed to Li Er. You don't have to be so courteous. Li Er raised both his hands and smiled. In the previous dynasty, Li Er was already good friends with Zhongsun Wuji. After that, Zhongsun Wuji followed Li Er to conquer the world. After experiencing the change of dynasties and the change of Xuanwu Gate, the two of them had already established a deep friendship. In addition to their relationship with Empress Zhongsun, the two of them could be said to be even closer. Li Er was naturally quite satisfied with this brother-in-law of his. Not only was he knowledgeable and had outstanding ability, but he also knew how to judge the situation and observe the situation. He wasn't like that old fellow Wei Jing, who could always anger him half to death. The morning court assembly has just ended. Why did the auxiliary aircraft return? Is there something important? Li Er put down his brush, sat up straight, and asked Zhongsun Wuji. On the way to the palace, Zhongsun Wuji had already made up his mind. When he heard Li Er's question, he cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, after I left the court, I heard that something strange happened in Chang'an City today. The Yanhuang Bank in the city suddenly announced that they would no longer cooperate with the merchants from An Kingdom and Kong Kingdom. As for the money that they had already lent, the Yanhuang Bank ordered the merchants from An Kingdom and Kong Kingdom to pay it all back within 3 days. Otherwise, they would be handed over to the authorities for investigation. I wonder if your Majesty has heard of this. So that's why he's here. Li Er's eyes flickered, and he understood immediately. He looked at Zhongsun Wuji expressionlessly and said, I have heard about this from Zhao Song. Why? Is this the reason why the auxiliary aircraft is here? Greetings, Your Majesty. In the Sweet Dew Hall, Zhongsun Wuji walked in and bowed to Li Er. The auxiliary aircraft isn't here. Chapter 2166. In the morning, a horse carriage drove out of the palace and headed towards Chongren Lane. The horse carriage was the second generation, Don't Touch Me, from Strange Interest Pavilion. Regardless of speed or comfort, it was much better than the ordinary horse carriages in the market. However, the person sitting in the horse carriage wasn't in the mood to enjoy. He frowned and his old face was so gloomy that water could drip from it. Could it be that I was wrong? Could it be that the king of Shu really didn't have the intention to fight for power? The person sitting in the carriage was Zhongsun Wuji. Previously, he had a conversation with Li Er in the palace, and in the end, they naturally parted on bad terms. However, Li Er's last words were deeply engraved in his mind. Nobody knows a son better than a father. I know these few sons of mine better than you. Ku loves the way of the economy and has no intention of fighting for power. We are only 30 years old. We advise you not to get too involved in the battle for the throne. Recalling the words that Li Er had said in the Ganlu Hall, Zhongsun Wuji couldn't help but have self-doubt. Impossible. I can't be wrong. The horse carriage moved forward at a moderate speed. The conversations of the pedestrians and the cries of the peddlers didn't seem to reach Zhongsun Wuji's ears. He sat on the soft leather sofa in the horse carriage in a daze. After an unknown period of time, Zhongsun Wuji shook his head violently. His eyes gradually regained their vigor and he muttered to himself. Holding an important position, having money and soldiers, plus the royal bloodline of 2 dynasties, how can he not have ambition? Even if he doesn't have it now, he will have it in the future, just like His Majesty back then. Other than Zhangsun Wuji, there was no one else in the horse carriage. Obviously, his words were for himself to hear. He wanted to confirm the thoughts in his heart. He wanted to tell himself that he didn't do anything wrong. In the end, he still didn't believe that Li Er wouldn't have the intention to fight for power when he was in control of the Yanhuang Bank and the gold-robed guards. Putting himself in Li Ke's shoes, Zhangsun Wuji asked himself honestly. If he was Li Ke and was in Li Ke's current situation, he definitely wouldn't have the slightest bit of ambition. Zhangsun Wuji had gone through ups and downs in the officialdom for more than 10 years. Not only was he wise, but he also had a sharp eye. He had seen too many people, so he was confident that he wouldn't be wrong this time. "Master, we're here." Just like that, amidst Zhangsun Wuji's self-doubt and self-resistance, the carriage stopped after a while. The coachman jumped off the carriage and bowed to Zhangsun Wuji through the curtains. "Yes." Zhangsun Wuji finally regained his senses from his chaotic thoughts. He stood up, opened the curtains, and jumped down from the carriage. When the servant in front of the Zhangsun residence saw the familiar carriage stop at the entrance, he quickly went up to welcome it. At this moment, Zhangsun Wuji suddenly thought of something and said to the servant who was about to greet him, "Call Ma Qing to the main hall to see this old man." His voice clearly contained a trace of anger. "Yes, master." When the subordinates heard this, they were instantly shocked. They could also sense that Zhangsun Wuji was angry, so they quickly responded. Zhangsun Wuji nodded and stepped into the mansion, heading towards the main hall. Obviously, he wanted to settle the score with Ma Qing. If Ma Qing hadn't come over this morning to bewitch him, he wouldn't have rashly gone to the palace to impeach Li Ke, and he wouldn't have been beaten by Li Er. Ma Qing pays his respects to Cabinet Elder. After Zhangsun Wuji returned to the main hall and drank half a cup of tea, there was a series of footsteps outside the house. Shortly after, Ma Qing appeared in front of him and greeted him with a bow. Zhangsun Wuji placed the teacup in front of his mouth and used the teacup cover to rub the teacup. He looked like he was seriously tasting the tea, but he was secretly observing Ma Qing from the corner of his eyes. As expected, when he saw Ma Qing bowing to him, he was also secretly observing him. Observing one's expression. Obviously, Ma Qing wanted to observe some clues from Zhangsun Wuji's expression to determine the results of Zhangsun Wuji's trip to the palace. Zhangsun Wuji retracted his gaze, but his heart was moved. He placed the teacup on the coffee table beside him and looked at Ma Qing with a smile. "Zhongming, you don't have to be so courteous." Zhongming was Ma Qing's courtesy name. Seeing the smile on Zhangsun Wuji's face, Ma Qing instantly felt relieved. When he greeted Zhangsun Wuji previously, he saw that Zhangsun Wuji was expressionless, neither happy nor angry. He thought that Zhangsun Wuji's trip to the palace didn't go smoothly. Now, it seemed like Zhangsun Wuji definitely had a fruitful trip. Therefore, Ma Qing hurriedly stood up and couldn't wait to cup his hands and ask, "Cabinet Elder, did you just return from outside?" Although Ma Qing was anxious to know the results, it didn't mean that he had lost his rationality. Of course, he couldn't directly ask Zhangsun Wuji what Li Er said in the palace. If he did that, wouldn't the fact that he was secretly monitoring Zhangsun Wuji be exposed? Therefore, at this moment, he had to feign ignorance and pretend that he didn't know that Zhangsun Wuji went to the palace previously. Hearing that, Zhangsun Wuji narrowed his eyes, but he quickly chuckled and said, "Haha. That's right, I just returned from the palace." Speaking up to this point, he deliberately paused. Indeed, he saw a flash of joy and eagerness in Ma Qing's eyes. Therefore, he continued, "After I heard about the news of the Yanhuang Bank from you, I immediately went to the palace and informed His Majesty. After His Majesty heard the news, he was furious. After all, the Yanhuang Bank is an official yamen under the Ministry of Revenue. How can King of Shu suppress whoever he wants? In the long run, where will the prestige of the imperial court be? Where will His Majesty's prestige be? Speaking up to this point, Zhangsun Wuji's expression became agitated and even faintly contained a trace of anger. In Ma Cheng's opinion, Zhangsun Wuji was angered by Li Ke's reckless actions, but in reality, His Majesty is brilliant. After all, the Yanhuang Bank belongs to the imperial court and not King of Shu alone. Ma Cheng hurriedly licked his lips and echoed. Following which, he finally asked the question that he had always wanted to ask, Cabinet Elder, I wonder how His Majesty intends to deal with this matter. This was the question that he was most concerned about. Because if he could really help Shun Kai and the rest get rid of the sanctions of the Yanhuang Bank, and Shun Kai and the rest would definitely not lack benefits for him. After all, before this, Shun Kai had already given him 10,000 strings of cash. Who knew how much benefits Shun Kai would give him after this matter was settled? Another 10,000 strings of cash. Or 20,000 strings of cash. Thinking up to this point, Ma Cheng's breathing suddenly became hurried. Speaking of which, before this, he had never thought that he would one day have a wealth of 10,000 strings of cash. If it was in the past, he might have felt that 10,000 strings of cash was a lot and that he would never be able to spend so much money in his lifetime. But now, his greed had been aroused. In his opinion, since he had the chance to earn more 10,000 strings of cash, why not go for it? Of course, the higher the benefits, the greater the risk. Ma Cheng, who was blinded by greed, did not realize that danger was approaching him step by step. Humph. King of Shu used his authority to suppress the merchants of An country and Kong country for no reason. His Majesty has already urgently ordered King of Shu to return to the palace. I believe that it won't be long before the Yanhuang Bank welcomes a new manager. Zhangsun Wuji snorted and said. At this moment, Ma Cheng's heart was about to jump out of his chest. If not for the fact that he knew that the current situation wasn't right, he would have jumped 3 feet high in excitement. He forced himself to calm down. A huge fortune was right in front of him and could even be obtained easily. He would have endless glory and wealth for the rest of his life and enjoy it endlessly. At this moment, he had to be steady and develop wretchedly. He definitely could not be too reckless and let Zhangsun Wuji see through the clues and become suspicious. Zhongming, you have done well in this matter. I called you over because I want you to continue to keep an eye on the Yanhuang Bank. Once there is news from there, immediately report to this old man. Zhangsun Wuji continued at this moment. Ma Qing thought that he had hidden it well, but in terms of foresight and expression management, how could he, small fry, who had just entered the officialdom, be a match for Zhangsun Wuji who had been in the officialdom for more than 10 years? Although he forcefully suppressed the excitement in his heart, his tightly clenched fists had betrayed him. Zhangsun Wuji could see through the clues at a glance. However, Zhangsun Wuji did not expose him. Thank you for your praise, Cabinet Elder. Hearing Zhangsun Wuji's praise, Ma Cheng's taut face could finally reveal a smile. He smiled and cupped his hands towards Zhangsun Wuji, saying, Cabinet Elder, I am indebted to you for recognizing my worth. Zhongming is willing to go through fire and water for Cabinet Elder. I will go to the Yanhuang Bank to keep an eye on it for Cabinet Elder now. Go. Zhangsun Wuji nodded with a gratified face and waved towards Ma Qing. Ma Qing cupped his hands towards Zhangsun Wuji, then turned around and left. The moment he turned around, Ma Cheng's face could no longer be taut. From the original smile, it turned into an extremely exaggerated laughter. However, he held it in and did not make a sound. After all, he had not gone far. Stepping out of the main hall's door, Ma Qing seemed to be able to see countless Tengyuan waving towards him. At this moment, he really wished that he had a pair of wings and could instantly fly to Enshuansai's side. It was not because he loved Enshuankai, but because he could immediately obtain a lot of money from Enshuankai. With this money, he could totally establish his own household. Why would he need to continue being a guest in the Zhangsun residence? Qinghe. In the main hall, seeing that Ma Qing had already walked far away, Zhangsun Wuji hurriedly shouted towards the door. Your subordinate is here. Very quickly, a warrior holding a saber walked in from outside the house. This person was the Zhangsun family's guard leader, Zhangsun Qinghe, an expert at the peak of the Qi transformation realm. Immediately bring a few astute men to follow Ma Qing. If he did not go to the Yanhuang Bank and went to meet someone, bring him and that person back for me. Remember, I want them alive. Zhangsun Wuji said coldly with a solemn face. It was obvious that Ma Qing was hiding something from him and wanted to use him to achieve a certain goal. Zhangsun Wuji had been in a high position for many years. How could he tolerate such a small fry using and manipulating him? The reason why he did not expose Ma Qing was because Zhangsun Wuji wanted to see who was behind this fellow. Yes. Family head. Hearing that, Zhangsun Qinghe accepted the order loudly and turned to leave. After a short while, 4 to 5 warriors left the Zhangsun residence and followed behind Ma Qing from afar. At this moment, Ma Qing was not heading towards the Yanhuang Bank's headquarters in the west. Instead, he was heading east. That was the east market of Chang'an City. Family head's prediction was indeed correct. This fellow, Ma Qing, definitely has some shady business going on. Looking at Ma Qing's back, Zhangsun Qinghe muttered to himself. Shopkeeper, quickly call your boss over. Tell him that I have something to tell him. Half an hour later, Ma Qing arrived at a tea house in the East Market. After entering, he went straight to the counter and spoke to the shopkeeper in a low voice. This tea house was the one where he and Enshun had a discussion over tea in the morning. It was called the Enshun Tea House. Oh. So it's Ma. Mr. Ma, please come upstairs. This old man will send someone to invite our boss over. The shopkeeper was just about to say, who the hell are you? Our boss is not someone you can meet whenever you want, but when he looked up and took a closer look, he instantly felt that the person in front of him was somewhat familiar. After a moment, his heart quivered. He thought to himself, isn't this the person who drank tea with the boss on the second floor in the morning? Moreover, before the boss left, he had specially instructed him that if this person came again, not only must he receive him well, but he must also immediately send someone to report to him. Therefore, the shopkeeper's expression changed several times, and he hurriedly changed his words. Hurry up. My time is limited. Ma Qing nodded and urged the shopkeeper. It was not that he was worried that he would be discovered if he stayed here for too long, but he could not wait to get more benefits that Enshun had promised. Yes. Mr. Ma, please come upstairs first. Our boss should be at the Enshun restaurant in the East Market. He will be here soon. The shopkeeper really thought that Ma Qing still had urgent matters to attend to. He was afraid that this distinguished guest that his boss had mentioned would not be able to wait and would leave, so he hurriedly pacified him. Ma Qing nodded and turned to go to the second floor. The shopkeeper's manservant was very perceptive and ran in front of Ma Qing to lead the way. De Zhuang, you run fast. Quickly go to the restaurant and ask the boss to come over. Just say that Mr. Ma is here. After watching Ma Qing go upstairs, the shopkeeper hurriedly pulled over a manservant and instructed. Yes. Shopkeeper who? The manservant responded, put down the tea tray in his hand, and ran out as if he was flying. Boss, should we go in and capture Ma Qing now? Under the banyan tree in the west corner of Enshun restaurant, Zhangsun Qinghe and his group were secretly observing here. At this moment, a slightly smaller Zhangsun residence guard opened his mouth and asked. Obviously, they already knew the mission of this trip, so they also called Ma Qing Ma Zhanshi and directly called him by his name. Wait first. Zhang Sun Qinghe frowned and looked at the manservant that ran out of the tea house. He said, "This Ma Qing just entered the tea house, and a manservant ran out. Obviously, the main character has not arrived yet. Let's wait a little longer." When he spoke up to hear, Zhang Sun Qinghe turned his head and instructed the 4 people behind him in order to ensure that nothing went wrong. "The few of you go and see if there are any other exits from this tea house. If there is a back door, leave 2 people there to guard it. The other 2 come back and guard the front door with me." "Yes, boss." Chapter 2167. Humph. Good for you, Ma Zhongming. How dare you? How dare you scheme against me? Seems like I have been too merciful all these years. Zhang Sun Wuji said angrily as he looked at Ma Qing, who was kneeling on the ground with his hands tied up. Actually, Zhang Sun Wuji was already suspicious of Ma Qing on the way back from the palace. After all, Ma Qing, as Crown Prince Zhan Shi, didn't accompany the Crown Prince to study in the East Palace today. Instead, he specially came over to mention the Yan Huang Bank sanctions against the merchants from the An Nation and Kong Nation. Moreover, he intentionally or unintentionally led the topic to Li Ku, making Zhang Sun Wuji fearful of Li Ku's current power and impeach Li Ku. Zhang Sun Wuji, who had been in the officialdom for more than a decade and had fought with countless people in the officialdom, calmed down and thought carefully. He guessed that Ma Qing didn't come to look for him this morning just to reveal a piece of news to him. There was most likely a conspiracy behind it. So after he returned to his residence, Zhang Sun Wuji wanted to test Ma Qing. He purposely pretended that the trip to the imperial palace earlier was very smooth, causing Ma Qing to lower his guard and gradually reveal himself. After that, he ordered his men to capture Ma Qing and the people behind Ma Qing. An old fox was, after all, an old fox. The reason why Ma Qing was able to scheme against Zhang Sun Wuji in the morning was because Zhang Sun Wuji didn't have much vigilance against him. Moreover, he grasped Zhang Sun Wuji's weakness very well. He knew that Zhang Sun Wuji was even more concerned about Li Qingqian's position as the crown prince than Li Qingqian himself. As long as someone threatened Li Qingqian's position as the crown prince, Zhang Sun Wuji would definitely eliminate that person at all costs. But in terms of intelligence and methods, Zhang Sun Wuji was miles ahead of Ma Qing. The moment Zhang Sun Wuji became suspicious of Ma Qing's failure was already destined. Ma Qing couldn't win against Zhang Sun Wuji no matter if it was overt or covert methods. However, Zhang Sun Wuji's actions were a little risky. Because he had previously used Li Er's name to deceive Ma Qing. He had altered Li Er's words. If the imperial censors knew about this, they might impeach him for the crime of tampering with the imperial edict. But Zhang Sun Wuji definitely wouldn't let this happen. At that moment, there was another person kneeling on the right side of Ma Qing. It was Enshun Kai. Previously, Enshun had received news that Ma Qing had come to his tea house. Enshun knew that if Ma Qing had come to find him at this time, it must be that there had been new progress in the matter he had previously requested. Therefore, he hurriedly rushed to the tea house as fast as he could. However, before he could say a few words to Ma Qing, several saber-wielding warriors rushed in from outside the room. And Shun was shocked and hurriedly called for the servants and guards in the tea house. However, who would have thought that the martial arts of the people who rushed in were so high? None of the more than a dozen people under Enshun's command were a match for the leading warrior. In a short while, they were all beaten down. After that, he and Ma Qing were tied up and brought here. As for Ma Qing, he recognized the leading saber-wielding warrior. It was the leader of the Zhangsun family's guards, Zhang Sun Qinghe. The moment he recognized Zhang Sun Qinghe, Ma Qing's old face instantly turned ashen. He knew that he had lost. He was completely finished. At this moment, facing Zhang Sun Wuji's fury, Ma Qing's eyes were dull and he turned a deaf ear to it. His entire person was like a pile of mud, as if he would fall to the ground at any time. He didn't beg for mercy because now that the matter had been exposed, he knew that no matter what he said, he would only be left with a dead end. After all, he had offended Zhongsun Wuji. He just didn't expect the matter to be exposed so quickly. He also didn't expect that Zhongsun Wuji would suspect him the moment he returned from the palace and send people to follow him. What exactly happened in Taiyuan? What exactly happened after Zhongsun Wuji went to the palace previously? This was the biggest doubt in Ma Cheng's heart. And Shun Kai had told Ma Cheng some of the reasons why the Yanhuang Bank banned the merchants from Country and Kong Country. However, it wasn't the whole story. Ma Cheng only knew that there were merchants with 9 surnames causing trouble in Taiyuan City, which was why the Yanhuang Bank did this today. However, from Ma Cheng's point of view, this matter wasn't completely irreversible. If the merchants with 9 surnames in Taiyuan were causing trouble, then the imperial court could just arrest them directly. However, the Yanhuang Bank punished all the merchants from Country and Kong Country who were doing business in Tang Dynasty because of this. Wasn't it a little overboard? Therefore, he was willing to take the risk to help Shun Kai resolve this matter. However, from the current outcome, he seemed to have thought of this matter too simply. Zhongsun Wuji must have hit a wall when he went to the palace to impeach Li Ku. Otherwise, Zhongsun Wuji wouldn't have schemed against him the moment he returned and made him lower his guard so that he could find Shun Kai to report the good news. And you? Seeing Ma Cheng's drooping head and lifeless eyes, it was obvious that he knew that he was going to die and had given up on treatment. Zhongsun Wuji turned to look at Shun Kai, who was kneeling beside Ma Cheng. He asked coldly, "You are the one who asked Ma Cheng to plot against me. You are the barbarian merchant." Re. 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 Feeling the terrifying aura from Zhongsun Wuji, Shun Kai was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly. Actually, the moment he entered the Zhongsun residence, he knew that he was done for. After doing business in Chang'an City for so many years, how could he not have heard of Zhongsun Wuji's name? Previously, he asked Ma Cheng for help because he wanted to make use of Ma Cheng to connect with Zhongsun Wuji, an important official of the Tang Dynasty's imperial court. However, he didn't expect things to develop to such a stage. Family head, this person is Shun Kai, an influential merchant from Country. He is the one who bribed Ma Cheng and wanted to borrow your hand to remove the ban from the Yanhuang Bank. Seeing that Shun Kai couldn't even speak clearly, Zhongsun Qing had cupped his fists and said to Zhongsun Wuji. Good. Very good. Zhongsun Wuji's face was as cold as ice. He stared at Shun Kai and said word by word, "A mere merchant dares to plot against me. Very good. Qinghe, drag him away and break his limbs first. Then bring him here for me to question him." Yes. Family head. Zhongsun Qinghe cupped his fists and accepted the order. He strode forward and wanted to lift Shun Kai up from the ground. Shun Kai was shocked when he heard that. At this moment, this fellow could speak clearly. He quickly begged for mercy and said, "Duke Xiao, please spare my life. Duke Xiao, please spare my life. I just want to ask Duke Xiao to help me resolve the ban that the Yanhuang Bank has placed on us. It's just that Duke Xiao's position is high and powerful, and I'm just a merchant. It's very difficult for me to meet Duke Xiao. That's why I thought of asking Ma Zhancher from your residence to introduce me. I have no ill intentions towards Duke Xiao." Humph. What a good recommendation. In the end, you actually want to use me as a weapon in your hands to deal with the Yanhuang Bank. What a wild ambition. Zhongsun Wuji sneered. Then, he suddenly felt that the name Shun Kai was a little familiar. Soon, he recalled what Li Er said to him in the palace. Qin Kai was kidnapped by a Turkic spy in Taiyuan City. The Kingdom's merchant, Shun's Han, colluded with the Turkic spy. The Kong Kingdom's merchant, Kong Chu, and the others instigated civil unrest and obstructed the officials from rescuing Qing Kai. Thinking of this, Zhang Sun Wuji's expression changed. He looked at Enshunkai and asked coldly, "Wait, you are called Enshunkai?" Enshunkai was already lifted up by Zhang Sun Qinghe and was about to be dragged away to have his limbs broken. When he heard Zhang Sun Wuji's sudden question, this fellow seemed to have seen a trace of hope for survival. He quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I am called Enshunkai. Do you know Enshuntan? Who is he to you?" Zhang Sun Wuji waved his hand at Zhang Sun Qinghe, indicating for him to put Enshunkai down first. Then, he looked at Enshunkai and asked. In this era, brothers would usually have similar names. For example, Qing Chumo and Qing Chuliang, Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baohuan, Fang Yai and Fang Yiji. Although such things couldn't be said to be absolute, with such similar names, these two people were very likely to be brothers or came from the same clan. Zhang Sun Wuji asked this because he wanted to try his luck. He didn't expect that he would really meet him. I know. Of course, I know him. And Xuansai's eyes lit up. Could it be that his cousin was friends with Zhang Sun Wuji? If that was the case, he would be able to avert danger today. Therefore, he quickly said, replying to Duke of Zhao, and Shunzhan is this An's younger cousin. Shunzhan manages more than 100 shops in the Great Tang. As long as Duke of Zhao spares this one's life, this one and my younger cousin are willing to offer up all our wealth. Shut up. This fellow still wanted to use money to bribe Zhang Sun Wuji. Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't help but frown and interrupt him. Then, he shouted coldly, and Shunzhan colluded with Turkic spies in Taiyuan and held the king of Wei hostage. His crime is punishable by death. Since you are his cousin, this matter definitely has something to do with you. Qinghe, immediately escort this person to the Supreme Court and let Xiao Qingdai interrogate him properly. Hearing this, Ma Qing, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled. He was filled with regret. No wonder. No wonder the Yanhuang Bank wanted to ban the merchants from An country and Kong country. No wonder the cabinet elder returned empty-handed after making a trip to the palace. And Xuansai's cousin actually colluded with Turkic spies in Taiyuan. If he had known earlier, if Ma Qing had known that such a thing happened in Taiyuan City, even if Enshunkai gave him 100,000 strings of cash, he wouldn't have dared to interfere in this matter. Now, he could only feel endless regret in his heart. What? When Enshunkai heard Zhang Sun Wuji's words, his face instantly turned pale. What did he just hear? His younger brother actually colluded with Turkic spies in Taiyuan City and held the king of Wei hostage. The thing that he was most worried about had indeed happened. Now, even if Zhang Sun Wuji didn't kill him, the Emperor of Great Tang wouldn't let him off. It was laughable that he was still pondering on how to remove the ban from the Yanhuang Bank. If he had known earlier, he would have fled Chang'an in advance. Yes. Family head. Zhang Sun Qinghe cupped his fists and received the order. Then, he strode forward and grabbed Xuansai's shoulder. Like dragging a dead dog, he dragged Enshunkai out. Instantly, only Zhang Sun Wuji and Ma Qing were left in the house. Ma Zhongming, although you came from a humble background, I admire your talent. That's why I kept you in the residence back then and let you walk step by step to where you are today. But you have really disappointed me. Looking at the person that he had groomed, Zhang Sun Wuji shook his head. His face was filled with pain and disappointment. Indeed, when he first knew that Ma Qing had schemed against him, he really hated Ma Qing to the core. He couldn't wait to tear Ma Qing into pieces to vent the hatred in his heart. But now that he had calmed down, there was only pain and disappointment left in Zhang Sun Wuji's heart. Ma Qing was indeed a talented person. Moreover, he was groomed by him. Ma Qing was able to turn from a poor scholar back then to the Crown Prince Zhangshi today. Behind this, Ma Cheng's own hard work was behind it. But more importantly, it was Zhongsun Wuji's help in the dark. Recommending the person that he had groomed to the East Palace as the Crown Prince Zhanshe was a move that Zhongsun Wuji had spent a lot of effort on. He wanted to correct the Crown Prince's wrong thinking of belittling Confucianism and emphasizing engineering. Besides, with Ma Cheng in the East Palace, if anything happened over there, he would be able to know about it immediately. But now, the move that he had put in so much effort into had come to nothing because of the betrayal of his own people. How could he not be heartbroken? How could he not be disappointed? Cabinet Elder, Zhongming is indebted to you for recognizing my worth. Zhongming is deeply grateful. Today, I was blinded by greed and did such a foolish thing. Zhongming knows that I have no face to meet Cabinet Elder in the future. I am willing to atone for my sins with death. Ma Cheng's expression was a little moved. He banged his head on the ground and kowtowed heavily to Zhongsun Wuji. Then, he groaned and a large amount of blood flowed out from his mouth. Following that, his neck tilted and his eyes rolled as he fell to the ground. This guy actually bit his tongue to commit suicide. From the perspective of modern medicine, there was no scientific basis for the description of death by biting one's tongue in the novel. Actually, in real life, we could often see many people who had their tongues injured or even lost part of their tongues due to various reasons but still survived. But generally speaking, biting one's tongue to commit suicide would usually result in the tongue being severed at the root. The person would usually faint because they couldn't bear the pain. Because the blood vessels at the root of the tongue were larger, and because the tongue was in the mouth, it wasn't easy to use methods such as compressing the blood vessels to stop the bleeding. If the bleeding couldn't be stopped, then the person who bit his tongue to commit suicide would definitely die from excessive blood loss. As for cutting the tongue, because it was cut from the outside, the tongue wouldn't be severed at the root. Only the tip of the tongue would be cut off, so the pain was relatively smaller. When a person bit their tongue, they would bite off the root of the tongue, the root of the part in the mouth. The remaining part would block the trachea, causing the person to suffocate to death. The tongue was rich in blood vessels. After biting the tongue, one would bleed to death. The intense pain after biting the tongue would cause the person to temporarily lose their rationality. The large amount of blood and secretions from the mouth could be inhaled into the trachea, causing choking and coughing. Choking and coughing would further worsen the lack of oxygen. The possibility of death due to mechanical asphyxiation and traumatic coma couldn't be ruled out. The blood vessels on the tongue were rich. Once they were severed, there would be massive bleeding, causing the body to lack blood. Also, the tongue was very close to the brain, so the nerves on it were rich and controlled directly by the brain. Once it was strongly stimulated, it would directly stimulate the central nervous system, causing the central nervous system to be damaged and cause death. Zhongsun Wuji's gaze turned cold. He knew that Ma Cheng had most likely bit his tongue to commit suicide. He didn't expect that this guy would suddenly wake up at the last moment and have the courage to bite his tongue to commit suicide and atone for his sins with his death. Looking at Ma Cheng's body on the ground, Zhongsun Wuji sighed and shouted outside, "Men." Chapter 2168. The reason why Ma Cheng committed suicide by biting his tongue was because he knew that Zhongsun Wuji would definitely not spare him. However, he was still a third-grade crown prince. No matter how much Zhongsun Wuji hated him, it wasn't possible for him to kill him directly. That would only give Zhongsun Wuji an advantage. The shrewd Zhongsun Wuji would definitely not do such a thing. In other words, Ma Cheng could have kept his life. However, Zhongsun Wuji was the current Minister of Rights after all. Moreover, he was the elder brother of Empress Zhongsun. He had great influence in the imperial court. Since he had offended Zhongsun Wuji, even if he could keep his life, it would be difficult for him to do anything in the imperial court in the future. Since Zhongsun Wuji was able to push him to his current position, he could easily pull him down as well. At that time, he would once again become that powerless scholar. At that time, if Zhongsun Wuji wanted to crush him, wouldn't it be as easy as crushing an ant? By then, Zhongsun Wuji wouldn't even need to do anything personally. Those who wanted to curry favor with Zhongsun Wuji would take the initiative to help Zhongsun Wuji get rid of this trouble. More importantly, after Zhongsun Wuji killed him, he might even vent his anger on his family. This was what Ma Qing didn't want to see the most. Therefore, instead of dying in such a sullen manner and implicating his family, Ma Qing felt that it was better to commit suicide. This way, it would save Zhongsun Wuji a lot of trouble. In this way, Zhongsun Wuji probably wouldn't vent his anger on his family. Yes. Family head. Most of the Zhongsun residence's guards were soldiers who had retired from the battlefield. They were all experienced. Seeing this scene, a few of them were first shocked, but they quickly calmed down. They cupped their fists towards Zhongsun Wuji, then carried Ma Qing, whose face was covered in blood, away and left. Not long later, maids and servants came in to clean up the bloodstains on the ground. Zhongsun Wuji wasn't willing to continue staying here and was preparing to leave. However, at this moment, a voice came from outside, "Father, you're back." It was Zhongsun Chang's voice. Yanhuang College was currently on summer vacation. Only the members of the Trump Card Project team would continue their research activities in the college. The rest of the students had basically gone home. Although Zhongsun Chang's proficiency in the 4 books and 5 classics was not bad, he was still a layman in the college. Whether it was mathematics, physics, or chemistry, his grades were not considered top-notch in the college. He had always been in the middle and lower levels. Therefore, he was not able to enter the Trump Card Project. During the summer vacation in the college, he naturally stayed at home. Hearing Zhongsun Chang's voice from outside, Zhongsun Wuji, who was about to stand up and leave, sat back down. After a while, Zhongsun Chang rushed in. The moment this fellow entered, he saw a few servants scrubbing the ground in the middle of the main hall. He was startled at first, but his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a pool of blood on the ground. Zhongsun Chang's expression instantly changed. He looked nervously at Zhongsun Wuji and asked, "Father, what's wrong?" Zhongsun Wuji raised his eyelids and lightly reprimanded, "What are you panicking for? It's just a person who died." Zhongsun Chang was born in a time of peace. At least, most of his memories were from the Tang dynasty. He was not like Zhongsun Wuji, who had experienced the chaotic times at the end of the Sui dynasty. Therefore, when he saw the bloodstains in the main hall of his house, Zhongsun Chang subconsciously panicked. Now that he heard Zhongsun Wuji say, "Someone died," Zhongsun Chang instantly panicked. He widened his eyes, looked at Zhongsun Wuji, and asked, "Someone died? Who died? All of you are dismissed." Seeing that the bloodstains on the ground were almost wiped clean, Zhongsun Wuji waved his hands at the few servants and said, "Yes, old master." The few of them bowed and accepted the order. They took the cleaning tools and left the main hall, closing the door on their way out. A person who deserved to die, Ma Qing. When only the father and son were left in the room, Zhongsun Wuji opened his mouth. Ma Qing. The Ma Qing who just became the crown prince, Zhanshi. "Father, why did you?" As the eldest young master of the Zhongsun residence, Zhongsun Chang knew some things. When he heard Zhongsun Wuji say that Ma Qing was dead, Zhongsun Chang's heart instantly thumped. He thought to himself, why did his father want to kill Zhongsun Chang? Could it be that his father wanted to rebel and was discovered by Ma Qing? Thinking of this, Zhongsun Chang's small face instantly turned pale. He, the son of a duke, hadn't had enough of a good life. How could his father rebel? Now that the emperor had so many valiant generals under him, he had a strong army. How could he not think things through? Unfilial son. Ma Qing bit his tongue to commit suicide. What nonsense are you thinking about? Seeing Zhang Sun Chang's pale face and looking at him strangely, Zhang Sun Wuji's face instantly darkened as he scolded angrily. It was obvious that Zhang Sun Chong was thinking about some messy things in his heart. Ah! Ma Qing bit his tongue to commit suicide. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Chang's face was filled with surprise. He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Following which, he asked curiously, "Then father, why did Ma Qing bite his tongue to commit suicide?" Zhang Sun Wuji's face was gloomy as he said, "This fellow colluded with the merchants of the Yin Kingdom and plotted against me. He wanted me to enter the palace to impeach the king of Shu. After the matter was exposed, he bit his tongue to commit suicide." Seeing that Zhang Sun Chong was still filled with doubt, Zhang Sun Wuji roughly explained what happened this morning to Zhang Sun Chong. After hearing half of it, Zhang Sun Chong exclaimed, "What? There are Turkic spies in Taiyuan City. And they even kidnapped Qin Ke. What about the rest of the teachers and students in the academy? How are they now?" After staying in Yanhuang College for a year, Zhang Sun Chong more or less had some feelings for the college. Compared to his home in Chang'an City, he actually preferred to stay in the college. The college gave him a very special feeling. If he really had to describe it, it would be the feeling of freedom. There wasn't a strict hierarchy here, nor was there complicated scheming and fighting for power. Everyone was equal. For knowledge and truth, students could even quarrel with teachers. Under the pure learning atmosphere, the hearts of the teachers and students became purer. He really liked this kind of simple and free atmosphere. Thus, when he heard from Zhang Sun Wuji that Li Tai was kidnapped by a Turkic spy, Zhang Sun Chong subconsciously became nervous. Taiyuan City was sealed off 2 days ago. His Majesty sent the cavalry commander Li Junxian to Taiyuan City to personally take charge of the rescue operation. His Majesty didn't receive any news about the other Yanhuang College teachers and students, so they should be fine. Zhang Sun Wuji looked at his son with a complicated gaze and replied expressionlessly. "Oh. Fortunately. Fortunately." Zhang Sun Chong heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to himself. Immediately after, he realized that something was wrong and said, "That's not right. 2 days ago, I just went to the college. With such a huge matter happening, how could Teacher Ji and Teacher Kong Gue not know about it? Father, you aren't lying to me, right?" Zhang Sun Wuji's face turned black again. He forcefully resisted the urge to beat this unfilial son in front of him to death and said in a muffled voice, "This is what His Majesty said in the palace just now. Do you think His Majesty has the time to lie to you? That shouldn't be the case." Zhang Sun Chong scratched his head and said awkwardly. He knew that he was just a small figure in Li Er's eyes. Naturally, Li Er wouldn't lie to him. Zhang Sun Wuji looked at his prodigal son indifferently and said, "Taiyuan City is sealed off. Outsiders can't enter, and it's hard for news to spread out. His Majesty should be able to receive the news thanks to the telegraph machine that your college invented. However, since His Majesty didn't inform the officials of this news, it means that His Majesty doesn't want the news to spread. This matter should be classified as a secret. Don't spread it outside." Although Li Er didn't tell Zhang Sun Wuji to keep it a secret, with Zhang Sun Wuji's intelligence, it wasn't difficult for him to deduce this. He was just afraid that his bastard son wouldn't know the severity of this matter and would spread the news everywhere. "Oh. I got it, father." Zhang Sun Chong nodded and replied. As for whether he really knew or was faking it, only God would know. Looking at Zhang Sun Chong, who was obviously absent-minded, Zhang Sun Wuji sighed helplessly in his heart. Back then, he sent Zhang Sun Chong to Yanhuang College mainly because he thought highly of Li Zishuan's potential. He wanted Zhang Sun Chong to get close to Li Zishuan and express the goodwill of the Zhang Sun family to rope in Li Zishuan. However, a year had passed, and the status of Yanhuang College in Tang Dynasty was getting higher and higher. Li Zishuan's official position was also getting higher and higher. Now, he was even conferred a prefecture and became the provincial governor of a prefecture. Moreover, Li Zixuan's attitude towards the Zhangsun family had always been ambiguous. He was far from being as close as he was to the Qing, Qin, Yuqi, and Niu families. Zhangsun Chong obviously didn't complete the task that he gave him. Not only that, this bastard son of his seemed to have sacrificed himself. Otherwise, why would Zhangsun Chong be so worried about the Yanhuang College teachers and students in Taiyuan? This brat really thought that he was a part of Yanhuang College. Chong, how is your relationship with the king of Shu and the academy? Suddenly, Zhangsun Wuji's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Zhangsun Chong and asked. Little Ku, our relationship is still alright. Why? Father. Zhangsun Chong didn't know why his father would ask such a question. He thought for a moment before answering. The corner of Zhangsun Wuji's mouth twitched as he said angrily, what does still alright mean? Are you very close or are you just passers-by? Zhangsun Chong scratched his head awkwardly and said, this, father, still alright, means that it's normal. Little Ku's position in the academy is very special. He rarely attends classes in the teaching hall and spends most of his time in the Yanhuang Bank. Also, Yamacho would often teach him some things in private. The way of economics, which is the way to manage the Yanhuang Bank. Therefore, other than Yamacho, Little Ku is the most knowledgeable person in economics in the academy. I usually attend classes in the teaching hall and don't have many chances to see him. Our relationship is just average. It can't be said to be especially good, but it can't be said to be bad either. Hearing this, Zhangsun Wuji pointed at Zhangsun Chong in disappointment as he felt extremely depressed. Zhangsun Wuji had been wise all his life and was very intelligent. When he was young, he became friends with Li Er and became in-laws with him. After Li Yuan started the war in Jinyang, he went to serve him and followed Li Er to conquer the world. Step by step, he became a trusted strategist. Later on, he participated in the planning of the Xuanwu Gates rebellion, which led to his current prominent position in the imperial court. But how did he give birth to such a disappointing son? He led the officials in the imperial court while his son could only be an inconspicuous passerby in the academy. Why was Li Ku able to become Li Zixuan's direct disciple and take charge of the Yanhuang Bank while his son could only obediently stay in the teaching hall and listen to the teachers of the academy? When the academy reopens next month, you don't have to go to school anymore. After a moment of silence, Zhangsun Wuji said with a tired heart. He felt that he couldn't afford to lose face like this. Ah. Father, why is that? Zhangsun Chong was dumbfounded and immediately said anxiously, just because I'm not familiar with Little Ku, you don't want me to continue studying in the academy? What kind of logic is this? No. I still want to go to the academy. Unfilial son. What are you going to do in the academy? Are you going to lose face for me? As my son, your results in the academy can only be ranked in the middle. You can't even be compared to some of the commoners, not to mention King Wei and King Shu. I've been wise all my life and can't afford to lose face like this. Hearing Zhangsun Chong's words, Zhangsun Wuji couldn't hold it in anymore and roared. Hearing this, Zhangsun Chong instantly complained, Father. You can't blame me for this. Qin Ke and Little Ku were the first batch of students to learn engineering from the Yamacho. Their foundation is better than mine. Isn't it normal that I can't win against them? Father, don't worry. I'm already familiar with the subjects in the academy. Next semester, my results will definitely be in the top 200, no, top 100. This fellow was afraid that Zhangsun Wuji wouldn't let him return to the academy to continue studying, so he directly set a goal of being in the top 100. As for whether he could achieve it, to be honest, Zhangsun Chong wasn't sure himself. Who cares? I have to stabilize my father first. Zhangsun Chong thought in his heart. Zhangsun Wuji frowned and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Zhang Sun Chong had no choice but to continue. Father, the children of the various families in the imperial court are basically studying in Yanhuang College. Some of them who aren't here are also planning to enter the academy next year. I've finally entered the academy, but you actually want to kick me out. This is really embarrassing for you. Chapter 2169. When they were in the palace this morning, Li Er had said to Zhang Sun Wuji, "No one knows a son better than a father. I know my sons better than you. Ku loves economics and has no intention of fighting for power." Zhang Sun Wuji didn't believe it at all. After all, Li Ku was in an important position now. He had money and soldiers. In addition, he had the royal bloodline of 2 dynasties. How could he not have any ambition? Even if he didn't have it now, he would definitely have it in the future, just like the general of heavenly strategies, Li Shimin. However, after Zhang Sun Wuji thought about it carefully, he felt that something wasn't right. Although Li Er had won the coup at the Xuanwu Gate, this coup had caused him to bear the infamy of killing his brother and imprisoning his father. It could be said that it was an eternal pain in his heart. As a father, Li Er shouldn't want his sons to follow in his footsteps. Therefore, since Li Er dared to let Li Ku take charge of the bank and establish the gold-robed guards, it meant that Li Er was sure that Li Ku wouldn't fight for the position of Li Qingqian's heir. If not, no matter how outstanding Li Ku's ability was, Li Er wouldn't have given him such an important position. However, why was Li Er so sure that Li Ku didn't have any intention of fighting for the position of heir? One must know that in this world, a person's heart was the most difficult to guess. Zhang Sun Wuji, who couldn't figure it out, saw his son. He secretly thought that Zhang Sun Chong and Li Ku were schoolmates, so he should be able to get some information from Zhang Sun Chong. However, he didn't expect that this kid had wasted so much time talking and didn't say anything. This really angered him half to death. It was fine that he didn't get any news from Li Ku, but Zhang Sun Wuji also wanted to hear Zhang Sun Chong's opinion of Li Zishuan. Back then, he had thrown out an olive branch to Li Zishuan, such as investing in the Yanhuang Bank, or giving the Zhang Sun family's iron mine to Li Zishuan for joint mining. Li Zishuan didn't reject his goodwill, but what made Zhang Sun Wuji depressed was that after Li Zishuan accepted his goodwill, he didn't give any feedback at all. It was as if he was taking benefits but not doing anything. Speaking of which, when Zhang Sun Wuji befriended Li Zishuan, he didn't want Li Zishuan to do anything for him. He just wanted to form a good relationship with him. However, Li Zishuan's attitude towards the Zhang Sun family was always ambiguous. This made Zhang Sun Wuji a little confused about Li Zishuan's attitude. It could only be said that the current Zhang Sun Wuji was still too weak. If he waited until the later period of Zhenguan or even Li Ye's reign, when he was in power, he might not even care about a young talent like Li Zishuan. If he couldn't get him, he would just destroy him. Father, what do you mean by asking this? Don't tell me you want to deal with Yamacho. In the main hall, Zhang Sun Chong suddenly recovered from his thoughts and looked at Zhang Sun Wuji as he quickly asked. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned and was about to flare up, but Zhang Sun Chong didn't wait for him to speak and continued, "Father, I advise you to give up on this idea as soon as possible. Yamacho is an unfathomable person. Not only is his martial arts extremely high, but the more I understand him, the more I feel that the knowledge in his head doesn't seem to belong to this world. It seems like there's nothing he can't do." The corner of Zhang Sun Wuji's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but scold angrily, "I have no enmity with Yamacho. When did I say I want to deal with him?" However, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Sun Chong to have such a high evaluation of Li Zishuan. This brat had only stayed in the academy for a year, and he already had such an attitude towards Li Zishuan. In the future, wouldn't his brat treat Li Zishuan like a god? Ah. Father, you don't intend to deal with Yamacho. That's good. That's good. When Zhang Sun Chong heard this, he understood that he had misunderstood and couldn't help but awkwardly scratch his head. Zhang Sun Wuji didn't have the energy to complain about his son. He took a deep breath and said to Zhang Sun Chong, I want to ask you, what is Li Zishuan's attitude towards the Crown Prince, King Wei, and King of Shu? Who exactly does he support? There was no need to doubt Zhang Sun Wuji's position. He would definitely support Li Zishuan unconditionally to be the Crown Prince. However, Zhang Sun Wuji had always been confused about the attitudes of these three princes. Zhang Sun Wuji couldn't tell which faction Li Zishuan belonged to. This, Zhang Sun Chong obviously understood the meaning behind Zhang Sun Wuji's question. He also knew the political stance of the Zhang Sun family. If he didn't answer this question well, Zhang Sun Wuji might treat Li Zishuan as a political enemy in the future. This was a situation that Zhang Sun Chong didn't want to see. Father, Yamacho seems to have a very good relationship with the Crown Prince, King Wei, and King of Shu. During the military training at Yanhuang College, the Crown Prince, as the Crown Prince, personally participated in the military training at the college. During that time, I saw the Crown Prince and Yamacho often chatting and laughing. They were even close to calling each other brothers. As for King Wei and King of Shu, their relationship with Yamacho is needless to say. They admire Yamacho's knowledge from the bottom of their hearts and treat Yamacho with disrespect. Yamacho also taught them wholeheartedly. King Wei is a true disciple of Yamacho in the study of things. His attainments in engineering are even better than many teachers in the college. Therefore, King Wei is personally leading the team to the north. Little Kuo is a true disciple of Yamacho in the study of economics. When Yamacho isn't in the bank, Little Kuo is the one in charge. Therefore, Father, when you asked me which prince Yamacho supports, it's hard to say. Zhang Sun Chong thought for a while before speaking. Hearing this, Zhang Sun Wuji's expression was a little complicated. Actually, he had heard of the news that Zhang Sun Chong said before, but it was all scattered. Now that Zhang Sun Chong put all the information together, Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly realized that Li Zishuan seemed to be a nonpartisan. He didn't explicitly support Li Tai, nor did he choose between Li Tai and Li Ku. This emperor is only 30 years old. This emperor advises you not to get too involved in the battle for the throne. Suddenly, Zhang Sun Wuji recalled what Li Zishuan said in the morning. Combining it with Zhang Sun Chang's previous analysis, Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly felt that Li Zishuan was the truly brilliant one. Now, Li Er was only 30 years old. If there were no accidents, he could still sit on the throne for another 20 to 30 years. As a subject, it was too early to take sides now. It would easily arouse the suspicion of the emperor. Someone like Li Zishuan, who didn't side with any of the princes and didn't defend any of them, was a truly brilliant move. At this moment, Zhang Sun Wuji suddenly felt enlightened. He had thought it through. In the past, he was too stubborn, to the point of being paranoid. He was too worried that Li Qingqian's position as the crown prince would be snatched away. He was even more worried than Li Qingqian himself. This would easily make Li Er unhappy and suspicious. Moreover, I feel that Father, you don't have to worry about anyone competing with the crown prince for the throne. In the past, King Wei did have the intention to compete with the crown prince for favor. However, after entering Yanhuang College, King Wei devoted all his attention to engineering research. Now, he can't even be bothered to return to the palace. Father, do you think he will still compete with the crown prince for the throne? King Shu's situation is similar to King Wei's. Before going to the academy, King Shu didn't have any open or covert competition with the crown prince. After entering the academy, King Shu was engrossed in economics and didn't have the intention to compete with the crown prince for the throne. Therefore, Father, you don't have to worry about the crown prince's position at all. At this moment, Zhang Sun Chong spoke again. Zhang Sun Wuji frowned. Although he subconsciously felt that Zhang Sun Chong's words were a little too far-fetched, after thinking about it seriously, he felt that Zhang Sun Chong's words made some sense. After a long silence, Zhangsun Wuji sighed and muttered to himself, if this is the case, then this Yanwang College is really a magical place. Actually, Li Zixuan's political stance was very clear. He wasn't a non-partisan person like Zhangsun Wuji thought. There was no doubt that Li Zixuan supported Li Qingqian to be the crown prince. This was because with the current situation in Great Tang, only Li Qingqian as the crown prince would not cause internal turmoil in the imperial court. In history, Li Qingqian's personality was explosive, wild, and arrogant. He even kept male pets, so he was indeed unfit to be the crown prince. However, that was only after Li Qingqian came of age. The current Li Qingqian treated others generously, diligently, and loved the people. He hadn't gone down the wrong path yet. Li Zixuan felt that he was a very good candidate for the crown prince. Moreover, Li Zixuan felt that with his intervention and guidance as a transmigrator, Li Qingqian would definitely not repeat the mistakes of history. Moreover, he would be able to become a wise emperor. Therefore, Li Zixuan supported Li Qingqian to be the crown prince. However, the way he supported Li Qingqian wasn't as extreme as Zhangsun Wuji's. Zhangsun Wuji's desire for control was too strong. He wanted everything to be within his control. He wanted Li Qingqian to work hard according to the image of the crown prince in his heart. Moreover, if there was someone who could threaten Li Qingqian's position as the crown prince, Zhangsun Wuji would do all he could to get rid of that threat. On the other hand, Li Zixuan was different. On one hand, he guided Li Qingqian on the right path. On the other hand, in history, Li Tai and Li Ku, the two princes who were a threat to Li Qingqian's position as the crown prince, Li Zixuan kept them by his side. Through discovering their interests and strengths, he guided them to focus on their respective fields of expertise. Actually, did Li Tai and Li Ku really care about the crown prince's position in the past? Not necessarily. How would a half-grown child know so many things? What they cared about was probably Li Er's favor. Sons fighting for favor in front of their father was a very normal thing. That was why Li Tai and Li Qingqian fought openly and secretly in the palace in the past. However, when the two of them discovered the door to another world, they would realize how childish and boring they were in the past. Thus, they would put more energy into the fields that they were truly interested in. Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and Li Ku were currently moving in the direction that Li Zixuan had predicted. Moreover, their achievements were quite good. Of course, the main reason for this was that Li Tai and Li Ku were really talented in engineering and economics. Otherwise, Li Zixuan wouldn't be able to make bricks without straw. Therefore, compared to Zhangsun Wuji, Li Zixuan's method of supporting Li Qingqian wasn't simply to suppress or support him. In fact, he was helping Li Qingqian, Li Tai, and Li Ku. Who said that when two tigers fight, one of them must be injured? Couldn't it be a win-win situation or a win-win situation? Wasn't it good to be in such a harmonious situation? Li Er's three sons were actually quite talented. If the three brothers could unite and fight against the outside world together, it would definitely be a great blessing for the millions of people in Tang Empire. As for the other countries, it wouldn't be a blessing. It would be a nightmare. The news of Enshuansai's capture quickly spread to many people. Kong Fuliang and the others, who had gone to the new workshop with Enshunkai, were now all gathered in the main hall of the Inn mansion. Not only them, but all the reputable merchants in Chang'an, especially the merchants from the Kong Kingdom and the Yin Kingdom, were also gathered here. It was Enshunkai who had gathered them here. Previously, Enshunkai had given Ma Qing more than 10,000 strings of coins, which was crowd-funded by these people. After all, the ban of the Yanwang Bank had a huge impact on the merchants from the Yin and Kong kingdoms who did business in Tang Empire. As long as the ban could be lifted, they were still willing to fork out money. Oh no! Oh no! My master has been captured in the Enshun tea house. At this moment, a waiter ran in and said while panting. It was the waiter from the Enshun tea house. The Inshan tea house was in the east of Chang'an City, while the Inn residence was in the south of Chang'an City. The distance between the two places was still a little far, so the waiter had only just arrived to report the news. What? Everyone in the room was shocked. Kong Fuliang stood up and said, "What did you say?" "Bosson has been captured." "Did you see who the other party was?" "According to the shopkeeper, the other party is most likely from the Zhangsun family." The waiter panted and raised his head to reply. "What? The Zhangsun family?" Kong Fuliang's expression changed. He said with some despair, "It's over." Could it be that Duke Xiao saw through Bosson's plan, so he sent people to capture Bosson? When the others heard this, their expressions also changed. Everyone present knew about Inshuansai's plan to bribe Ma Qing and mediate the ban of the Yanhuang Bank. Otherwise, they wouldn't have willingly forked out money. "I still have matters to attend to at home, so I'll take my leave first." At this moment, a Hu merchant sitting below suddenly stood up and cupped his fists to Kong Fuliang and the others. Since Zhangsun Wuji had captured Enshunkai, it meant that the Zhangsun family was likely to attack the Yin family next. They couldn't care less about the ban of the Yanhuang Bank. At this moment, it was more important for them to protect themselves. They couldn't have anything to do with Enshunkai. "I just remembered that my wife is about to give birth today, so I'll take my leave first." When there was a first, there would be a second. Almost as soon as the first Hu merchant finished speaking, another Hu merchant stood up and cupped his fists. "My house caught fire, so I'll take my leave first." After a while, most of the Hu merchants in the main hall left, leaving only Kong Fuliang and the others who were closer to Enshunkai. Chapter 2170. "Brother Fuliang, Mr. N has been captured by Zhao Guogong. What should we do now?" In the main hall of the Inn mansion, those fence-sitters had all run away after learning that Enshunkai had been captured. Only the 8 Hu merchants who had gone to the workshop with Enshunkai were left. At this moment, Shi Nansho frowned and looked at Kong Fuliang. "Alas, we can only wait." Kong Fuliang sighed and said, "Let's wait for news from Zhangsun Manor. Brother Xuansai's plan originally had a certain amount of risk, but I didn't expect it to be exposed so quickly. Duke Xiao isn't someone we can offend. We can only hope that he can be magnanimous towards Brother Shunkai. Also, when I returned from the workshop of the Curious Pavilion this morning, I have already written a letter to inform the Kong Kingdom of this matter. When the king learns of this matter, he will most likely send an envoy to negotiate with the Great Tang Imperial Court. But Chengguan is far away from the Kong Kingdom. Even if he gallops, I'm afraid it will take more than a month for news." Shi Nansho nodded and said, "I have also written a letter and sent it back to the Stone Kingdom. The 9 families of Zhaowu are united. I believe the monarch of the 9 countries will not allow the Tang Empire to humiliate us." "That's right." The others nodded. Kong Fuliang said, "Since Brother Shunkai has been captured, we can't stay here for long. You should go back first. Just send someone to keep an eye on the Zhangsun mansion." Fuliang is right. Let's go back first. They did not hesitate. They only said a few words to the steward of the Inn mansion and left under the steward's aggrieved and resentful eyes. It was not that they did not want to save Enshunkai, but that they did not have the ability to do so. It was obvious that Inshuansai's plan had been exposed and had angered Zhangsun Wuji. But who was Zhangsun Wuji? He was the Minister of Official Personnel Affairs of the Tang Empire and the elder brother of the Tang Empress. How could they afford to offend him? So even though the old steward of the Inn mansion begged them to help save Enshunkai, they could only pretend not to hear and leave in a hurry. The arms were no match for the thighs. "Your Majesty, the Zhangsun clan has sent an in-kingdom merchant to the Supreme Court, claiming that he is Inshuanshan's cousin. They hope that the Supreme Court will properly interrogate him and see if he is colluding with Turkic spies." In the Sweet Nectar Hall, Li Er had just finished dealing with administrative matters and was about to leave when Zhao Song walked in quickly and whispered to Li Er. "Oh. Merchants from An Kingdom. And he's Xuanshan's cousin." When Li Er first heard this news, he did not pay much attention to it. However, he suddenly felt that the name Enchanting sounded familiar. Then, he thought of the latter half of Zhao Song's sentence about Zhongsun Wuji wanting the Supreme Court to investigate whether the An Kingdom merchant had colluded with the Turk spies. Li Er instantly recalled the identity of Enchanting. His eyes focused and after pondering for a moment, he instructed Zhao Song, "Go to the Supreme Court and bring this person out, then hand him over to the 100 Cavalry Department for interrogation." For the time being, Li Er did not want more people to know about what had happened in Taiyuan City. Firstly, even if others knew about what had happened in Taiyuan City, it would be useless to save Li Tai. Secondly, since there were Turkic spies in Taiyuan City, who could guarantee that there weren't any in Chang'an City? If the Turkic spies in Chang'an City learned of what had happened in Taiyuan City, there was no telling what sort of trouble they might cause to prevent Li Junxian from saving Li Tai. Li Er was rather satisfied with the current situation in Taiyuan City. He believed that as long as Li Junxian slowly and steadily worked his way through, he would have a high chance of successfully rescuing Li Tai. And the Supreme Court naturally did not know what had happened in Taiyuan City. If they were to interrogate Enchanting for colluding with the Turkic spies, Dai Zhou would probably be filled with question marks and wouldn't even know how to interrogate him. Thus, Li Er planned to have the 100 Cavalry Department properly interrogate this Enchanting. Because Li Junxian was in Taiyuan City, the 100 Cavalry Department knew what had happened in Taiyuan City. Moreover, the 100 Cavalry Department was Li Er's most trusted unit. This old slave obeys the decree. Zhao Song clasped his hands in acknowledgement, but he did not turn to leave. After a few moments of hesitation, he said, "Your Majesty, the Zhongsun clan also sent a person to the Supreme Court. To be more precise, they sent a corpse." "Who?" Li Er's expression froze as he sternly asked. Could it be that Zhongsun Wuji had suffered a setback in the imperial palace, so he went back and killed someone to vent his anger? That shouldn't be the case. Zhongsun Wuji was a smart man. He wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. It's the Crown Prince of the Eastern Palace, Ma Cheng. Zhao Song bowed as he softly reported. Ma Cheng. The Crown Prince Zhanshe who was elected last month. Li Er asked in confusion. He knew of the relationship between Ma Cheng and Zhongsun Wuji. Logically speaking, Zhongsun Wuji had pushed Ma Cheng to the position of Crown Prince Zhanshe with great difficulty. It was impossible for Zhongsun Wuji to kill him, right? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort and self-destruction? Precisely. Zhang Song nodded and clasped his hands. The Zhongsun clan said that Ma Cheng secretly colluded with Enchanting and received huge benefits from the other party. After the matter was exposed, he knew that he had committed a grave sin, so he bit his tongue and committed suicide. The Supreme Court's coroner conducted a preliminary examination of the corpse. Ma Cheng's tongue was severed from the root. He really bit his tongue and committed suicide. It doesn't look like a homicide. Ma Cheng colluded with Enchanting. This is interesting. Later, let the 100 Cavalry Department investigate this matter as well. Li Er's eyes flashed as he instructed Zhao Song. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Song clasped his hands and left after receiving the order. Time for lunch. Time for lunch. When it was close to noon, on the Black Armored Military Academy, where the Wu Battalion was located, Sun Jiping's announcement of disbandment caused the soldiers of the Wu Battalion to erupt in cheers. After training for the entire morning, the soldiers who were originally exhausted seemed to have been revived with full blood at this moment. Everyone rushed to their own tents as fast as they could. Their food was there. They were going to eat. Of course, the reason why they were so excited was that there was enough meat for all the soldiers of the Wu Battalion today. Due to the Black Armored Army's martial arts competition yesterday, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion and Team 1 of the 1st Battalion had both suffered heavy losses. Team 2 of the Wu Battalion won without a fight and obtained the first place. According to the rules of the competition, the team that obtained the first place would be able to enjoy an unlimited supply of meat for a day. This was incredible. In this era, there was no complete animal husbandry industry. The supply of meat was not as plentiful as it was in the modern era. It was already considered good if a commoner could have a meal of meat during the new year. As for the soldiers, although their food conditions were much better than the commoners and they could eat some meat every day, they still had to undergo a huge amount of training every day. The more energy they expended, the more energy they needed to replenish. This was especially true for the soldiers of the Black Armored Army. The amount of training for the Black Armored Army was definitely several times that of the other battalions in the capital. Under such circumstances, how could the meager amount of meat provided by the Black Armored Army be enough for them? It wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Now that there was such a good opportunity to eat as much meat as they wanted, how could the soldiers let it go? Each of them wished that they could grow wings and fly directly to the kitchen. Everyone swore in their hearts, "Today, we must eat until the sky turns dark and the earth turns dark. After all, there won't be another opportunity like this if we miss this village. Oh. I, Old Ching, want to eat a pig today. No one is allowed to stop me." Ching Chumo wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. He was the first to get his rice bowl and galloped towards the kitchen of the Wu camp. Following closely behind him was Bao Lin. As he ran, he shouted, "Ong! I want to eat 8 pig trotters. No one is allowed to snatch them from me. F***CK. Why is Ching Chumo running so fast? Old Zhou, you guys hurry up too. If we're late, there might not be any meat to eat. Didn't you say that we have enough meat for today? Why is there no meat? Tisk. Why don't you think about it? Everyone in our battalion is a foodie. Which one of us can't eat 5 or 6 bowls of meat? If we're late, we might only be able to drink meat soup. Then why aren't we running?" Just like that, from the leaders to the ordinary soldiers, everyone was running towards the kitchen as if they were playing with their lives. Speaking of which, the Cook's Army unit of the Wu Battalion had already anticipated the grand occasion this afternoon. They didn't even participate in the training this morning. They spent the entire morning preparing the lunch for the soldiers of the Wu Battalion. It wasn't that they wanted to be lazy and skip training. It was just that they had to prepare too many ingredients. In just one morning, they had already slaughtered 40 pigs. If a pig weighed 200 pounds, then according to the 70% meat yield, 40 pigs could produce about 5,000 pounds of pork. There were 1,000 people in the Wu Battalion, so on average, each person could get about 5,000 pounds of pork. These were the 40 pigs that Li Sichuan had prepared for the kitchen. He asked them to slaughter all of them at noon. If the soldiers couldn't finish their meal, they could eat at night. Anyway, the more the better. Li Sichuan would never go back on his word. If he said that there would be enough meat, then there would definitely be enough meat. Quick! Quick! Give me a bowl of 4-leg meat. I want all the lean meat, not the fat ones. Ching Chumo was the first to arrive at the kitchen. He directly rushed in front of a cook and handed over his bowl of rice. If it was when Ching Chumo first came to the Black Armored Army, he would be very satisfied to be able to eat meat for every meal. Why would he care about the fat or lean meat? But today, the living conditions of the Wu Battalion had improved. This idiot also started to be picky about his food. Yesterday, during the fighting competition, Yuan Deshang from Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion had used underhanded means to severely injure Lu Ming from the Wu Battalion. Lu Ming was very popular in the Wu Battalion. When they found out that he was severely injured by Yuan Shang, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Coincidentally, in the knockout round, Team 1 of the Wu Battalion met Team 1 of the 2nd Battalion. And coincidentally, Qing Chumo was up against Lu Ming. During the fight, Qing Chumo used all his skills and finally won against Yuan Shang, who was stronger than him. It could be said that he had avenged Lu Ming. This caused everyone in the Wu Battalion to have a good impression of Qing Chumo, especially the cook's army unit at the kitchen. "Hey! Chumo, you little brat, you sure run fast." The cook's army unit in front of Qing Chumo looked at Qing Chumo and laughed. Then, he took the bowl of rice from Qing Chumo's hands and said, "Lean meat and lean meat are cooked together. But since you came first, I'll help you pick some lean meat." This was clearly giving special treatment to Qing Chumo, and it was not just in name but in reality. Think about it, the Wu Battalion of the Black Armored Army had 1,000 people. If everyone was as picky as Qing Chumo, then how could the cook's army unit be so busy? It was because Qing Chumo had avenged Lu Ming yesterday that he received such special treatment. Chapter 2171. You too, have you finished a bowl already? Outside the Wu Battalion's kitchen, Li Zixuan and Sun Jiping had just arrived at the queue when they saw Qing Chumo and Yuchi Baolin holding rice bowls that were still dripping with soup as they walked towards the end of the queue. Li Zixuan stared with his eyes wide open as he said in shock. The living conditions in the military camp were definitely not as good as the outside, not to mention the delicious food in the Ho's mansion. Li Zixuan had stayed in the military camp for so many days, in fact, his taste buds had long been bland. Today, he took advantage of the unlimited supply of meat in the Wu Battalion to come over and have a good meal. But after all, he was a high-ranking officer. If he were to follow Qing Chumo and run madly to the kitchen to snatch meat, it would be too bad for his image. Cough. Although in the military camp, no one would pay attention to this aspect of image, but if Li Zixuan were to run madly to snatch meat like Qing Chumo, he would still be in a difficult position. Furthermore, Li Zixuan knew that the kitchen had slaughtered 40 pigs today, close to 5,000 pounds of pork. He didn't have to worry about not having meat to eat if he was late, so he and Sun Jiping took their time to come over. "Hey! Why are you still running so slow when eating meat? Why are you still eating meat? Little Xian, old son, you guys are too late." When Qing Chumo saw Li Zixuan and Sun Jiping, Qing Chumo laughed and then shamelessly cut in front of Li Zixuan. The corner of Li Zixuan's mouth twitched slightly, but at this moment, there was only Sun Jiping behind him. There were no other soldiers in the queue, because no one would come later than him and Sun Jiping, so he simply didn't care about Qing Chumo's action of cutting the queue. If Qing Chumo were to cut the queue during normal times, he would definitely kick this guy out of the queue. Yamacho. Commandant Sun. Bao Lin was not as mischievous as Qing Chumo. He did not dare to cut in line. The child obediently greeted Li Zixuan and Sun Jiping before lining up behind Sun Jiping. "You haven't eaten meat in 8 lifetimes, haven't you? How long has it been since the training ended? Not only did you get a bowl of meat, you even finished it. I've told you before, we have enough meat for today. Look at you, Uncle Qing, you look like a reincarnated hungry ghost. If he sees you, he will definitely vomit blood." Nodding at Bao Lin, Li Zixuan pointed at Qing Chumo and laughed. "Hey! My father won't scold me." Qing Chumo pursed his lips and said, "If he sees me like this, he might even praise me. I can be considered to have inherited his excellent style. Little Xian, you don't know, but back in the day, my father ate the same amount of food as 4 people in the military camp. What am I doing now?" Li Zixuan's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, if your father finds out that you're talking about your father like this, he will definitely beat you up. "Little Xian, you said that we have enough meat for today. You are underestimating the soldiers in our camp. Look, there are already people who have finished their first bowl and are lining up. At this rate, I estimate that everyone in our camp can eat at least 5 to 6 bowls of meat. There are only so few people in our kitchen, how much meat can we prepare? So, we definitely don't have enough meat for today. Ching Chumo patted Li Zishuan's shoulder with a confident look on his face. This guy usually didn't like to use his brain, but when it came to things that he cared about, he liked to use his brain more than anyone else. Just like now. Li Zishuan's forehead was full of black lines. He really wanted to slap this idiot in front of him to the ground. Holding back his impulse, Li Zishuan snorted at Ching Chumo and said, "Ugly ox, remember your confidence and arrogance now. If the kitchen still doesn't cook the meat, you have to finish the remaining meat in the pot yourself." He knew that the kitchen of the Wu camp prepared a total of 5,600 pounds of pork. After 5,000 pounds of pork was boiled, it would be more than 5,000 pounds. Furthermore, when the pork was cooked, there would definitely be some vegetables mixed in. Therefore, the amount of meat prepared by the kitchen of the Wu camp would definitely be more than 7,000 pounds. Even if the soldiers of the Wu camp were all big eaters, Li Zishuan believed that they wouldn't be able to finish all the meat he prepared in one meal. Forget about that. I was just joking with you. Hey. Just joking. Seeing that Li Zishuan wanted to make a bet with him, Ching Chumo was instantly terrified. Although he didn't think that he was stupid, he didn't think that he was smarter than Li Zishuan. Therefore, he didn't dare to make a bet with Li Zishuan. Hearing that, Li Zishuan curled his lips and looked at Ching Chumo with disdain. Ching Chumo naturally saw the disdain in Li Zishuan's eyes. However, he wasn't stupid and didn't fall for Li Zishuan's provocation. This was because he really didn't know how much meat was prepared in the kitchen today. Therefore, no matter what, he wouldn't make a bet with Li Zishuan. The few of them chatted and laughed. Soon, the line reached the kitchen. Yo! Ken Junli. You're finally here. The army cook who was getting the food was Ho Tai, the one who scooped the meat for Ching Chumo earlier. When he saw Li Zishuan who was behind Ching Chumo, he quickly greeted him with enthusiasm. "Ken Junli, hurry up and bring your bowl over. I'll scoop it for you first." Although Ching Chumo was the main reason why the Wu battalion was able to win the battle yesterday, everyone knew that the biggest hero of the Wu battalion was Li Zishuan. Back then, the Wu battalion was the weakest among the 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army. Li Zishuan's arrival not only gave the Wu battalion a new training manual, but also completely united the soldiers of the Wu battalion. If it wasn't for Li Zishuan, the Wu battalion would probably still be a pile of loose sand, not to mention winning the battle yesterday. Therefore, when Ho Tai saw Li Zishuan, he was naturally more excited than when he saw Ching Chumo. Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Ching Chumo suddenly said with dissatisfaction, "Hey! Old Ho, I'm the one who's in front of you. Why don't you scoop it for me first?" Ho Tai then noticed Ching Chumo in front of him. He immediately said with an embarrassed face, "Cough. Chumo, didn't you already eat a bowl? Ken Junli hasn't eaten yet. He must be hungry. I'll scoop the meat for Ken Junli first. After that, I'll scoop it for you. Don't worry, I'll scoop up some lean meat for you later. It'll definitely be enough." Okay. Old Ho, you're a good friend. Let Xiao Xian scoop it first. Ching Chumo's eyes lit up when he heard that. If there was lean meat to eat, he definitely wouldn't want to eat fatty meat. Wasn't it just a matter of getting the meat later? It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. He completely forgot that he was the one who cut the line in front of Li Zishuan. If he really wanted to talk about first come, first served, he should be behind Li Zishuan. Oh, no, he should be behind Sun Jiping. Li Zishuan didn't really care about eating earlier or later. However, when he saw Ho Tai's enthusiastic face, he didn't want to reject his kindness. So he passed by Ching Chumo, handed over the rice bowl in his hand and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Hey! You're welcome, Kan Junli. Ho Tai smiled and took the rice bowl in Li Zixuan's hand. However, he didn't bend over to scoop meat from the pot next to him for Li Zixuan. Instead, he turned around and walked into the kitchen. Hey! Old Ho, where are you going? Didn't you say you'll get me some food later? Ching Chumo didn't know what was going on and couldn't help but shout. However, Ho Tai didn't have time to answer Ching Chumo's question. Li Zixuan and Ching Chumo could only stand outside the window and wait. Not long after, Ho Tai came out with a bowl of meat. Ching Chumo stuck his neck out and looked into the bowl. He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Turtle. This bowl was filled with good quality pork ribs and half of a pig's trotter. This. Ho Tai was obviously giving special treatment to Li Zixuan. Ching Chumo couldn't help but point at Ho Tai and said, "Good. Old Ho. How can you still have such good food at this time? You hid it really well." Ho Tai quickly shook his head and said, "I didn't hide it. This was specially prepared by our brothers in the kitchen for Adjunct Li. This time, Adjunct Li played a big role in our victory over the other battalions. Everyone wants to thank Adjunct Li." After that, he handed the bowl full of good meat to Li Zixuan and said embarrassedly, "Adjunct Li, this meat has been in the room for a long time. It's not hot anymore. We didn't expect you to come so late." Chapter 2172. In the next martial arts competition, we, the Wu Battalion, will get first place again. It was supposed to be a carnival of meat, but because of Li Zixuan's actions and half-joking words, the outside of the Wu Battalion's kitchen was filled with cheers and shouts. At this moment, the thousands of soldiers of the Wu Battalion were all holding their bowls in one hand and waving the other hand in the air, cheering loudly. Fanaticism. Excitement. Respect. With all these emotions mixed together, this lunch was destined to be unusual. All right. Stop shouting. After a while, Li Zixuan saw that these guys were all shouting until their faces and necks were red. If he didn't know, he would have thought that they were looking for a fight with someone. More importantly, if they continued shouting like this, the half bowl of pork ribs in his hand would be completely cold. Although the weather was still hot, meat dishes like pork ribs would definitely not taste as good when it was cold. He had been in the barracks for so long, and finally had a chance to improve his meals. How could he let this bunch of idiots ruin his chance? Therefore, Li Zixuan gathered his qi in his dantian and shouted at the soldiers of the Wu Battalion around him. You can't get first place just because you have a loud voice. If you want to get first place, you have to rely on your strength. If you want to have strength, you have to train hard. I will remember all of your words. I hope that you don't just talk about it. You can put it into action and get first place again in the next martial arts competition. Li Zixuan's shout was infused with Jin Qi. Therefore, although the scene was noisy, his words were still clearly heard by every soldier of the Wu Battalion. In addition, when the crowd saw Li Zixuan open his mouth, many of them consciously shut their mouths. Therefore, when Li Zixuan was halfway through his speech, the noisy outside of the Wu Battalion's kitchen had already quieted down. He was the only one who was talking, and the others were all listening quietly. Don't worry, Lieutenant. We will definitely do what we say. That's right. We will train hard and get first place again in the next martial arts competition. Get first place again. Get first place again. After Li Zixuan finished his words, the soldiers all started shouting. All right. Hurry up and eat. It was rare for the kitchen to prepare so much meat today, so they couldn't waste it. After eating and drinking their fill, they continued training in the afternoon. Oh, by the way, starting from this afternoon, the amount of training in the Wu Battalion will be increased by 30%. Li Zixuan gestured for everyone to be quiet and continued. The first half of Li Zixuan's speech was reasonable, but the last sentence made the faces of the soldiers of the Wu battalion instantly change. A moment ago, they were still burning with passion and high morale, but the last sentence of Li Zixuan's speech was like pouring a basin of cold water on their heads, making them feel cold all of a sudden. Ah! Increase the training load by 30%. It's already been increased several times before. How are we supposed to live if it's increased by another 30%? Jiang Fei, you brat. What's wrong with increasing your training by 30%? If we don't increase our training volume, how are we going to get first place in the next fighting competition? Exactly. How can you get first place if you don't train hard? Eat meat. Quick, eat the meat. After eating, let's train hard in the afternoon. At first, the soldiers were moaning and groaning, but after being scolded by some of the captains and lieutenants, everyone gradually accepted the reality. They had no choice but to accept it. They all knew that once Li Zixuan had decided on something, no one could change it. They had no other choice but to accept the order. A soldier's duty was to obey orders. This was the most common thought that Li Zixuan had instilled in the soldiers ever since they joined the Black Armored Army. Moreover, just a moment ago, they had patted their chests and promised Li Zixuan that they would train hard in the future and strive to win first place in the fighting competition later. If they were to complain now, wouldn't they be slapping their own faces and be looked down upon by others? That would not do. After the soldiers digested Li Zixuan's news, they started to eat the meat again. After all, it was rare for them to eat enough meat today, and they still had a lot of training to do in the afternoon. If they didn't hurry up and eat, wouldn't they be letting themselves down? For a moment, there wasn't even any sound of talking in the kitchen of the Wu battalion. Only the sound of bowls and chopsticks and the sound of chewing could be heard. Li Zixuan held half a bowl of pork ribs and was about to squat down at the usual spot to eat. When he turned his head, he realized that Qing Chumo didn't follow him. Instead, Qing Chumo was holding his bowl and walking towards the back of the line. During the time they were queuing up, many soldiers had already finished their first bowl of meat and were queuing up behind them. Thus, this line had become a long snake. Li Zixuan couldn't help but ask, "Chou Niu, where are you going?" Qing Chumo stopped in his tracks. He calmly used his chopsticks to pick up a large piece of meat and put it into his mouth. As he chewed, he replied, "Oh, I'm going to queue up at the back. When it's my turn later, I'll be able to finish my bowl of meat. That way, I won't waste any time." F***ck. There's such a trick. Why else would they say that this kid wasn't stupid but just too lazy to use his brain? Look at this idiot's intelligence level now, it's way better than 90% of the people here. When Li Zixuan heard Qing Chumo's explanation, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Is this necessary? Is this necessary? You're still the son of a duke. Now, you're acting like this just to eat a few more bowls of meat. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing Qing Chumo? As for the soldiers beside Li Zixuan who were queuing up for their second bowl of meat, their eyes lit up when they heard this. They thought to themselves, that's right. Why didn't I think of such a good idea before? Instead of having to queue up for another bowl of meat, why don't we eat while queuing up? This way, not only can we save time, we can also eat a few more bowls of meat. It's simply wonderful. The few of them looked at each other and then followed Qing Chumo's footsteps to the back of the line. Old Wang, where are you guys going? To queue up in advance. Queue up in advance. Didn't you guys just finish queuing up? Are you F***king stupid? If you queue up now, you'll be able to get another bowl of meat after you finish eating. So that's how it is. This is a good idea. Later when I get my second bowl of meat, I'll queue up in advance too. Soon, Qing Chumo's trick was spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. The soldiers who were squatting on the ground and eating meat all stood up and joined the queue in advance. In an instant, only Li Zixuan and Sun Jiping were still squatting around the kitchen of the Wu battalion. The rest of the people were standing. Even the honest Bao Lin followed Qing Chumo's footsteps and queued up in advance. Conscript, should we go too? Seeing this sudden change, Sun Jiping was a little confused. Most importantly, in the entire Wu battalion, only the two of them were still squatting on the ground. It was a little eye-catching. Therefore, he couldn't help but ask Li Zixuan tentatively. Oh. Jiping, there's no need to fight with these little bastards. Don't worry, there's definitely enough meat in the kitchen today. Eat slowly, there's no rush. Chapter 2173. Slap. Slap. Outside the third camp's kitchen, a strange scene appeared. Two soldiers stood face to face and slapped each other in the face, while the rest of the soldiers squatted around them, watching the big show of slapping each other in the face while eating the food in their bowls with relish. Yes, although the food in the third camp wasn't as good as the food in the fifth camp today, it had to be said that having this entertainment show to go with the meal was still pretty good. Pang Guang, use some strength. Look at how hard Du Ziding is hitting you. Yeah. Pang Guang. Are you a man or not? He's already slapped you, why aren't you slapping him back? Slap. Ha. Good job, Pang Guang. Hit him like that. Du Ziding, use some strength too. What a soft slap. Did you not eat lunch? Brother Nyo, it seems like they really didn't finish lunch. No matter what era it was, there was no lack of onlookers who didn't mind the drama. The soldiers of the 3rd Battalion were watching the entertainment program and eating while fanning the flames and adding oil to the fire. Just look at the two people on the stage who jumped up and slapped each other's mouths. It was obvious how successful their fanning of the flames was. Speaking of which, as Zhang Kongnian's lackeys, Pang Guang and Du Ziding used to be tyrannical in the 3rd camp. Many people had been bullied by them before, but due to Zhang Kongnian's authority at that time, they didn't dare to say anything even though they were angry. Now that Zhang Kongnian was gone and Gao Gong took over, they were already extremely benevolent for not taking the opportunity to hit the two brothers when they were down. Now, they were just fanning the flames from the side, so what? The two brothers, Pang Guang and Du Ziding, originally only wanted to complete the mission, to complete the punishment. They were just putting on a show and didn't plan to really hit them. But when Gao Gong saw that they weren't hitting hard, he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go up and help them, scaring the two brothers so much that they quickly increased the strength in their hands. But once the two of them used all their strength, they couldn't stop at all. F***CK, Pang Guang, you bastard, you can really do it. Using so much strength, see if I don't beat you to death. Roar. I was just putting on an act. Do you know what an act is? You mother could dare to use your inner force. I'll fight you to the death. Puff. You with the surname Pang, very well, if I don't beat you to death today, I'll take your surname. Surnamed Du, I will not live under the same sky as you. Just like that, the two of them slapped each other harder and harder. Their eyes became redder and redder. Neither of them was willing to give in to the other. Of course, their faces became more and more swollen. It was obvious that he was really angry. Hey. Pang Guang, Du Ziding, you can stop now. All of a sudden, someone shouted, don't worry about it. Only then did the onlookers suddenly wake up. Right, didn't Deputy General Gao just ask them to slap each other 30 times? But these two guys had been slapping each other for more than a quarter of an hour, and they had already eaten 2 bowls of rice. Well, it couldn't be helped, this entertainment program was really too appetizing. Let alone 30 slaps, even 50 slaps would have been enough. Why didn't these two idiots stop? Alright. Pang Guang, Du Ziding, you two stop. The advice of the onlookers didn't make Pang Guang and Du Ziding stop because the two of them were arguing about a problem. Pang Guang, you're the one who King started it. Let's both stop after I finish the last slap. Slap. Bullsh T. You're the one who started it. I should be the one to slap the last one. Slap. You're the one who started it. Slap. You're the one who started it. Slap, slap, slap. Just like that, the two of them still slapped each other even though they knew that the punishment was over. After all, no one wanted to be slapped more than once, and no one wanted to be at a disadvantage. Chen Duan, Zhang De, go and separate them. Seeing that the two brothers, Pang Guang and Du Ziding, were obviously in a frenzy, Gao Gong hurriedly ordered the two sergeants beside him. If they continued to slap each other, the two of them would probably get a concussion, although Gao Gong didn't know the term concussion. Although Gao Gong usually disliked the two of them, he didn't want them to get seriously injured because of this. The Black Armored Army should fight with their lives on the battlefield. Why would they fight among themselves in the barracks? Yes. The two sergeants responded, then put down their bowls and rushed to Pang Guang and Du Ziding's sides. Each of them pulled one of them and forcibly separated the two brothers. All right. Stop hitting them. We've counted enough. That's right. You guys must be hungry after slapping for so long, right? Hurry up and go back to eat. Look, your food is getting cold. Chen Duan and Zhang De tried to stop the fight while comforting them. Our food is getting cold. Pang Guang and Du Ziding couldn't help but look at their bowls on the ground. Their noses turned sour, and they almost cried. Speaking of which, they were having a good meal. Why did they suddenly start slapping each other? Sigh, it's all because of their cheap mouths. They can't be cheap in the future. Field Officer Zhang is dead. They can't be so arrogant anymore. They have to tuck their tails between their legs. It would have been better if they didn't mention it. Now that they said it, they did feel a little hungry. Eat and change. Pang Guang and Du Ziding broke free from Chen Duan and Zhang Da's restraints. They looked at each other, then turned around at the same time and went to eat their bowls. However, because their faces were swollen, they couldn't speak clearly. Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't help but be amused. Gao Gong was quite satisfied with this punishment. After this incident, there would definitely be animosity between Pang Guang and Du Ziding. These two guys wouldn't be able to play tricks together in the future. He had broken up a small group, which was really a pleasant surprise. You all know why the Wu Battalion is so lively today, right? A moment later, most of the soldiers had finished eating. Of course, this didn't include Pang Guang and Du Ziding. These two brothers were still in pain as they sucked in cold air while carefully shoving the food in their bowls into their mouths. They were afraid that it would affect the wound on their cheeks. Gao Gong shouted in a deep voice. Hearing this, all the soldiers lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Of course, they knew why the Wu Battalion was so lively. However, they also knew that Gao Gong must have something else to say. They just needed to listen quietly. Who asked Gao Gong to turn over a new leaf and become the second in command of the Wu Battalion? Of course, other than the identity of the lieutenant, Gao Gong had a high prestige in the Black Armored Army. He was also an old member of the Black Armored Army. If it wasn't for his straightforward personality that often offended people, he wouldn't have been suppressed by Zhang Kongnian, that flatterer. Gao Gong was silent for a moment. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he then continued, the reason why the Wu Battalion is so lively now is because their kitchen has an unlimited supply of meat today. It is also because they won the first place in the martial arts competition yesterday. As for us, the Wu Battalion, we didn't even make it to the finals yesterday. Could it be that everyone in the Wu Battalion is a coward? According to the rules of the fighting competition, the members of the top 5 teams would receive an unlimited supply of meat for 7 days. For the first place of the fighting competition, all the officers and soldiers in their respective camps would be able to enjoy an unlimited supply of meat for 1 day. In addition, the members of their respective teams would receive a third-class merit for once. As for the 4 teams in the Wu Battalion, they all lost in the elimination round yesterday. None of them made it to the finals. This meant that no one in the Wu Battalion received any rewards. After hearing this, all the soldiers' expressions changed. Not long after, someone angrily retorted, "No. We are not cowards." Yes. There are no cowards in the Wu Battalion. We are not cowards. Very quickly, the crowd became angry. After all, the Black Armored Army was the #1 heavy cavalry in the world. Those who could join the Black Armored Army were either 1 in 100 or even 1 in 1,000 elites. These people all had pride in their hearts. How could they be willing to be called cowards? Gao Gong was very satisfied with the crowd's reaction. He pressed his hand down and said, "Yes. No one in the Wu Battalion is a coward." Before Li Kanjun came, the Wu Battalion was the weakest among the 5 battalions. But after Li Kanjun came, in less than 10 days, the Wu Battalion defeated all the other battalions in the martial arts competition. Have you ever thought about why? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Actually, they had thought about this question before. It was just that, the result was a little scary and unbelievable. They didn't dare to say it out loud. It is because of the new drill. It is because the soldiers of the Wu Battalion are training harder than anyone else. Gao Gong didn't have any scruples. He looked at everyone and said loudly, "Now, not only the Wu Battalion is using the new drill, almost all the other 4 battalions of the Black Armored Army are using it. Even General Chiu is using it." Chapter 2174. Li Zixuan had great respect for Duan Jixuan. Putting aside their ranks, Duan Jixuan had led the Black Armored Army to fight alongside Li Zixuan and defeated 18 rebellious kings. After that, he had fought with the Turkic Wolf cavalry many times. He had created countless miracles and contributed greatly to the establishment of the Tang Empire. Just based on this alone, Duan Jixuan and the other veterans in the Black Armored Army were worthy of Li Zixuan's respect. It was the same reason why he respected Qin Qiong and Qing Yaojin. Furthermore, after being in the Black Armored Army for so long, Li Zixuan had a basic understanding of the relationships between factions. Even though he hated forming cliques and factions, even though he came to the military camp with the intention of doing something for himself, just because he didn't provoke others, it didn't mean that others wouldn't provoke him. Qiu Xingong was a veteran in the Black Armored Army. In terms of seniority, he was about the same as Duan Jixuan. Li Zixuan was a newbie who had just joined the Black Armored Army. He definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Qiu Xingong. Fortunately, Duan Jixuan had always been on his side. Regardless of whether it was in the open or in the dark, Duan Jixuan had helped him solve many problems. Thus, Li Zixuan was still grateful to Duan Jixuan. He wasn't good at fighting factions. Fortunately, with old Duan's protection, he could spend most of his energy on researching how to train and improve the combat strength of the soldiers. Even though Li Zixuan was a transmigrator and had received more than 20 years of modern education, he had never been a soldier before. He had never been an officer. It was his first time training soldiers. He was trying to cross the river by feeling the stones. Thus, he needed a lot of time to research and experiment. Fortunately, in the field of military affairs, Great General, haven't the rewards for the martial arts competition been decided? The members of the top 5 teams would receive an unlimited supply of meat for 7 days. The first place of the fighting competition would receive an unlimited supply of meat for one day for all the officers and soldiers in their respective battalions. Furthermore, the members of their respective battalions would receive a third-class merit for one day. Since the second team of the 5th Battalion has won the first place in the fighting competition, all the soldiers of the 5th Battalion should be able to enjoy an unlimited supply of meat for one day. It's true that I have asked the quartermaster for 40 live pigs, but as long as the soldiers can finish these 40 live pigs without wasting any food, then they are not violating the military rules, and no one can blame them. Towards Duan Jishuan, Li Zishuan was still very respectful. Putting aside the difference in rank, Duan Jishuan had led the black armored army to fight alongside Li Zishuan and defeated 18 rebellious kings. Later on, he had clashed with the Turkic wolf cavalry many times, creating countless miracles. He had contributed greatly to the establishment of the Great Tang and the peace of the world. Just based on this alone, Duan Jishuan and the other veterans of the black armored army were worthy of Li Zishuan's respect. It was the same reason why he respected Qin Qiong, Qing Yaojin and the others. Besides, after being in the black armored army for so long, Li Zishuan had a basic understanding of the relationships between factions. Even though he hated forming factions, and even though he came to the military camp with the intention of doing something, it didn't mean that others wouldn't provoke him even if he didn't provoke others. For example, Qiu Xingong. Qiu Xingong was an old man in the black armored army. Chapter 2175. Yesterday, frost fell from the sky on the prairie. It can be said that the rumor circulating on the prairie has come true. Today, I have invited all of you here to listen to your opinions. What do you all think of this rumor? On the prairie, in the main tent of Shui Yintuo's division, Shui Yintuo's leader, Yinan, sat at the head of the table. To his left and right sat the leaders of the various tribes of Tiela, including Qian tribe, Huehe tribe, Bigu tribe, Tongluo tribe, and so on. Yesterday, the abnormal weather of midsummer frost had appeared on the prairie. Combined with the prophecy circulating on the prairie, it had indeed caused some of the people of the various tribes of the prairie to panic. Some tribes that were dissatisfied with Xieli had also begun to secretly deploy something. Although the situation on the prairie seemed to be surging with undercurrents, without exception, from yesterday morning until today, not a single tribe had dared to make things difficult for Xieli. Everyone had obediently stayed in their respective tribes, quietly waiting for the outside world to turn upside down. After all, Xieli had dominated the prairie for more than 10 years. He had many warriors under his command, and his strength was great. No tribe on the prairie could compare to him. Although the prophecy of frost falling from the sky had come true and Xieli was currently in a very passive situation, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, Xieli's current strength had not suffered any losses. Under these circumstances, even less people were willing to take the lead. Those who could muddle their way to the position of tribal chief were not idiots. After Yinan finished speaking, no one in the tent spoke. Even Qian Heli, who had a rather good relationship with Yinan, narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips, not saying a word. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. A few days ago, when this rumor had just arisen, everyone only thought that it was a delaying tactic that Tuli came up with because he had nowhere else to go. However, no one expected that yesterday's prophecy would actually come true. This tribal chief does not know the situation of the other tribes, but within the Tongluo tribe, everyone is already panicking. The herdsmen are all worried that if the Great Khan does not abdicate, longevity heaven will be angered again. Yesterday, there was frost. Who knows what kind of divine punishment longevity heaven will send down next time? In any case, several leaders of the Tongluo tribe have already suggested to me that the Great Khan should abdicate. After waiting for a long while, no one spoke, and the atmosphere in the tent became extremely awkward. Seated at the head of the table, the face of the barbarian man had also turned from that of a spring breeze to that of a dark cloud. The barbarian man glanced at the fourth middle-aged man to his left. That was the Tongluo tribal chief Abu Khan, one of the tribal chiefs of the Tila tribe whom he was on good terms with. Abu Khan felt the foreign man's gaze on him. He pondered for a moment, then braced himself and spoke. Ha! The situation in the Tongluo tribe is similar to the situation in my Shuayantuo tribe. Brother Chiefing, how is the situation in your chiefing tribe? Now that someone had spoken, the barbarian man could take the initiative to continue the topic. His expression was somewhat better. At this moment, he looked at Qigong Heli who was sitting beside him and asked. Qigong Heli's gaze focused. After scanning the people in the tent, he said indifferently, the situation in each tribe should be similar. Brother Chiefing, just tell us why you have invited us to your tribe today. Everyone here is not an outsider, so you don't need to beat around the bush. Moreover, the situation in the grassland is complicated and confusing. Although we have come here secretly, if we stay for too long, the Great Khan's wolf guards might notice. That's right. Why has Chief Chiefing summoned us to Shuayantuo tribe today? There's no harm in telling us directly. Qigong Heli's words had struck a chord in everyone's hearts. They naturally did not believe that the barbarian man had gone through so much trouble to invite them here just to talk about the frost that fell from the sky yesterday. There had to be a deeper meaning. After all, this was a special period. If they were discovered by Xieli's men, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ha! Brother Chiefing is still so direct. Chapter 2176. Humph. Although Tuli's tribe is surrounded by our army on the surface, who can guarantee that no one has entered Tuli's camp in the past few days? Or rather, who can guarantee that no one has come out of Tuli's tribe in the past few days? You must know that the people from the Tang Empire's imperial court won't be so stupid as to wear their official robes and enter the grassland openly. They will disguise themselves. Can you guarantee that no one has been let in? In the main tent of Shuayantuo's tribe, the barbarian man snorted and said in the face of everyone's doubts. Hearing this, everyone's faces froze because they really couldn't guarantee that no one had been let into Tuli's camp in the past few days. On the other hand, Qiguan Heli's face froze slightly because he remembered the news that a team leader in Qiguan tribe had reported to him a few days ago. The barbarian man was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He chuckled and continued, I won't hide it from everyone. A few days ago, when the prophecy of frost descending from the sky had just spread in the grassland, I had already sent people to sneak into Tuli's camp. Through the secret investigation over the past few days, I found that there is indeed a problem in Tuli's camp. What's the problem? A tribal chief asked impatiently. The barbarian man smiled mysteriously and said, My men found that there is a tent in Tuli's tribe that is heavily guarded day and night by Tuli's men. No one is allowed to get close to it. The people in the tent rarely come out. However, my men happened to see someone come out of the tent once. Although that person looked like a grassland man, at this point, the barbarian man leaned forward with a meaningful smile on his lips. Under everyone's impatient gazes, the barbarian man slowly said, but that person spoke the Han language. Boz. Although many people had guessed that the person the barbarian man was talking about was a Han person, they couldn't sit still when they heard the barbarian man say it himself. The people from the Tang Empire's imperial court had already infiltrated the grassland and were secretly colluding with Tuli. Was the Tang Empire preparing to attack the grassland? No wonder Tuli's tribe had been resisting desperately these days. It turned out that they had already contacted the Tang people. Were they waiting for the Tang Empire's reinforcements? If the Tang Empire really attacked the grassland, would Xieli send his tribe's warriors to the front line to fight the Tang army? There was no need to think about it. He definitely knew how to do it. It was just like how the warriors of their tribe were sent by Xieli to encircle and annihilate the remnants of Tuli's tribe. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through the minds of the tribal chiefs present. The more they thought, the more frightened they became. A layer of cold sweat involuntarily seeped out of their backs. Therefore, I speculate that there must be someone from the Tang Empire's imperial court in Tuli's camp. Moreover, this person's status must not be low. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gain Tuli's trust. Previously, Tuli ordered people to spread the prophecy of the frost in the 7th month on the prairie. It was very likely that it was this Tang Empire official who provided the stratagem. In their Han people's language, this was called the stratagem of sowing discord. There was a master in the Tang Empire's imperial court who wanted to use this stratagem of sowing discord to divide the prairie's power, so that Xili would lose the popular will of the people. As for why the people of the Tang Empire could predict that frost would fall on the grassland at the end of the 7th month, this was even simpler. The Tang Empire has many capable people with special abilities. Among them, there was no lack of capable people who were good at deduction and astrology. The Tang Empire even has a government office that specializes in astrology, called the Imperial Astronomer. If they could calculate in advance that frost would fall on the grassland at the end of the 7th month, it shouldn't be a difficult thing. Seeing that different degrees of panic flashed across everyone's faces, the barbarian man couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. He felt that everything was under his control. At this moment, it was as if he was possessed by Zhuge Kongming. He was unraveling the truth of the matter one by one. After hearing this, everyone in the tent believed him without a doubt. It had to be said that the barbarian man's analysis was infinitely close to the truth. If Li Zixuan was present, he would definitely exclaim, "My goodness, when I was discussing the stratagem of dividing the Turks with Li Er and the others, was the barbarian man eavesdropping on us?" But in reality, most of what the barbarian man said was his own imagination and conjecture. He didn't have a single shred of evidence. Previously, when he told everyone that the spy he sent to Tuli's camp saw a person speaking Chinese in the tent, it was all a bluff. He did send someone to infiltrate Tuli's camp and his people did indeed see a tent heavily guarded by soldiers. However, his people didn't see the person in the tent, nor did they hear the person speaking Chinese in the tent. Because the defense there was too tight, the spy he sent didn't dare to stay any longer and left. The barbarian man didn't expect that he would be able to scare this group of people with his lies. He couldn't help but feel proud of his outstanding intelligence. Tuli actually colluded with the people of the Tang Empire's imperial court. Now that Tuli has achieved his goal, the situation on the grassland has become unclear because of the prophecy he spread. Clearly, turmoil is about to occur. "Brother Inan, what should our Tila tribes do now?" Tongluo tribal chief Abu Kan asked with a frown. Obviously, he already believed the nonsense the barbarian man said earlier. Not only did he believe it, almost all the other tribal chiefs present believed it, including Chilean tribal chief Chilean Heli. "I've already told everyone earlier that in the upcoming chaos on the grassland, the Tila tribes can only comply with the will of the people and unite all the tribes on the grassland who are dissatisfied with Xili. Only then can we completely defeat Xili and wipe away our previous disgrace." The barbarian man looked at Abu Ken with satisfaction. Then, he looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Of course, the most important thing now is to think of a way to withdraw the people we sent to surround Tuli as soon as possible. At this time, Xili may attack us at any time. The strength in our hands must not be too scattered. Only by concentrating our strength can we have the strength to protect ourselves. In addition, let's secretly release Tuli's remaining troops. Firstly, we can let Tuli join up with the Tang army. With Tuli's hatred for Xili and the help of the Tang army, he is likely to quickly bring the Tang army back to the grassland to attack Xili. Secondly, if Tuli escapes, Xili will definitely send people to pursue him. This can also weaken a part of Xili's strength." The barbarian man's words made everyone nod inwardly. At this time, Chilean Heli frowned and said, "But if we let Tuli go, Xili's side will definitely attack us immediately. With our current strength, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to contend with Xili directly." Brother Healy is right. Previously, Xili ordered us to annihilate the remnants of Tuli's troops within 2 days. Now that 2 days have passed, Shili has already wanted to find trouble with us. If we let the remnants of Tuli's troops go, I'm afraid he will directly send troops to attack us. Another tribal chief echoed. The barbarian man chuckled and said, "That's why I said just now that we have to gather all our strength. I suggest that after the Tiela 10 tribes withdraw their troops that surrounded Tuli's remaining troops, they immediately gather in 2 places. The 4 tribes in the south will join up with Chilean tribe, and the 4 tribes in the north will join up with my Shui Intua tribe. We should first gather the elites of each tribe together as soon as possible, forming 2 main forces in the north and south that will cooperate with each other. As long as Shili dares to send troops to attack one of us, the troops in the other place will quickly provide support. Our Tiela 10 tribes warriors add up to at least 400,000 to 500,000. On one hand, Shili has to chase after Tuli's remaining troops, on the other hand, he has to deal with the Tang army's sneak attack. It's impossible for him to defeat us in one bite. And we can take this opportunity to absorb the other tribes on the grassland who are dissatisfied with Shili and unite with them to fight against Shili." The reason why the barbarian man wanted the main forces of the Tiela 10 tribes to gather in 2 places was mainly because the territories of the Tiela 10 tribes on the grassland were very scattered. If they wanted to gather in one place all of a sudden, it would probably be very inconvenient. Shui Intua tribe and Chilean tribe were the strongest among the Tiela 10 tribes. By letting the other tribes attach themselves to these 2 tribes, firstly, they could use the shortest amount of time to gather their forces in 2 places. Secondly, the main forces in the north and south could cooperate with each other in strategic positions. When one side was in trouble, the other side could not only provide support quickly, they could also besiege Wei to rescue Zhao and directly attack Shili's court. This was called being able to attack and retreat at the same time. It had to be said that although this guy looked simple-minded and well-developed, his meticulous mind was absolutely qualified to become an ambitious and ruthless person. What he lacked was only time and opportunity. The frost that fell on the grassland was his opportunity. As the barbarian man's voice fell, everyone frowned and remained silent. In their hearts, they were all calculating the feasibility of the barbarian man's plan. In fact, they all knew that the current situation in the grassland was turbulent. To them it was both a crisis and a good opportunity to overthrow Shili. However, Shili had after all dominated the grassland for so many years. His fame and his strength had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. The Tiela tribes had submitted to Shili for so many years mostly because of fear and knowing that they were no match for him. For them to overcome the fear in their hearts and declare war on Shili, this was easier said than done. After all, this decision of theirs would determine the life and death of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people in their tribes. Also, I received a very important piece of news this morning. Seeing that everyone was interested but still hesitant, the barbarian man took a deep breath and decided to throw out the trump card. As expected, everyone once again focused their attention on the barbarian man. Chilean Heli said in a low voice, "What news?" At this time, stop keeping us in suspense, barbarian man. Ha! Brother Chilean, don't be anxious. The barbarian man chuckled and then said seriously, I received news this morning. Yesterday morning, Shili's subordinate, Xier, suddenly led more than 1,000 wolf riders and went all the way south. It seemed like they were chasing after someone. They chased all the way to the border of the Tang Empire. Chapter 2177. What? It's actually the imperial teacher. How is that possible? Shui Yen Tua tribe, Central Army tent. After hearing the barbarian man say that Wu Jia was the one Shili had sent after, everyone in the tent was shocked and exclaimed in disbelief. That was Wu Jia. The only martial grandmaster in the prairie, an almost invincible existence. The reason why they had not dared to rebel against Shili all these years, besides the fact that Shili had a strong army, was because they were all afraid of Wu Jia. Thinking back to the time when Wu Jia had challenged all the masters of the prairie and broken through to the martial grandmaster realm in one fell swoop, everyone's hearts were inevitably shrouded in fear. Just imagine, if Wu Jia had personally led an elite wolf cavalry to attack their tribe, with Wu Jia leading the charge, their tribe's army would not have been able to resist for even a moment and would have been utterly defeated. At this time, hearing the barbarian man say that Wu Jia had betrayed them and Xieli had sent troops to pursue them, these tribal chiefs were pleasantly surprised, but at the same time, they felt that all of this was somewhat unreal. Why would Wu Jia betray them? He was the imperial teacher of the prairie, second only to one person. Humph. Why is it impossible? Baron Man snorted coldly, interrupting the whispers of the crowd. He said in a low voice, "Our imperial tutor's origins are unknown. It is said that he was brought back by Princess Xu Yan from some unknown place. When he was brought back, his entire body was charred black and he was on the verge of death. If it wasn't for the old imperial tutor, he would have been dead. However, although he was rescued, he lost his original memories. Later, when the old imperial tutor passed away, Wu Jia became the new imperial tutor of the prairie. Because of this, he attracted a large number of challenges from masters from various tribes. These people were all outstanding talents of their respective tribes, but Wu Jia only needed 3 months to defeat all of them. More importantly, his strength also broke through from the Qi transformation realm all the way to the martial grandmaster realm. From then on, no one in the prairie dared to challenge him. But think about it, a Qi transformation realm cultivator breaking through to the martial grandmaster realm in only 3 months, is this possible? Even if Wu Jia was a genius, it was impossible for him to use only 3 months to cross the threshold of the martial Tao that ordinary cultivators would never be able to cross in their lifetime. What does this mean? This meant that before he was brought back by Princess Xu Yan, he was already a great grandmaster. On our prairie, there hasn't been a martial grandmaster for nearly 100 years, so this Wu Jia's identity is definitely not simple. At least, he would definitely not be loyal and devoted to Xieli. It wouldn't be strange if he suddenly turned traitor. After listening to the barbarian's analysis, everyone could not help but fall into deep thought. In fact, regarding Wu Jia's identity and origins, no one present was very clear. Throughout the entire prairie, very few people knew of this matter. Qigong Heli was silent for a moment. He could not help but say, "But these are only our guesses, there is no proof. If the imperial advisor is still in the palace, if we rashly raise the army to resist Xieli, wouldn't we be asking for trouble?" Yes. Imperial Preceptor is an expert of Great Grandmaster realm. If he did not betray us and Xieli sent him to lead his troops to deal with us, who among us Jella tribes can stop him? One of the chieftains agreed. The barbarian man smiled confidently and said, "Although I don't have direct evidence, I still have some confidence. Think about it, Xieli's natural disposition is suspicious. Those who can be put in important positions by him, like Ashina Shirchu, Ashina Simo, are all loyal and devoted to him. It is impossible for them to betray Xieli. Only Wu Jia, this person's origin is unknown, and he is extremely mysterious. Usually, he ignores Xieli's orders, but Xieli needs to rely on his superior martial strength to subdue the prairie tribes, so he has always turned a blind eye to Wu Jia. Maybe he suddenly recovered his previous memories and did not want to work for Xieli anymore. That's why he ran away. Think about it, with Xieli's temperament, how could he let a great grandmaster escape? Moreover, he went south to the Tang Empire. He will definitely send people to kill him. Moreover, the people I sent to the palace also found an important piece of news. Perhaps it can prove that Wu Jia has already left the palace. What news? Everyone couldn't wait to ask. Although they were very dissatisfied with Xieli and wanted to rebel against him, none of them were willing to face Wu Jia, because a great grandmaster was really too terrifying. The wolf riders under Xieli were the elites of the elites. If these wolf riders were combined with a great grandmaster like Wu Jia, they would be an invincible existence. Although there were many tribes and warriors in the prairie, no one could stop this almost invincible combination. Don't underestimate the influence of a great grandmaster expert on a battle. Although a great grandmaster expert was still a human and could not fight an entire army by himself, if an army was led by a great grandmaster expert, the battle prowess of the army would definitely increase by several times. This was the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Therefore, the tribal chiefs of the Tai Lu tribes all hoped that the barbarian man's guess was true, because once Wu Jia left, Shili would have one less trump card in his hands, and they would have more confidence in rebelling against Shili. Princess Shu Yan's tent has been sealed off by Shili's people. From yesterday morning until today, Princess Shu Yan has not taken a single step out of her tent. The barbarian man smiled and told everyone a seemingly unrelated piece of news. The tribal chiefs of the Tai Lu tribes all frowned and began to think about the connection between this matter and Wu Jie's escape from the palace. The barbarian man did not give them more time to think, instead continuing, as everyone knows, Princess Shu Yan and the imperial teacher have always had a close relationship, and Princess Shu Yan once traveled the Central Plains in her early years, disappearing for several years. When she reappeared in the prairie, it was with the severely injured and unconscious Wu Jia. With the relationship between Wu Jia and her, now that Shili has placed her under house arrest, how could Wu Jia not find Shili to reason with? Therefore, I guess that before Wu Jia was brought back by Princess Shu Yan, he must have already known Princess Shu Yan, and he is most likely from the Central Plains. Moreover, the reason why Princess Shu Yan is currently under house arrest may be because Shili knows that Wu Jia has betrayed the imperial court and does not want Princess Shu Yan to follow him. Or perhaps, Shili wants to use Princess Shu Yan as a hostage to threaten Wu Jia in the future. Regardless of which possibility it is, Wu Jia is definitely no longer in the imperial court. At this time, the prairie is filled with undercurrents, and Shili is surrounded by enemies. This is the best time for us to rise up. If everyone continues to hesitate, our Tai Lu 10 tribes will no longer have a chance to rise up in the prairie. Hearing this, everyone could not help but think of the oppression and humiliation their tribes had suffered over the years when they submitted to Shili. The eyes of some of the less shrewd tribal chiefs instantly turned red. The Tong Luo tribal chief, Abu Khan, clenched his fists and took the lead to speak. Brother Inan is right. Shili's days are numbered, and he has lost the hearts of the people. If we do not rise up against him now, we will not have a chance in the future. The Tai Lu 10 tribes have been oppressed by the Ashina family for so many years, it is time to rebel. My Tong Luo tribe is willing to rise up. My wild ancient tribe is also willing to rise up with Brother Inan. My Puga tribe is also willing to rise up. Immediately, a few other tribal chiefs of the Tai Lu 10 tribes expressed their views. Most of these tribes were located in the north of the prairie and were closer to Shui Intuo's tribe. The remaining tribes that had not expressed their views were mostly closer to Kijian's tribe. The uprising was initiated by Inan, and since Kijian Healy did not say anything, they naturally could not express their views. Brother Inan's analysis is correct. After the prophecy of frost on the prairie is realized, Shili's prestige in the prairie is bound to be greatly reduced. Coupled with the fact that the state preceptor has most likely left the imperial court, this is indeed the best time for us to rise up. Seeing that Kijian Healy had no intention of speaking, a middle-aged man sitting below Kijian Healy spoke. However, the Tang imperial court has been eyeing the prairie for a long time. Once the Tai Lu 10 tribes rise up, the prairie is bound to fall into endless internal strife. According to Brother Inan's plan, you want to borrow Tuli's hand to lead the Tang army up north to attack Shili. Isn't this the same as leading the wolf into the house? At that time, the Tang army will not only attack Shili, but also us. I'm afraid the vast prairie will completely fall into the hands of the Tang Empire. This man's name was Yao Luogu Bodhisattva, and he was the current tribal chief of the Huehe tribe. Among the 10 tribes of Tai Lu 10 tribes, Huehe tribe's strength was in the upper tier with hundreds of thousands of tribe members, second only to Kijian and Shui Intua tribes. If forced to choose a side, Yaoluo-gu Bodhisattva would definitely be willing to stand on the side of Kijian Healy. However, in reality, Yaoluo-gu Bodhisattva would not easily choose a side between Kijian Healy and Inan. After all, his Hueha tribe was ranked third among the 10 tribes of Tai Lu 10 tribes. Only by remaining neutral and watching the tigers fight could he maximize his benefits. Hearing this, everyone then remembered that Inan said he wanted to let Tuli go and then wait for him to lead the Tang army back to the prairie to attack Shili. All the tribal chiefs once again cast their gaze on Inan. Indeed, with their current strength, even if they joined forces with the other tribes of the prairie who were dissatisfied with Shili, it would still be difficult for them to contend against Shili. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before they were defeated by Shili. Using Tuli as a chess piece to lead the Tang army into the prairie to attack Shili was indeed the only feasible method they could use to defeat Shili. However, if Shili was a tiger, then wasn't the Tang Empire a wolf? After defeating Shili, the strength of the tribes of the prairie was bound to be greatly reduced. At that time, facing the wolf of the Tang Empire, how should they, the Tai Lu 10 tribes, deal with it? Ha! Bodhisattva, you're wrong. I'm not leading the wolf into the house. I'm driving the tiger to devour the wolf. Inan took a deep look at Yaoluo-gu Bodhisattva, then sneered and said with awe-inspiring killing intent. At this moment, his entire body was overflowing with domineering aura. His eyes were bursting with dazzling light, making people unnaturally believe that he was not joking. Chia Healy's eyes flashed. He knew Inan's ambition. At this moment, it was completely exposed. His ambition was not only to seek revenge on Shili, he wanted to be the king of the prairie and even the ruler of the world. I do want to borrow the hands of the Tang Empire to help us get rid of Shili. However, if the Tang Empire wants to touch the prairie, it's impossible. Inan took a deep breath, looked at everyone and continued, think about it carefully. Looking at history, for the past 1,000 years, the dynasties of the Central Plains have been replaced. Even if there were a few wise monarchs in the middle, the prairie still belonged to us prairie people. Even if the emperors of the Central Plains used all the power of the country, they could not completely control the prairie. In the past, Qin Shi Huang was an unparalleled hero. Although the general Meng Tianbei was more than 700 miles away from the Xiongnu, the Qin Empire could only look at the prairie and sigh. In the end, they still built the Great Wall. Because the prairie was vast and boundless, once the armies of the Central Plains went deep into the prairie, it was difficult to get out. Qin Shi Huang could only use the Great Wall as the boundary to secure the territory. After Qin, the Emperor of Han was also a man of great talent and bold vision. Back then, the Han Empire was rich, ambitious, and capable. Therefore, the Emperor of Han also wanted to touch the prairie. Wei Qing went to Hunan and Hu Zubing went to Heshi. Although they tore 2 pieces of fertile land from the Xiongnu Empire, the Emperor of Han could only stop there. After the Emperor of Han, the Western Han and later the Eastern Han, although they could protect the western region and pursue the desert, their method of dealing with the nomadic tribes like the Xiongnu was to move inwards. As for the real control of the prairie, no one in the Han Empire dared to mention it. Because to them, the prairie was a land of death. If they wanted to use the power of the country to fight the prairie to the death, the only outcome would be the destruction of the country. Even wise rulers like Qin Shi Huang and the Emperor of Han could not do anything about the prairie. Do you all think that Li Shimin is stronger than Qin Shi Huang and Han Wu? After we defeat Shili, this vast grassland will all be our territory. If the great Tang army dares to make a move against us, we will have enough space to deal with them and kill them all on the prairie. I think that the final result is very likely that Li Shimin will admit that we are in control of the prairie. As long as we do not invade the Great Tang, I believe that Li Shimin will not fight to the death with us. When the Great Tang army retreats and leaves the prairie, the entire prairie will be under the control of our Tila 10 tribes. No one will dare to bully us and our tribes will have the most fertile land. What are you all still hesitating for? Opportunity knocks but once, it will not come again. It had to be said that Yannan had definitely made sufficient preparations for today's secret meeting. Otherwise, this fellow would not have been able to speak so eloquently. Not only did he reveal the secret between Wu Jia and Ashina Shuyan, he even specially researched the history of the war between the Central Plains and the tribes of the prairie, scaring the tribal chiefs of the Tiela 10 tribes into a daze. His words were truly too provocative. At the same time, it completely dispelled the last trace of doubt in the hearts of the Tiela 10 tribes' tribal chiefs. Tong Luo tribe chief Abu Kan said emotionally, "Brother Yannan is right. Opportunity knocks but once, it will not come again. 100,000 Tong Luo tribe is willing to follow Yannan chief to overthrow Xieli. 80,000 wild ancient tribe is willing to follow Yannan chief to revolt, 80,000 Boga tribe is also willing to revolt. 200,000 Hueha tribe is also willing to follow everyone to overthrow Xieli. In the end, even Hueha tribe chief Yao Luoga Bodhisattva expressed his stance. 200,000 elite troops of my Qian tribe are ready to fight with Xieli at any time. Qian Heli knew that he could not remain silent anymore. Even though he knew that Yannan was ambitious and would definitely make other moves after overthrowing Xieli, he had to express his stance now. Otherwise, he would be committing suicide in the Tiela 10 tribes. Chapter 2178. Actually, there was nothing wrong with Yinan's earlier analysis. For thousands of years, the dynasties of the Central Plains had been replaced. There had been emperors throughout the ages, and there had also been muddle-headed emperors. However, there had never been a case where the Central Plains had complete control over the grasslands. On the other hand, the nomadic tribes in the north had always been a formidable enemy of the dynasties in the Central Plains. Sometimes, they would make peace with the dynasties in the Central Plains to obtain large amounts of living materials. Other times, they would go down south to plunder and bring great disasters to the dynasties in the Central Plains, sometimes even annihilating them. Back then, when Qin Huang swept through the 6 directions, how majestic was he! But facing the grassland, Qin Shi Huang could only look on and sigh. Even though Meng Tianbei was 700 miles away from the Xiongnu Empire, which greatly reduced their morale, the Qin Empire still built the Great Wall. The Great Wall symbolized defense. Usually, only when offense was not enough would one build a defense. The Great Wall also symbolized a boundary. The Great Wall was the boundary of the Central Plains dynasty in the north. Although the southern server was located in Lingnan, the Qin Empire's strategy in the north was to defend and stabilize their borders. Since the Qin dynasty had followed the Qin dynasty's political system for 100 generations, the later dynasties of the Central Plains could only follow suit. It could be said that they relied on the route, but it could also be said that they copied it because of the ambush. However, the Central Plains dynasty was unable to break through the Great Wall and had always been in a defensive position in the north. Emperor Wu of Han was like this, and the Western Han and Eastern Han after him were also like this. Later on, the Northern Wei dynasty appeared and unified the entire northern grasslands. However, the Northern Wei dynasty was established by the nomadic Xinbei people. Furthermore, the Northern Wei dynasty also started to build a great wall in the north. Hence, the moment Northern Wei became a dynasty, they would have to play according to Qin Shi Huang's plan. Following the long river of history, according to the original historical script, the Tang Emperor Li Shimin was the emperor of the Central Plains and the Heavenly Khan of the grasslands. The Tang Empire opened up the Yenisei River and the 10,000 li grasslands. However, the Tang Empire's strategy in the grasslands was not to rule the grasslands completely. Instead, it was to support the pro-Tang forces and gradually assimilate the grassland tribes. Li Shimin's strategy was wise, and his method was correct. However, the Great Tang's progress had already come to an end when Emperor Xuanzong arrived, not to mention the Song dynasty after the Tang dynasty. The northern Song dynasty even lost the land of Hunan, which was the modern Ningxia, which was taken by Emperor Wu of Han. Therefore, the northern Song had basically returned to the era of the Qin Empire. Nuzendai Jin was also a nomadic tribe. Before they entered the Central Plains, they were the overlord of the grassland. But what about after they took over the Central Plains? The new Jinren quickly became Chinese. She didn't even go back to her hometown in the northeast. She slaughtered the grasslands in the north at first. Then, she relied on the Tata people to restrain them. In the end, she still built the Great Wall. The Mongols were the fiercest, but the Yuan dynasty was only a part of the Great Mongol Empire. Hence, the Mongol nobles did not totally become Chinese and maintained their grassland nature. Therefore, although the emperor of Deyuan was in the Central Plains, his heart was tied to the grasslands. As a result, the Yuan dynasty's rule over the Central Plains was as rough as it could be. It was so rough that they even forgot to collect taxes after conquering the southern Song dynasty. However, once the mid-plains was reorganized, the Mongols could only retreat north. Because these people had never treated the Central Plains as their home. Since the master of the Central Plains did not welcome him and even tried to chase him away with a stick, then he would quickly run back to the grasslands to sing and herd the horses. After the nomads conquered the Central Plains, they would definitely encounter two choices. It was also a dilemma. One was to quickly assimilate into the Chinese and then successfully take over, but they would have to give up on the grasslands. The other was to refuse to assimilate into the Chinese and then find it difficult to gain a foothold. Sooner or later, they would be chased away. Why did the Manchus achieve the unification of the Central Plains and the grasslands? The Manchurian emperor of the Qing dynasty created a trinity. In the Central Plains, he was called the Emperor, in the Mongolian grasslands, and in the snowy highlands, he was called the reincarnation of Manjushri. Therefore, the ruling methods of the Manchurian nobles were quite powerful. However, it was still the same question: do you want the Manchurian people to become Chinese? This was a must. If they did not become Chinese, they would not be able to gain a foothold in the Central Plains. However, if the Manchurian people were to become Chinese, how would they rule the grasslands? A Lama temple was better than 100,000 soldiers. This was the understanding of the Manchurian emperor, and it was also the strategy of the Manchurian emperor to rule the grasslands. The Manchurian emperor's cost of conquering the grasslands was much lower than the Ming dynasty's cost. However, why did the ancient Central Plains dynasty not have a single emperor who dared to rule the grasslands? It was not that they did not want to, but that they could not. Other than what the Chinese man said earlier, there was a deeper reason. That was that the Han dynasty of the Central Plains and the Grassland dynasty had a fundamental difference in their underlying logic. In ancient China, what was a Han? A Han was defined according to culture. Specifically, it was the Confucian culture. As long as one accepted the Confucian culture and lived according to the Confucian culture, they would be regarded as a Han in ancient times. The Confucian culture first existed as a standard of ethics for the masses. Individuals who followed the Confucian culture had to live in a specific structure of interpersonal relationships. The Confucian culture required these specific interpersonal relationships to have a relatively stable family structure. The prerequisite was that they had to settle down. The prerequisite for settling down was farming. However, farming had a hard constraint, which was the amount of rainfall. In ancient society, due to the requirement of rainfall for farming, if a Han wanted to live beyond the Great Wall, they had to become nomads. Otherwise, they would die. Once they became nomads, it meant that the Central Plains interpersonal relationships would collapse. They could no longer live according to the Confucian way. As long as you lived a nomadic lifestyle, you would no longer be a Han. For the Central Plains dynasty, it was fine to send troops to expel the nomads. However, to rule the north, they had to station troops. The logistics of the garrison could not be transported by the Central Plains. It was too far. It was because of the Confucian culture of the Central Plains dynasty that the Central Plains dynasty could not go beyond the Great Wall. They could only develop in the Central Plains. In layman's terms, it was probably a vast and boundless grassland. For the rulers of the Central Plains, it was a barren land that was not worth their efforts to attack and control. Even if they conquered it, it would not be of much use. Moreover, they would have to send troops to defend it. It was not worth it at all. After all the tribal chiefs of Tila expressed their desire to resist Shili together, the few of them briefly discussed their next plan, and then returned to their own homes, to their own mothers. Now was indeed a special time. These tribal chiefs gathered together for a long time and were easily discovered by Shili's spies. Therefore, Qigong, Heli and the others did not delay in Shuayantuo's tribe. After walking out of the tent, they disguised themselves and left Shuayantuo's tribe. However, although these tribal chiefs were very careful, they somewhat underestimated Shili's spies. In other words, they underestimated Shili's wolf guards. Ouch! Bull, watch for me for a while. I need to go to the outhouse. At the exit of Shuayantuo's camp, a soldier suddenly clutched his stomach and cried out in pain. It seemed that he ate something bad and had a stomachache. This person shouted to his companions and then hurriedly ran away with his back bent. However, he did not go to the outhouse. After making many turns, he came to the foot of a hill in the west of Shuayantuo's tribe. He put his thumb and index finger in his mouth and whistled. After a while, not far away, a man in a black robe flashed over. That soldier hurriedly went up to him and said directly, "Quickly go and report to the Great Khan." The tribal chiefs of Tila 9 tribes came to Shuayantuo's tribe to discuss with the barbarian man. It seems that they are planning something. They stayed in Shuayantuo's tribe for nearly an hour before leaving. Good. The man in the black robe nodded and only said one word. Then, he turned and left. In a few breaths, he had already disappeared. Obviously, his martial arts were not ordinary. As for the soldier, he surveyed his surroundings. After confirming that he had not been exposed, he slowly returned to his post. Chapter 2179. Jimming, you're right. The barbarian man may end up burning himself in the end. In the main tent of the Chigu tribe, Chigu Heli sighed and said, "After the Wei River Alliance, the Tang Empire has been recuperating for the past 2 years, and its national strength is becoming more and more prosperous. On the other hand, our Turks have been caught in internal strife. The current Tang Empire's strength is not weaker than Shili's. Half a month ago, Shili sent 50,000 of his most elite wolf riders to the Tang Empire's border to receive state teacher Wu Jie. But in the end, the 50,000 wolf riders were annihilated by the Tang Empire's army. From this, it can be seen that the current strength of the Tang Empire's army is definitely not the same as 2 years ago. The barbarian man wants to lead the Tang Empire's army north to attack Shili, and then drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. But how does he know that the Tang Empire will definitely send troops to the grassland? As far as I know, the current Tang Empire's imperial court can be said to be full of talents and bright stars. There are Fang Xianling, Zhangsun Wuji, and other world-shaking talents. In the military, there are peerless generals like Li Jing, Qing Jijie, and Yuqi Jingde. If Tuli leads his troops to return to the Tang Empire, if the civil and military officials in the Tang Empire's imperial court know about the current situation in the grassland, in my opinion, they will most likely choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. When our Tila tribe and Shili's imperial court both suffer losses, they will then lead their troops north and reap the benefits. Therefore, since yesterday's frost on the grassland and rumors about Shili's misconduct spread everywhere, I'm afraid all the tribes on the grassland have already fallen into the Tang Empire's scheme. There are experts in the Tang Empire's imperial court. And now in Tuli's camp, there must be a senior official of the Tang Empire secretly adding fuel to the fire. Oh. Why does Chief say so? Jimming agreed with the first half of Chigu Heli's words. He also thought that after the Tang Empire knew about the grassland situation, they would most likely choose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight instead of rashly sending troops to attack Shili. On this point, he and Chigu Heli agreed. However, Chigu Heli's last sentence surprised him. Thanks to Baron Man's reminder this morning, I was reminded of something. Keighley furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, a few days ago, a squad leader named Keeg from Putua's tent guarding the southern fortress reported that there was a caravan of Puga tribe coming from the south. They claimed that they were under the orders of the chief of Puga tribe to transport a batch of Tang specialties from Taiyuan and offer them to the Great Khan. Chigu he brought people to inspect the carriages of the caravan. Seeing that the carriages were filled with silk, porcelain, and ironware, he gave the order to let them pass. Not long after that, there was a prophecy on the grassland that Shili's misconduct incurred the wrath of Tingri. At the end of July, there will be frost in midsummer. At first, no one believed it, but unexpectedly, there was frost yesterday morning. The situation on the grassland instantly became delicate. Later on, I asked the chief of Puga tribe. He said that their tribe had not sent out any caravan recently, and no caravan came back from outside. So, I guess that the caravan that Keeg let go was most likely an envoy sent by the Tang Empire to help Tuli. The prophecy of frost in midsummer at the end of July was purposely released by the Tang Empire's envoy to stir up the situation on the grassland and make the grassland fall into greater turmoil so that the Tang Empire's imperial court could reap the benefits and conveniently help Tuli. Brilliant. Really brilliant. When Keeg Heli first heard about the prophecy of frost in the grassland at the end of July, he suspected that this rumor must have come from Tuli. He guessed that Tuli wanted to use this rumor to stir up the situation on the grassland and then take the opportunity to lead his tribe out of the encirclement and surrender to the Tang Empire. He even guessed that Tuli might have already gotten in touch with the Tang Empire's imperial court. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly put on such a show. But he never expected that an official from the Tang Empire's imperial court would secretly sneak into the grassland and infiltrate the heavily encircled Tuli's court. This was really a case of how to catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Even Keeg Heli somewhat admired that person's courage. If this is true, then the Tang Empire's imperial court is really too terrifying. Hearing this, Guzhang Jiming opened his eyes wide and said with a shocked face. So, the grassland civil strife is about to rise. If our Keeg tribe still follows the barbarians and becomes the enemy of the Tang Empire, it is really an unwise move. We have to think of a way out for our tribe in advance. Keeg Heli sighed and then looked at Guzhang Jiming and said in a deep voice, these years, the grassland civil strife has not stopped. The Keeg tribe has been suppressed by Shili. The warriors in the tribe are often sent to the front line by Shili. In just over 2 years, more than 10,000 warriors of our Keeg tribe have been killed or injured. In the long run, even if our little family property is not exhausted by Shili, it will be lost in the endless civil strife. As the chief, I have to think of a way out for my tribesmen. Chapter 2180. Khan. Now that the rumors have been spread and the frost has fallen, the herdsmen on the grassland are all restless and discussing Shili in private. But why haven't the leaders of the other tribes made any moves? Especially the 10-tribe coalition that has surrounded us. They still show no signs of withdrawing. In Tuli's tent, Ni Shirtuo and Tuli were analyzing the current situation of the grassland. At this time, Ni Shirtuo said with some melancholy. After seeing the vast expanse of white frost on the grassland yesterday morning, he and Tuli were so happy that they almost jumped up. If it weren't for the fact that the timing was not right, they would have held a banquet to reward the 3 armies and not return until they were drunk. But their excitement didn't last long, because as time went by, the situation they had expected at first didn't appear. The tribes on the grassland who were dissatisfied with Shili didn't take the opportunity to launch an attack. At most, the herdsmen and the tribes were discussing Shili because of the frost falling from the sky. Not a single tribe made any real moves. This made Tuli and Enrich very anxious. Because whether the grassland could fall into chaos because of this was directly related to whether they could escape the encirclement and smoothly go south to seek refuge with the Tang Empire. Therefore, their state of mind changed from the excitement yesterday morning to the slight uneasiness in the afternoon. And today, they were even a little anxious. Tuli has ruled the grassland for many years. The strength under his command is far from what any tribe can compare to. In addition, in order to unify the grassland, he has destroyed countless tribes. His methods are extremely cruel. Which tribe on the grassland isn't afraid of him now? Although the prophecy of frost falling from the sky has come true and Tuli has lost all the people on the grassland and some tribes have become restless because of this, the power of one or several tribes is still too insignificant. Before they have enough power to unite, the tribal chiefs of those tribes don't dare to openly rebel against Tuli. Tuli looked out of the tent with a gloomy gaze and couldn't help but sigh as he spoke slowly. In fact, he had been waiting for the people outside to send news of the turmoil on the grassland. But reason told him that things couldn't progress so fast because Tuli's strength was really too strong. The tribal chiefs of those tribes weren't fools. They couldn't jump up to rebel against Tuli just because of a prophecy. That was no different from courting death. Now, everyone was waiting. Waiting for someone to take the lead and raise their arms. At that time, the grassland might fall into true turmoil. Khan, you mean we have to keep waiting? When Enrich heard this, his eyes widened and he said anxiously. That's right, Tuli said indifferently, right now, we can only wait. Enrich said anxiously, but the tribe's warriors can't hold on for much longer. I'm afraid our rations can only last for 3 more days. If we can't break out of the encirclement and rendezvous with the Tang army outside the southern plains, our 100,000 men will starve to death even if we aren't killed by the Great Khan's men. Only 3 days. Upon hearing this, Tuli could not help but clench his fists. In fact, he was more anxious than anyone else, but was there any use in being anxious? His subordinates had been surrounded by the 10 allied armies and over 300,000 warriors. At this moment, he was like a beast trapped in a cage. He could only hope that the hunters outside the cage would start fighting so that he could seize the opportunity to escape. He could only wait. Even though they knew that they didn't have enough provisions, they could only wait. It wasn't that he didn't want to send people to break out of the encirclement. Previously, his people had tried countless times to open a gap in the encirclement, but in the end, they had all failed and suffered heavy losses. If they tried to break out now, it would only increase the number of casualties, and the result wouldn't change at all. Is there any movement on Tang Jian's side? After a long silence, Tuli suddenly asked. Replying to the Great Khan. Ever since Tang Jian changed his tent, his days have been even more carefree than before. We're still worried about the news from the front line, but he's living well. He's been drinking wine and having beautiful women all day long. He's living very comfortably. Upon hearing Tuli mention Tang Jian, Enrich's face suddenly became indignant and he couldn't help but criticize. Speaking of which, after the frost fell yesterday morning, Tuli knew that his plan had succeeded by more than half. He was in an incomparably good mood. Therefore, he ordered people to settle Tang Jian and the others in the best tent, gave them the best food, the best wine, and also sent the best beauties in the tribe to serve them. He practically treated Tang Jian as the tribe's honored guest. Compared to the treatment Tang Jian received at the beginning, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It couldn't be helped. After witnessing the realization of the frost prophecy, Tuli knew that he had hope of escaping. After he escaped, he still had to lead his troops to surrender to the Tang Empire. Tang Jian was the Tang Empire's Duke of Zhou and an important minister of the imperial court. After he surrendered to the Tang Empire, he would inevitably have to rely on Tang Jian in many places. Therefore, he had no choice but to carefully serve Tang Jian. Enric's face was full of indignation. After hearing Enai Shirtua's words, Tuli's gloomy face eased up. He muttered to himself, "That's good. That's good." He thought that as long as Tang Jian remained calm and didn't panic, it meant that the situation hadn't deteriorated to the point of no return. It must be known that when the frost prophecy was spread, Tuli's heart was even more uncertain than it was now. However, at that time, Tang Jian looked calm and at ease, not worried at all that the prophecy would come true. In the end, the heavens really did come at the end of the 7th month and sent frost to the prairie. As soon as he thought of this, Tuli's restless heart suddenly calmed down. He now had a kind of honey confidence in Tang Jian. As long as Tang Jian didn't panic, he wouldn't panic. What? Enai Shirtuo faintly heard Tuli's muttering. He couldn't help but open his eyes wide, wondering if he had misheard. He thought that old guy Tang Jia was living a carefree and happy life in their camp. How could it be a good thing in the Khan's eyes? Tuli shook his head and didn't explain further. At this moment, a voice came from outside the tent, reporting to the Khan, General Demotzi of Shui Intuo's tribe requests an audience. Demotzi. Upon hearing this, Tuli's body suddenly shook, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He and Enai Shirtuo looked at each other, then quickly sat up straight and ordered outside the tent, "Invite General Demotzi in." Demotzi was not only the general of Shui Intuo's tribe, but also the nephew of a barbarian man. Although he was only in his teens, he had divine strength since childhood. Not only was he rarely a match among the younger generation of the tribe, but few people in the army who were older than him could beat him. Therefore, at such a young age, Demotzi had become a general that the barbarian man relied heavily on. According to the historical process, after the Tang dynasty destroyed Shui Intuo, the remaining Shui Intuo people supported Demotzi as Aitwushi Khan in an attempt to restore Shui Intuo. However, the Tang dynasty and the Tiela tribes didn't recognize it. Li Er sent Li Ji to attack Demotzi's encampment and instructed, "If you surrender, you'll be pacified. If you rebel, you'll be punished." Li Ji went to the Overseer Mountain. His chief, Ti Zhende, led his people to surrender, but secretly plotted to rise again. Li Ji then sent his troops to attack, beheaded more than 5,000 people, captured more than 30,000 men and women, and brought Demotzi back to Chang'an. After Tuli heard that Demotzi was requesting an audience, he guessed that Shui Intuo's tribe would take action. However, he couldn't understand why the barbarian man sent Demotzi over at this time. Could it be that the other party was now ready to confront Xieli? Otherwise, why would the barbarian man dare to send people here so openly? Demotzi greets Little Khan. Tuli didn't have to wait for long. While he was deep in thought, the curtain of the tent was lifted, and a young man with braids and slightly bronzed skin walked in. It was Demotzi. Demotzi entered the tent and bowed to Tuli in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "General Demotzi, you don't have to be so polite." Tuli raised his right hand. After Demotzi straightened up, he went straight to the point and asked, "I wonder what General Demotzi is here for." Tuli didn't have much interaction with Shui Intuo's tribe before, and he was even less familiar with Demotzi. He had only heard of his name, but had never seen him in person, let alone have any friendship. Therefore, Tuli didn't want to waste time to exchange pleasantries, but went straight to the point. Demotzi was a straightforward person. Hearing Tuli's question, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Then he cupped his fists and said to Tuli, "Demotzi has come to convey the goodwill of Shui Intuo's tribe to Little Khan." Chapter 2181. Who in the prairie doesn't know the fighting power of the Swanee 7 tribes? General Enai Shirji is a famous fierce general in the prairie. How could Demotzi dare to bully you? In Tuli's tent, seeing Enai Shirji getting angry, Demotzi hurriedly flattered him with a face full of fear and trepidation. The Swanee tribe was Tuli's direct army, and the Swanee tribe could be said to be the most powerful tribe in the entire prairie. At first, there were dozens of tribes in the Swanee tribe, and later, it gradually developed into 7 tribes. They were mainly distributed in the Sumo River and Black Water area. Among these 7 tribes, the Sumo Swanee and Blackwater Swanee were the most powerful. And Enrich was the chief of the Swanee Blackwater tribe. Humph! A bunch of hypocrites. Enrich snorted coldly, looked at Demotsi, and said with a face full of disdain, "You say you don't dare, but now you're here to threaten the little Khan. If the barbarian man really wants to fight, the 100,000 warriors of the Swanee 7 tribes will fight with him to their heart's content." Being pointed at and scolded, especially by a defeated general, or rather, a general who was about to be defeated, Demotsi's face was somewhat ugly. However, when he thought of the mission that the barbarian man had given him before he came here, he could only temporarily suppress the anger in his heart. His slightly furrowed brows quickly relaxed. He smiled slightly and said, "That's right. Ha! What is General Enrich talking about? Demotsi came here with the friendship of my Shui into a tribe. Over the years, the Great Khan has relied on his tyrannical strength to go on expeditions and collect taxes on the prairie. A while ago, he implemented the Han official system, causing the people of the prairie to seethe with resentment. The reason why the Tiela 10 tribes surrounded the little Khan was also because they were threatened by Shieli. However, no matter what, our common enemy should be Shieli, and we should not be killing each other here. Although the little Khan's men are incomparably elite and all of them are fearless of death, you have been besieged for such a long time, your men and horses are already tired, and your provisions are almost exhausted. My chief can't bear to harm his own people, so he tried to find a way to survive for the little Khan. In the end, after many persuasions, all the chiefs of the Tiela 10 tribes agreed to take the risk and let the little Khan's men leave the prairie. Of course, we also have some selfish motives because we let the little Khan leave without permission, and it will definitely anger Shieli. Next, I'm afraid that Shieli will soon lead his troops to attack our Tiela 10 tribes, so we hope that after the little Khan joins the Tang Empire, he can lead the Tang army to invade the prairie and attack with us. Seeing that the hard way didn't work, Demotsi had no choice but to use the soft way. The main reason was that the old man Enrich was too stubborn. If he really angered him and caused the Bai and 7 tribes to fight to the death with Shui Intuo's tribe, then it would be a big joke. When he returned, wouldn't the barbarian man skin him alive? On the other hand, calculating the time, the rest of the Tiela 9 tribes should be arriving soon. As soon as those people arrived, they would withdraw their respective tribes' troops and horses. Wouldn't his previous nonsense with Enrich and Tuli be exposed? At that time, not only would Tuli and Shui Intuo's tribe become enemies, the rest of the Tiela 9 tribes would also blame Shui Intuo's tribe for secretly smuggling goods. That's right, the barbarian man sent Demotsi to force Tuli to swear in the name of Tingri and hand over his only son to Shui Intuo's tribe as a hostage. This was smuggling goods. The barbarian man wanted to completely strangle the uncertainty of whether Tuli would lead the Tang army to the prairie as soon as possible, and he also wanted to hold the card of Tuli's son in his own hands. After all, the strength of the Bai and 7 tribes couldn't be underestimated. If Tuli really led the Tang army to the prairie in the future, the strength in his hands and the warriors of the Bai and 7 tribes under his command might all be used by him because of this card. Chapter 2182. Inside the tent, Tuli looked into Tang Jian's eyes with a nervous and anxious expression. His burning gaze was like a deeply affectionate man gazing at his lover. Cough Tang Jian felt his scalp go numb. In fact, it wasn't that Tuli didn't know the severity of the matter. Tuli was naturally very willing to exchange one person's life for the survival of hundreds of thousands of people in his tribe. However, that person was his only son, so he was somewhat hesitant. After all, he only had one son. Although he was not yet 30 years old, he was still in the prime of his life. Even if he lost this son, he could still have another one in the future. In any case, as long as he escaped to the Tang Empire, Li heir would give him a lot of rewards based on his status. He could still live a life of 3 wives and 4 concubines, living a life of luxury. However, who could guarantee that he would really be able to have another son in the future? The medical conditions of this era were not as developed as those of modern society. Whether it was the probability of pregnancy or the probability of a newborn being born smoothly and growing healthily, they were all not very high. In the current situation where he didn't have a second son to guarantee, Tuli didn't want to risk his only son. If Tang Jian really had a way to save his son, then Tuli was even willing to treat Tang Jian as his savior for the rest of his life, the benefactor who saved his son's life. Cough cough. Con, you're confused because you're too concerned. Tang Jian, who felt uncomfortable being stared at by Tuli, hurriedly coughed to break the awkwardness in the air. With a serious expression, he said, Con, you might as well think about it carefully. At this critical moment, since the barbarians and the other Tiela tribes have unanimously decided to raise their troops to fight against Xieli, not only does it show that they have long been disloyal to Xieli, but it also proves that they have already realized that this is their only chance to defeat Xieli. Khan, do you think that the Tiela tribal chiefs will give up or change their plans for such an important plan because of a hostage? Tuli's eyes turned cold when he heard this. He felt that Tang Jian's analysis was very reasonable, but some parts seemed to be somewhat unreasonable. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but frown and ask, if that's the case, then wouldn't it be superfluous for the barbarians to send Demotzi here to sing this song? No no no. Tang Jian shook his head and said, if my guess is correct, the barbarian man's action is more of a probe. If he can successfully persuade Khan to send the hostage to Shui Yintuo's tribe, it will be equivalent to him gaining a loyal ally like Khan who can advance and retreat together with him. In the future, Shui Yintuo's tribe will become even more powerful among the Tai Lu tribes, even suppressing Qian tribe. Once the Tai Lu tribe's rebellion against Xieli succeeds, the barbarian man will replace Xieli and become the new master of this prairie. If you, Khan, did not agree to his request, he would not suffer any loss. The plan of Tai Li's tribes to resist Xieli could still be carried out smoothly. The only regret he had was that he could not borrow your power to achieve his goal of dominating Tai Li's tribes and even the entire prairie. But from this point of view, this person's ambition isn't small. Even if he loses this opportunity, he will sooner or later become a formidable person. The barbarian man is indeed ambitious. Tuli nodded in agreement. Soon after, he said with a worried expression, but if this Khan doesn't agree to their request, won't the barbarians fly into a rage out of humiliation and continue to attack our troops? Definitely not. Tang Jian's gaze was calm as he said with certainty, this Tang has said before that the plan of Tai Li's tribes to resist Xieli definitely did not originate from the barbarian man alone. It is also not something that the barbarian man alone can change. In terms of strength, the strength of Tai Li's 10 tribes is far inferior to Xieli. And Khan, you have more than 100,000 elite soldiers under your command. The current situation in the prairie is delicate. No matter which side wants to fight with you, they will have to knock out at least a few teeth. Therefore, if the barbarian man feels apologetic towards Khan over such a small matter and even confronts you with weapons, then in the eyes of Tai Li's 10 tribes, he is disregarding the overall situation. The other chiefs of Tai Lu tribes will definitely not allow him to act so recklessly. However, with the nature of the barbarian man, I'm afraid he will not do such a foolish thing. Later on, you can find an excuse to reject Demotzi and give the barbarian man a way out. I believe the barbarian man will not hold on to this matter and the Tai Lu army near Yiting should also disperse soon. Tuli nodded thoughtfully. Although Tang Jian's analysis was very reasonable, there was still some uneasiness in his heart. After all, this was the only chance for him and the 100,000 soldiers under his command to break out of the encirclement. For this, they could be said to have planned carefully and waited for such a result with great difficulty. If they were to be completely ruined because of his selfishness, he would not be able to feel at ease for the rest of his life. However, when he thought of his most beloved son, and thought of the current delicate situation in the prairie, in theory, the barbarian man and the rest of Tai Li's tribes would naturally not be so stupid as to waste their military strength to fight with him head-on. After hesitating and struggling in his heart for a long time, Tuli finally made up his mind. He raised his head and said with a firm gaze, "Duke Ju's discerning eyes are like torches. You saw through the barbarian man's evil scheme at a glance. This Khan admires you. Many thanks to Duke Ju for pointing out the right path for this Khan. This Khan will now find a reason to reject Demotzi." Finished speaking, Tuli solemnly cupped his fists and bowed to Tang Jian. Perhaps when Tang Jian had just arrived at the grasslands, he had indeed looked down on Tang Jian, this weak and scholarly old man. After all, at that time, the situation was like fire to him. The men under his command could be wiped out by Xieli at any time. He did not believe that a mere Tang Jian could change anything. But today, the prophecy of frost falling from the sky had come true. The people of the prairie were panic-stricken. Rumors were spreading everywhere. Tai Li's tribes took advantage of the situation to rise up and rebel against Xieli. All of this started because of Tang Jian. What was originally a dead chess game seemed to have been completely revived by Tang Jian. Even if Tuli did not say it out loud, in his heart, he gradually respected and admired Tang Jian. Today, Tang Jian even indirectly saved his son's life. Tuli believed that Tang Jian was completely worthy of this bow. You can't. You can't. Tang Jian hurriedly waved his hand and stepped aside. He smiled and said to Tuli, "Khan is too polite. When we reach the Great Tang, you and I will be colleagues in the imperial court. Why should we be so polite?" Colleagues, hearing this, Tuli was startled. Then, he laughed and said, "Ah. Duke Ju's words are reasonable. When we leave the prairie, you and I will be colleagues. When we reach Chang'an, Shenbo Ao will definitely have a good drink with Duke Ju." Unknowingly, Tuli had changed the way he addressed Tang Jian from Ben Khan to his own name. This also showed that Tuli had regarded Tang Jian as a friend. "Ha! When the time comes, we will not return until we are drunk." Tang Jian laughed and said. Tuli knew that he could not delay Tomozi for too long. So, he bid farewell to Tang Jian and quickly went to the central tent. As soon as he arrived outside the tent, he heard Tomozi's impatient voice coming from inside the tent, "General Ni Shishir, when will Little Khan give me an answer? My chief is still waiting for me to return and report." "Soon. Soon. Such a big matter, Khan and heir apparent must have a good discussion. Why are you in such a hurry?" This was Ni Shishir's voice. He was also a little impatient because before Tuli came back, he had already said similar words countless times. Ni Shishir was a hot-tempered person who would explode at the slightest provocation. If it were anyone else who urged him like this, he would have slapped them long ago. However, the person in front of him was Demotzi, the nephew of the barbarian man. If he beat him up, the old barbarian man would definitely not let the matter rest. At that time, it would be hard to say if they could escape from the grassland. Therefore, even though he was very unhappy, Ni Shishir had been suppressing it. His heart was very uncomfortable. "No. The chief has given me 2 hours to return to the tribe and report. I can't delay any longer. I have to find Little Khan and ask him face to face whether he agrees or not. He has to give me a definite answer immediately." Inside the tent, Tomozi frowned and turned to walk out of the tent. The main reason was that he was really anxious. Tuli had already left for more than a quarter of an hour. Calculating the time, the people from the other tribes should be coming soon to pass on the order of withdrawal to the surrounding defenders. At that time, he would be exposed. Even if he was exposed, Tuli and the others wouldn't dare to do anything to him. However, if this matter spread out, the other chiefs of the Tiela tribe would definitely know about the barbarian man's plan. At that time, they would really go for wool and come home shorn. Enrich frowned and moved his feet slightly. In a flash, he stood in front of Timozi and said in a deep voice, "General Timozi, this is an important military camp. Not every soldier knows you. If you walk around casually, it won't be good if someone treats you as someone from another tribe and catches you. Therefore, you'd better stay in the tent and wait for Khan to come back." Before Tuli left, he told him to take good care of Timozi. Although Enrich didn't know who Tuli went to look for after leaving the tent, he could still understand the hidden meaning in Tuli's words. Tuli was determined not to let Timozi leave the tent, at least not before Tuli came back. "General Enrich, what do you mean by this?" Seeing that Enrich had the intention to stop him, Timozi narrowed his eyes and exuded a dangerous aura. In terms of prestige on the grasslands, although he was not as famous as Enrich, when it came to fighting, he was not at all weak. Besides, he came here as a representative of the barbarian man. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. "Ha! General Timozi, please don't be angry. General Enrich doesn't have any bad intentions. We both hate Shili to the bone and should be friends. Why should we harm our friendship?" Outside the tent, Tuli knew it was time to go in. Most importantly, in such a short time, he had already thought of an excuse to send Timozi and the barbarian man away. Therefore, he opened the tent curtain and walked in. He chuckled at Timozi, who was about to fight with Enrich. "Khan!" Seeing Tuli come in, Enrich was shocked. He no longer cared about Timozi beside him and quickly turned around to salute with cupped fists. Timozi also hurried to greet him and said, "Little Khan, you're finally back. What's the result of your discussion with Heluo?" Timozi needs to return to the tribe as soon as possible to report. Please give me an answer now. Cough, cough. Tuli coughed softly and said with a serious face, "General Timozi, unfortunately, Heluo has recently contracted a strange disease. His body is sometimes cold and sometimes hot. At first, this Khan thought he had caught a cold, but many shaman doctors in the tribe couldn't cure him. Just now, this Khan went to Heluo's tent to check again. Coincidentally, the tribe's old shaman doctor, Shuama, diagnosed him. Shuama said that Heluo has contracted a cold and fever." Chapter 2183. Khan, if the barbarian gets wind of this news, will he fly into a rage out of humiliation and lead his troops to attack us? In Tuli's tent, Enrich asked Tuli worriedly after Demotzi had left for a long time. He naturally knew that what Tuli had said to Demotzi about Heluoha getting cold and fever was a lie. When he saw Heluoha yesterday, he was still alive and kicking. How could he suddenly get cold and fever? Clearly, Tuli didn't want to hand his son over to Shui Intuo's tribe. From a personal point of view, Enrich naturally didn't want to hand over Heluoha either. Even if the Tiela tribes withdrew, he would feel ashamed. However, compared to the lives of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers under his command, Enrich felt that there was nothing wrong with leaving him behind. However, these were only his personal thoughts. Now that Tuli had made a decision, he would support him unconditionally. However, he still couldn't help but worry that the barbarian man would retaliate after he got wind of this news. The situation in the grasslands is delicate now. Since the Tiela tribes dared to unite to resist Shili, it means that more and more tribes on the grasslands are dissatisfied with Shili and are willing to stand up. At this time, even if the barbarian man is unwilling, he won't dare to waste his troops here. Otherwise, how can he resist Shili? Although he wasn't sure, Tuli still replied with certainty. He had to give his subordinates confidence. Khan is wise. Enrich frowned and thought for a while. He felt that the barbarian man's words were reasonable, so he leaned over and flattered him. Tuli's expression didn't change. He pondered for a moment and ordered, "General enrich, immediately pass down the order. Tell all the generals to count their men and horses, pack up, and be ready to set out at any time. In addition, send a group of people out to pay attention to the movements of the troops around Yiting. Once the troops in one direction retreat, we will immediately break out from that direction and leave the grasslands." Enrich was shocked when he heard this. They had been trapped here for nearly half a month. They had experienced life and death situations, and even ran out of food and water. Now that they were about to break out, Enrich couldn't help but feel somewhat enlightened. All these changes were brought about by that Tang. This subordinate obeys. Enrich immediately cupped his fists and accepted the order. He then turned and walked out of the tent. "Duke, forgive me for speaking out of turn. We are about to complete our mission and leave the grassland to return to Chang'an. Why do you still want to create more problems? That barbarian man is not a good person. If Tuli refuses him like this, what if he changes his mind and joins the other Tiela tribes to encircle and annihilate us? I'm afraid we won't be able to go back for the rest of our lives." On the other side, in Tang Jian's tent, Yu Minghu's face turned bitter when he heard about the discussion between Tang Jian and Tuli. If it weren't for the fact that Tang Jian's status was higher than his, Yu Minghu would have smashed his fist on Tang Jian's face already. "Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? Who asked you to meddle in other people's business? It's obvious that Tiela's troops are planning to withdraw. It's obvious that our mission in the prairie is about to be completed. Yet you insist on instigating Tuli to play with that barbarian man. Is that barbarian man someone to be trifled with? What if the other party changed his mind in a fit of anger and joined forces with the rest of the Tiela tribe to attack Tuli's tribe? Wouldn't they all be finished?" "Minghu, calm down. Don't be impatient." Seeing that Yu Minghu was really anxious, Tang Jian quickly put away his smile and said with a serious face, "After this incident, we can see that this barbarian man is indeed someone. But you don't have to worry. Since the Tiela tribes have decided to join forces to resist Shili, the barbarian man won't choose to waste his troops to encircle and annihilate Tuli at this time. Besides, as far as this old man knows, the most powerful tribe among the Tiela tribes should be the Qian tribe. Even if the barbarian man loses his head in a fit of anger and wants to do something foolish, the chief of the Qian tribe won't let him do as he pleases. But what if? What if the barbarian man doesn't play by the rules and attacks Tuli with all his might in a fit of anger?" Yu Minghu didn't buy it at all. Mainly, he felt that Tang Jian's action was completely superfluous. Since the barbarian man wanted Tuli to hand over Heluoya as a hostage, why not just let Tuli hand him over? What did it have to do with them? As long as the barbarian man kept his word and promised to withdraw the troops, this deal was very worthwhile. Tang Jian didn't need to interfere and instigate Tuli to reject the barbarian man. Wasn't this adding more variables to their escape from the grasslands? At this time, Yu Minghu's emotions were somewhat out of control. With reddened eyes, he said, "I still have a 60-year-old father and mother at home. I was thinking that after this mission is completed, I can earn some military merits. I was planning to return to Chang'an and marry a wife to make them happy. If we can have a boy or a girl, our Yu family will have descendants and they won't have to worry about me all the time. But you did this. If the Tiela tribes really change their minds because of this, none of us can go back." Not everyone had a heart as big as Tang Jian's. For example, Yu Minghu and the other imperial guards who escorted Tang Jian to the grasslands, although they were all elites in the army, they were isolated and helpless after coming to the vast grasslands with Tang Jian. Every day, they went through life and death trials and were constantly on tenterhooks. If they were not mentally strong, they would have already broken down long ago. They were able to hold on until now because of the belief in their hearts, the belief to go home. And now, Tang Jian's seemingly superfluous decision might very well ruin their hard-won opportunity to go home. How could Yu Minghu not feel heartache? Seeing Yu Minghu reveal his true feelings, Tang Jian couldn't help but fall silent. Yu Minghu was born in the Imperial Guards. Before this, they actually didn't have any interactions. However, along the way, they had crossed mountains and rivers, experienced all kinds of difficulties and dangers, and even faced death several times. The relationship between Tang Jian and Yu Minghu and the others had gradually lost the boundary of superiority and inferiority. They were more like friends. However, before this, Yu Minghu had always obeyed Tang Jian's orders and never raised any objections. Now, his abnormal behavior was really because Tang Jian instigated Tuli to reject the barbarian man. This move was too risky. Moreover, it was risking everyone's lives. If Tang Jian had taken such a risk when they first came to the grassland, Yu Minghu wouldn't have said anything. Because at that time, their situation was very bad and they could only fight to survive. But now, they were clearly about to welcome the dawn of victory, but Tang Jian still wanted to create new problems. Yu Minghu couldn't understand this. Minghu, this old man's move is indeed a little risky, and I have neglected your feelings. This old man deeply apologizes. After a long silence, Tang Jian patted Yu Minghu's shoulder heavily and sighed. But then, he changed the topic and said, but even if I had to do it again, this old man would still make the same choice. It's not that this old man is superfluous and creating new problems. This barbarian man is very ambitious. If he really leaves Tuli's son in Shuayantuo's tribe and suddenly submits to the imperial court, wouldn't it be equivalent to the barbarian man inserting a chess piece in our Tang Empire? I believe that His Majesty also doesn't want to see this situation. It's true that our Tang Empire wants to attack the grassland, but when and how to attack, only the Tang Empire has the final say. The Tang Empire can't become the barbarian man's knife to eliminate Shili. Otherwise, even if Shili falls, the barbarian man will become the next Shili. For our Tang Empire, there will be no end of trouble. Tang Jian was truly farsighted. Not only was he Li Er's subject, but he was also Li Er's close friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken on this dangerous mission. As a close friend, he naturally had to clear all obstacles and hidden dangers for Li Er, so he couldn't let the barbarian man take Hiluaha hostage to threaten Tuli. This was because Tuli would soon become a citizen of the Tang Empire. If the barbarian man used Hiluaha to threaten Tuli, it would be the same as threatening the Tang Empire. This was a situation that Tang Jian absolutely didn't want to see. If not for Yu Minghu's loss of composure, Tang Jian definitely wouldn't have said these words out loud. Yu Minghu couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. Although he didn't completely understand what Tang Jian said, he still roughly understood the meaning. He knew that he had misunderstood Tang Jian. Tang Jian's previous actions weren't superfluous and creating new problems, but had a deeper meaning. Duke, you have great foresight. This subordinate was short-sighted and lost composure for a moment. Please punish me, Duke. Yu Minghu knelt on one knee and cupped his fist to Tang Jian in shame. He was a soldier, and a soldier's mission was to protect the country. As long as Tang Jian's previous actions weren't aimless and were beneficial to the Tang Empire, even if it put them in danger, Yu Minghu wouldn't have any complaints because this was their mission. His previous loss of composure was mainly because he didn't understand the deeper meaning behind Tang Jian's actions. Now that he knew, he naturally wouldn't have any complaints in his heart. Get up. This isn't your fault. Tang Jian bent over and helped Yu Minghu up, then said, this old man is to blame for not considering your feelings beforehand. However, if this old man isn't wrong, even if the barbarian man knows that his plan didn't succeed, the Tiela troops near Tuli will withdraw very soon. Pass down the order and let our men prepare. Before the sky turns dark today, we should be able to leave the grassland. Seeing Tang Jian so confident, Yu Minghu couldn't help but feel relieved. He cupped his fist and said, yes. Duke. This subordinate will pass down the order now. Those bastards have been in the grassland for so long and have been waiting for this day for a long time. After saying that, Yu Minghu turned around and left the tent. In fact, the changes in the situation were much faster than Tang Jian had expected. Not long after Demoji left Tuli, about a quarter of an hour, a small group of cavalry came from the north. The leader was a man with a strong back and a bearded face. It was Kiji Heli's younger brother, Kiji Shaman. This small group of cavalry came down from the west side of Tuli and quickly arrived at a garrison camp in the south. Second leader. Second leader is here. Although Kiji Shaman wasn't very well liked by Kiji Heli, at least not as well as Guzang Jiming, but among the soldiers of Kiji tribe, Kiji Shaman's prestige was still very high. This guy was straightforward and didn't put on airs. Moreover, he was often at the forefront of battles. Such a general would naturally be supported by the soldiers. Therefore, when Kiji Shaman arrived, the soldiers in the camp who had nothing to do all gathered around and greeted him warmly. Nay! Kiji Shaman reined in his horse and skillfully dismounted. He first looked around and then asked a soldier in front of him, "Where is your General Goer?" Kiji Goer was the general of Kiji tribe and one of the most capable generals under Kiji Heli. Second leader, General Goer went to patrol the front lines. According to the time, he should be back soon. Do you want to rest in the tent for a while? Hearing Kiji Shaman's question, the soldier quickly replied. No need. Bring me to him. Kiji Shaman shook his head and prepared to get back on his horse. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the north of the camp. Then, a soldier in the camp shouted, "General Goer is back." Kiji Shaman was stunned when he heard this. Then, he grinned and laughed, "Ha! Looks like I came at the right time." Then, he strode towards the group of people. Second leader, why are you here? Chibi Goer was a tall and skinny middle-aged man with a thick beard. When he saw Chibi Shaman approaching, he hurriedly went forward and bowed respectfully. Ha! Goer. We brothers don't need to be so polite. Kiji Shaman laughed and put a hand on Kiji Goer's shoulder. Then, he said, "Goer, I'm here to pass on my big brother's orders." Kiji Goer was stunned. He motioned for the soldiers on his left and right to withdraw. Then, he quickly asked, "What orders does the chief have?" Kiji Shaman said, "My big brother orders you to immediately gather all the men here and withdraw to the tribe. No delay." What? Withdraw all the men? But if the great Khan knows? Hearing this, Chita Goer was greatly shocked. He knew that a few days ago, Shili had given the tribal chiefs of Tiela a death order. If they withdrew their troops, how could Shili spare Chita Goer tribe? Kiji Shaman smiled mysteriously and whispered to Kiji Goer, "Big brother wants you to withdraw the men to get rid of Shili. Don't worry, the other tribes have already agreed that they will withdraw their troops today. While Shili hasn't reacted yet, we have to withdraw all the men." What? Kiji Goer's eyes widened when he heard this. His heart could not help but tremble violently. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind: the sky has changed, the sky of the grassland is about to change. All right. This subordinate will gather the soldiers and withdraw to the tribe. After being shocked for a while, Kiji Goer finally came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and cupped his fists at Kiji Shaman. Fighting against the powerful Shili, although the outcome was hard to predict, but since this was Kiji Heli's decision, he could only support it. Moreover, all the herders and soldiers of the Tiela tribes did not have a good impression of Shili. Now that he could fight Shili openly, not only did Kiji Goer not have the slightest fear, he even had a trace of excitement. Chapter 2184. Quick! Quick! Everyone must rush back to the tribe before noon. Those behind, hurry up. When it was close to noon, the unavoidable Qigong clan army of Tuli suddenly began to move. A large number of people circled to the west side of Tuli Kingdom, then under the lead of Qigong Shaman and Qigong Gu, the army rushed north, stirring up dust and grass along the way. When the army reached the foot of Mount Yideti, which was more than 10 miles away from the west side of the Tuli tribe, a large group of cavalry suddenly appeared in front of them, and the cavalry was rushing in their direction. Shoo! Seeing this scene, Kiger hurriedly reined in his warhorse, and at the same time raised his hand towards the rear troops, indicating for them to stop. Kiger's shaman frowned, and said with a displeased expression, "Could it be Xieli's men?" This question was naturally directed at Qian Gu. The two of them were standing in a row. Qian Gu looked into the distance for a while. When the cavalry was only 1 mile away from them, his expression suddenly changed and he said with a serious expression, "Not good. It's Xier's army. He went to inspect the Heshi tribe earlier. I didn't expect him to come back so soon." Previously, when the grassland was filled with rumors because of the prophecy of frost, Xieli specially gave the Tiela 10 tribes such as Qian tribe and Shuaiyintua tribe a death order to prevent any changes in the great cause of unifying the grassland. He ordered them to annihilate the Tuli tribe and trample the Tuli tribe within 2 days. Moreover, to prevent the Tiela 10 tribes from going against him and not going all out, Xieli also sent General Ashina Xier to lead 10,000 elite wolf riders to supervise the battle at the front line. Once he found that someone was passive and slacking, Ashina Xier could even directly kill first and report later. The cavalry that was charging towards Chigar was none other than Ashina Shirchu's army of warlords. Its members were all from the grassland's most elite cavalry, the Wolf Riders. Hearing this, Qian Heli's expression changed and he couldn't help but ask, "What should we do now? Why don't the rear army become the front army and bypass them from other places?" It was true that he was very confident in his own strength, but he didn't have much confidence in the soldiers under him. To be precise, he didn't have much confidence in the warriors of the Qian tribe when facing the elite Wolf Riders. No. The Wolf Riders were too fast, we couldn't get around them in time. Moreover, once they catch up to us, our formation will be too chaotic, and it will be very difficult to resist their attacks. Kishiger was much more experienced in battle formations. Hearing this, he shook his head and rejected Kishiger's suggestion. Then, his mind turned quickly. A moment later, he turned to Kishiger and said, "Second leader, please take a detour with you and search for the nearby Gogu tribe, Tongluo tribe, and Huihe tribe. They definitely haven't completely retreated. Since the Tiela 10 tribes have already decided to join hands to fight against Xieli, now that we have encountered the wolf cavalry, there is no reason for them to sit idly by. Xier only brought 10,000 wolf riders. As long as Pugu tribe, Tongluo tribe, and Huihe tribe are willing to send reinforcements, Xier's 10,000 wolf riders will definitely not dare to act blindly without thinking. They will only retreat in the face of difficulties." Asking for reinforcements was the only feasible method that Tashiger could think of at the moment. There was no other way, the strength of the wolf cavalry was simply too strong. Moreover, the leader of the wolf cavalry was the famous great general Ashina Shirchu of the grasslands. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Against this wolf cavalry, Tashiger did not have absolute confidence in victory. But hearing this, Kishiger hesitated. Speaking of which, if he went to ask for reinforcements, what about Tashiger and the others? Could they withstand the attack of 10,000 elite wolf riders? Putting aside their positions, Kishiger and Kishiger's personal relationship was rather good. Normally, they called each other brothers, which was why Kishiger hesitated at this moment. "Second leader, don't worry. Xier only brought 10,000 wolf riders. My tribe has 80,000 men. Although it will be somewhat difficult for us to completely defeat these 10,000 wolf riders, it is also impossible for them to completely defeat us in a short period of time. We will definitely be able to hold on until second leader returns with reinforcements." Kishiger knew what Kishiger was worried about, so he hurriedly spoke to dispel the latter's doubts. "Good. Gu'er, you must hold on until I return with reinforcements. Kishijur knew that time was of the essence, so he did not waste any more words. He stepped forward and patted Gu'er's shoulder heavily, then turned around without hesitation. He picked a small group of men and horses, and then rushed madly towards the rear of the army. Show! General Gu'er. Not long after Qigong Shaman left with his men, Ashina Shi-er and his wolf riders arrived in front of Qigong Gu'er. Seeing the dense horde of cavalry behind Gu'er, Ashina Shi-er frowned and asked, "What are you doing here instead of clearing out the rebels in the south of Tuli?" As he spoke, Ashina Shirchu stared into Katanjur's eyes and asked word by word, "Could it be that you want to disobey the Great Khan's orders and rebel?" Kishijur looked at Ashina Shi'er, then calmly cupped his fists and replied, "Shi'er Top, she must be joking. The Kishijur tribe will always be loyal to the Great Khan. How could we rebel?" Gu'er only returned to the Kishijur tribe after receiving the tribal chief's order to change the defense. "Once we return to the Kishijur tribe, it won't be long before a new force comes to surround Tuli." Ashina Shi'er glanced at the army behind Kishijur and couldn't help but frown. It was clear that Kishijur was lying. There were at least 60 to 70,000 soldiers, and this wasn't a normal change of defense. Kishijur had very likely withdrawn all of the Kishijur tribe soldiers stationed in the south of Tuli. It seemed that the Kishijur tribe really couldn't hold back and wanted to rebel. Ashina Shirchi thought to himself. Humph. What a change of defense. General Gu'er has withdrawn all of the Kishijur tribe soldiers stationed in the south of Tuli. Are you not worried that the remnants of Tuli will take this opportunity to break out of your southern defense line and flee to the Great Tang? Ashina Shi'er coldly snorted and said. At the same time, his right hand was already on the hilt of the scimitar at his waist. The aura of a martial arts expert instantly rose. Ashina Shirchu understood in his heart that the Qian tribe was most likely already preparing to rebel, and as Shili's right-hand general, he naturally had to nip these rebel forces in the bud at the very beginning. He wanted to make sure that the main force of the Kishijur tribe was left behind. Even if the opponent's numbers were several times his own, Ashina Shi'er was not afraid at all. This was because the army under his command was the elite wolf cavalry that Shili had carefully cultivated, and each one of them could fight against 10. This is a matter of my Kishijur tribe. There's no need for you to say anything. If Tuli really does take this opportunity to escape, my tribal chief will think of a way to give the Great Khan an explanation. Seeing Ashina Shi'er's expression suddenly change and his hand on the hilt of his scimitar, Kishijur knew that today's matter could not be settled peacefully, so he no longer spoke kindly to Ashina Shi'er. Humph. No need. Taking you all down is the best explanation the Kishijur tribe can give to the Great Khan. Ashina Shi'er coldly snorted, and suddenly shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Listen to my order." Kishijur has disregarded the Great Khan's military order and hastily withdrew his army. Take him down. Kill. The 10,000 wolf cavalry behind Ashina Shi'er suddenly burst into a battle cry. Their cries were like thunder, and their momentum was like a rainbow. Facing an enemy that was several times their number, these wolf cavalry did not have the slightest trace of fear on their faces. This was a true elite army. On the other hand, when the Kishijur tribe's army heard the battle cry of these 10,000 wolf cavalry, many people's faces had already changed slightly. It was not that they were cowards, but the wolf cavalry's reputation in the grasslands was really too great. These years, the wolf cavalry under Shili's command on the grasslands, and even in the central plains, had established illustrious military exploits, and no army dared to compete with them. How dare you? Shi'er, are you trying to stir up a dispute between the Kishijur tribe and the Great Khan? Listen to my order, take Shi'er down. Kishijur knew that this battle was unavoidable, so he shouted to the soldiers behind him. He was not afraid of fighting with the wolf cavalry. Just like what he said to Kishijur Gate earlier, it was very difficult for him and the 80,000 warriors of the Kishijur tribe to defeat Ashina Shier's 10,000 elite wolf cavalry, but it was also not easy for Ashina Shier's 10,000 elite wolf cavalry to defeat them. At least, it was almost impossible in a short period of time. What he needed to do was to stall for time and wait for the reinforcements called by Kishijur Gate. Kill. The two sides soon clashed. The moment the two armies came into contact, the wolf cavalry exploded with a terrifying impact and lethality. They actually tore a hole in the middle of the Kishijur tribe's army. Ashina Shier wanted to tear the 80,000 Kishijur tribe's army in half, and then divide and destroy them. But after all, the Kishijur tribe had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers. After the initial panic, the Kishijur tribe's soldiers became braver and braver as they fought. Soon, the gap was filled, and the battle gradually entered a stalemate. Reporting. On the other side, in Tuli's Yiting, a sergeant quickly ran into the main tent. He bowed to Tuli inside the tent and reporting to Khan, the Chiga tribe's garrison troops to the south of Yiting have suddenly retreated to the west. What? Because he had refused the barbarian man's hostage request, Tuli's heart was in a mess. When he heard the barbarian man's words, his eyes widened. Immediately, his face was filled with deep pleasant surprise. With a whoa, he stood up and quickly walked over to the sergeant. He asked, "Are you saying that the Chilean tribe's army in the south has withdrawn?" The soldier probably did not expect Tuli to be so excited. He could not help but take a step back and said, "Yes. Great Khan. The Kishijur tribe has retreated to the west." Chapter 2185. The atmosphere of the troops heading south was very relaxed, especially when they saw that the camp of the Chian tribe south of Yiting was indeed empty. Everyone cheered because the dark cloud of death that had been hanging over their heads for half a month had finally dissipated. Therefore, some people were so excited that tears streamed down their cheeks, while others couldn't help but hum. It was very lively. Tuli rode in front of everyone. Seeing this scene, he didn't speak harshly because he knew that his subordinates had been suppressed for too long. Reporting. Right at this moment, a sergeant riding a fast horse rushed out from the right rear of the troops. He arrived in front of Tuli, dismounted from his horse, cupped his fists and reporting to Khan, "The troops of Chian tribe have encountered Ashina Shier's wolf cavalry near Mount Wuda. Both sides are currently engaged in battle. It is difficult to determine the outcome of the battle." This sergeant was a scout that Tuli had sent out earlier. Although he knew that the Chian tribe's troops had retreated, Tuli didn't let down his guard. After all, not only were their troops brave and good at fighting, but they also had some old, weak, and injured soldiers. Their marching speed wouldn't be too fast. If they were to unfortunately run into Shiali's troops on their way south, then they really wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, when they were retreating south, Tuli sent out a group of scouts to scout for information and investigate the enemy's situation. The Chian tribe encountered Ashina Shirkun's wolf cavalry. And it's near Mount Yedeti. Tuli's expression abruptly changed when he heard this. Their current location was only a dozen or so li away from Mount Wudu. For the extremely mobile wolf cavalry, this distance was actually nothing. If the other party knew their exact location, it would definitely be very easy for them to catch up to them. Therefore, Tuli was subconsciously worried when he heard this news. "Khan, don't worry." At this time, Ni Shirtuo rolled his eyes and said to Tuli, "As far as I know, Ashina Shirkun only has about 10,000 wolf riders under his command, while the Chilean tribe has about 80,000 soldiers. Although the wolf riders' combat strength is unparalleled in the world, the Chilean tribe's strength cannot be underestimated either. It is almost impossible for Ashina Shirkun's 10,000 wolf riders to easily defeat the Chilean tribe's 80,000 soldiers, let alone catch up to us." After listening to Ni Shirtuo's analysis, Tuli felt a little relieved. But soon after, he said with some worry, "But in this way, the Qian tribe is bound to suffer heavy losses. I'm afraid the Tila 10 tribe's plan to unite against the Meng Chu will come to an end. Although Qian tribe used to be a tribe under Shili, Tuli still admired Qian Heli quite a bit. So much so that before he had a falling out with Shili, Tuli and Qian Heli had a very good personal relationship. Because their personalities and political views were similar, they could be considered half-bosom friends. Now that the Qian tribe's 80,000 warriors were up against Ashina Shi's 10,000 elite wolf riders, it was very likely that the Qian tribe's vitality would be greatly damaged. Tuli couldn't help but sigh with regret. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't even protect himself now, he might still send some troops to help the Qian tribe. But Tuli turned around and looked at the exhausted officers and soldiers behind him. He couldn't help but shake his head. In the current situation, he obviously didn't have the spare energy to care about the Qian tribe. Little Khan, you worry too much. At this time, Tang Jian, who was standing beside Tuli, opened his mouth and said, since the Tila 10 tribes have decided to unite against Shili, now that the Qian tribe has encountered Shili's wolf riders, the other Tila 10 tribes naturally won't sit idly by. As long as the Qian tribe's generals aren't stupid, they will certainly send someone to send a message to the other Tila tribe's armies that had previously surrounded us. When the time comes, these 10,000 wolf riders will most likely become the Tila tribe's first sacrifice to Shili. Our top priority now is to go south as soon as possible and escape from the control of Shili's army. Because even if the Tila 10 tribes can annihilate Ashina Shi's 10,000 wolf riders, the news of the Tila 10 tribe's betrayal and letting us go will quickly reach Shili's ears. We must take advantage of this time to escape as far as possible. What Duke Ju said makes sense. Tuli nodded his head upon hearing that. Then, he instructed Ni Shirtua, General Ni Shirtua, pass down the order. The entire army must speed up. Before nightfall, we must leave the grassland. Ni Shirtua's brows slightly creased. He thought for a moment and said, Khan, if we march at a normal speed, it won't be a problem to leave the grassland before nightfall. But we have a large number of people accompanying us. Moreover, there are many old, weak, and injured soldiers in the troop. This will certainly affect the marching speed. Therefore, this subordinate suggests that we divide the troops into two groups. One group will escort Khan to leave the grassland at the fastest speed possible, while the other group will escort the old, weak, and injured soldiers and chase after us with all our might. This place is no more than 100 li away from Xiaoko Mountain. Once we pass Xiaoko Mountain, we will arrive at the Great Tang's territory. Even if Shili's troops have more guts, they won't dare to pursue us any further. Our two groups will converge there. Hearing that, Tuli was slightly moved. But after thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, no. When this Khan was trapped in a tight encirclement, all the officers and soldiers did not leave and did not abandon me. They fought alongside this Khan, bathed in blood. Now that there is hope to escape from the grassland, how can this Khan abandon my own people? Tuli was a person who cherished old friendships and attached great importance to relationships. Otherwise, he would not have gathered around him a group of troops who were loyal and devoted to him and would never abandon him. Even under the desperate situation of being heavily encircled by Shili's 300,000-strong army, not a single tribe or even a single troop betrayed him. This point had a lot to do with the way Tuli usually treated people and handled affairs. Of course, a large part of the reason was that most of the tribes loyal to Tuli were the old subordinates of the previous generation Turkic Khan, Shibi Khan. As Shibi Khan's son, Tuli himself had quite a bit of Shibi Khan style. Therefore, he was able to gather a group of loyal and devoted subordinates around him. Although Ni Shirtua's proposal was very tempting to Tuli, he knew that if he really took his people and left just like that, the remaining old, weak, and injured soldiers would certainly have some ideas. His subordinates would also have some criticism toward him. He must refuse, at least on the surface. Sure enough, as soon as Tuli's voice fell, the eyes of the officers and soldiers behind him, especially those who were wounded and lying on the handcarts, instantly turned red. One after another, they opened their mouths and said, "Khan, please leave first. We will meet up with you later. Khan, please leave first. We are willing to cover the rear for Khan. Khan, please leave first. Don't worry about us. We'll definitely meet up with you." The subordinates behind Tuli were all moved by Tuli's words. Regardless of whether Tuli's words were sincere or not, it was rare and commendable for Tuli to say such words at such a crucial time. Khan, actually, General Anishirtua's words are not without reason. Right at this moment, Tang Jian opened his mouth because he knew that if he didn't speak, it would be difficult for Tuli to step down. With a serious expression, he said, "Moreover, if we split up and hurry on our way, it doesn't mean that we will abandon the old, weak, and injured soldiers in the tribe. With so many of us traveling together, we will be too big of a target. If we split up into several groups, we will have a higher chance of successfully escaping the prairie. In addition, if Khan leads a group of elites to escape the prairie as quickly as possible, we can also ask for help from the Great Tang's border army. Then, we can lead the border army to the periphery of the prairie to meet up with the remaining tribes. In this way, isn't it killing two birds with one stone? Right now, time is of the essence. Khan, please make a decision as soon as possible." Actually, it wasn't important to Tang Jian whether or not he could bring all of Tuli's tribes out of the prairie. This was because he had already achieved his goal of sneaking into the prairie. The prairie was in chaos. The Tiela 10 tribes had begun to unite with other tribes to resist Xieli. Tuli was also about to be rescued by him and brought back to the Great Tang. As for whether or not the old, weak, and injured soldiers in Tuli's tribe could escape the prairie, it was no longer important. Right now, what was more important to him was to bring Tuli back to the Great Tang. Khan, Duke Ju is right. If we split up, it will be more advantageous for us to break out. Right now, time is of the essence. Please make a decision as soon as possible." Anishirtua glanced at Tang Jian gratefully and hurriedly echoed. Speaking of which, ever since he met Tang Jian, this was the first time he found Tang Jian pleasing to the eye. "Khan, please leave first. We will catch up with you later." This subordinate is willing to stay behind to escort the old, weak, and injured soldiers of the tribe. "Khan, please feel free to leave first." Several of the generals behind Tuli began to persuade him. "Very well. Since that's the case, General Anishirtua, select a group of light cavalry and follow this Khan to Xiaoko Mountain. Then, ask the Great Tang border army to come and receive our troops." Tuli had a helpless look on his face. After pondering for a moment, he could only nod and agree. Then, he said to the generals behind him, "You must escort the remaining troops out of the prairie safely. After this Khan sees the Great Tang border army, he will come with them to receive you." This subordinate obeys. "Khan, please be careful on the way." The generals naturally cupped their fists and accepted the order. Not long after, this massive group quickly split into two groups. One group of 10,000 light cavalry abandoned all of their heavy equipment and rations, breaking away from the main group. They began to gallop as fast as they could across the vast and boundless plains, heading for the border of the grasslands to the south. As for the original main group, the remaining people were divided into 10 small groups under the arrangement of several generals. These 10 small groups were divided into 10 different routes. Although the direction of their advance was roughly south, they did not take the same route. The 10 groups quickly separated and gradually lost sight of each other. In this way, even if Xieli's men caught up with one of their groups, the remaining 9 groups would have a great chance of survival. This was to share the risk. At the foot of Yadagi Mountain, Ashai-Nashik's 10,000 wolf cavalry and the 80,000 troops of the Qian tribe were fighting in a chaotic battle. Both sides fought with their lives on the line whenever they saw each other. In just a short while, both sides had already lost a lot of men. Of course, compared to the wolf cavalry, the Qian tribe had more casualties. Just the first few charges of the wolf cavalry had already caused the Qian tribe to have several thousand casualties. Both sides fought fiercely until now. The casualties of the Qian tribe had already increased to more than 20,000 people. On the other hand, Ashina Shi'er's side had at most 2,000 casualties. It was almost a 1-to-10 casualty ratio. The terrifying battle strength of the wolf cavalry could be seen at a glance. On the Qian tribe's side, there were even signs of defeat. When some of the soldiers encountered the wolf cavalry, they had already lost their will to fight. They only cared about running for their lives and did not even think about taking up their weapons to resist. Seeing this scene, Ashina Shi'er's mouth could not help but curl into a cold smile. He thought to himself that although the Qian tribe had many men, they were just a bunch of mobs. The difference between them and his wolf cavalry was too great. Qian Gu was secretly anxious at this moment. Because he knew that once his men showed signs of defeat, the casualty ratio of both sides would very likely not be 1-to-10, but 1-to-20, or even 1-to-30. This was the reason why a defeated army was like a landslide. All soldiers listen to my order. Only advance, no retreat. Follow me and kill our way out. Our reinforcements will be here soon. Qian Gu knew that he could not continue like this. He had to raise the morale of his men. Otherwise, the 80,000 soldiers of the Qian tribe would very likely all die here. Thus, he leaped up and chopped down a wolf cavalry general. Then, he flipped himself back onto his horse and shouted to the surrounding Qian soldiers. Sure enough, when they heard Qian Gu say that reinforcements would be here soon, the morale of the Qian soldiers instantly rose. Furthermore, when they saw the valiant Qian Gu taking the lead and chopping down several wolf cavalry, the soldiers all roared and once again charged towards the wolf cavalry. Reinforcements. Ashina Shi'er frowned when he heard this. This place was still tens of miles away from the headquarters of the Qian tribe. Not to mention whether the Qian tribe knew about this, even if they did, the reinforcements they sent would not be able to arrive so quickly. Did Qian Gu say this to boost the morale of the troops, or did they really have reinforcements? Just when Ashina Shi'er was bewildered, on the grassland to the east of Wuda Mountain, an army of tens of thousands suddenly appeared. It was a black mass that covered the sky and covered the earth. Tuache. There is a large group of cavalry 5 li to the east. They are coming towards us. A wolf cavalry rider quickly arrived in front of Ashina Shi'er and hurriedly reported. Ashina Shi'er also noticed the movement in the east. When he heard what was said, he quickly turned his head to look. He saw a black mass of cavalry about 4 to 5 li to the east, rushing towards them. Ashina Shi'er was shocked at first, then he became furious. This is the Hueha tribe's troops stationed in the east of Tuli's remaining troops. Damn it! Now it seems that the 10 Tiala tribes have decided to secretly rebel. We must send this news back to the palace as soon as possible. Retreat immediately. Almost in an instant, Ashina Shi'er guessed the general situation and made a decision. In this situation, the 10,000 wolf cavalry under his command were obviously not enough. If they continued to fight with the Qian tribe, once they were surrounded by Tiala tribe, his men would probably all die here. Brothers, the wolf cavalry has retreated. Our reinforcements are here. Don't let them go. Let's kill them and avenge our dead brothers. Seeing that Ashina Shi'er's wolf cavalry was retreating and that reinforcements were coming from the east, Qian Gu decided to beat them while they were down. The main reason was that he knew that in the future, the Qian tribe would have to face Shili's wolf cavalry. If he could take the opportunity to kill a few more wolf cavalry today, it would not be a loss. Chapter 2186. Reporting to the Great Khan, news has just come from the dark section. The Tiela 10 tribes have decided to rebel and ordered the withdrawal of the 300,000 troops surrounding Tuli's remaining forces. Tuli will definitely use this opportunity to escape the grasslands and seek refuge with the Great Tang. Grasslands, Royal Court. The Vice Commander of the Wolf Guard, Wang Yudong. Oh, no, Wang Yudong should be considered the official commander of the Wolf Guard now. He quickly walked into the tent and bowed slightly towards Shili, who was seated at the head of the table. Ever since the moment Shili gave up on rescuing Zhao Dian, who was trapped in Taiyuan, Wang Yudong had become the true boss of the Wolf Guards. Although Shili kept saying that he was only letting Wang Yudong temporarily assume the position of Guard Master of the Wolf Guards, and that he would return the position of Guard Master to Zhao Dian after rescuing him, anyone with a discerning eye knew that Zhao Dian would probably never return. Because the situation of the grasslands was about to become chaotic, Shili did not have any extra troops to go rescue Zhao Dian. What? The Tiela 10 tribes have already rebelled and withdrawn all their troops. Hearing this, Shili's right hand holding the teacup shook violently. The tea in the teacup was the extremely rare divine tea from the Great Tang, which Shili's subordinates had plundered with great difficulty. At this moment, Shili's hand shook and a lot of tea spilled out of the teacup. If it were in the past, Shili would definitely feel some heartache, but at this moment, Shili no longer had the mind to care about this. He put down the teacup and stood up with an ugly expression. I didn't expect these people to act so quickly. It must be that bastard Nan. This morning, he gathered the chiefs of the Tiela tribes for a meeting in the Shui Intua tribe. He must have wanted to unite the Tiela tribes to rebel against this Khan. But this Khan didn't expect these people to all agree to unite with Nan and act so quickly. Wang Yudong said with a worried expression, Khan, what should we do now? The Tiela 10 tribes have millions of troops. If they unite, I'm afraid. At this point, Wang Yudong tactfully did not continue, but the meaning he wanted to express could be understood by anyone. But Shili smiled coldly and said with a face full of disdain, Humph. They're just a few restless grasshoppers. If they want to jump, they'll have to ask this Khan for permission. A mere Tiela 10 tribes. This Khan has never put them in his eyes. Hearing this, Wang Yudong's worried face gradually relaxed. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked tentatively, then tonight's banquet, in the morning, when he found out that Nan had secretly gathered all the Tiela tribe leaders to discuss matters in Shui Intua tribe, Shili had ordered people to send a letter to all the Tiela tribe leaders, saying that there would be a banquet in the royal court tonight, inviting all the tribe leaders, but now... Humph. He had originally planned to use tonight's banquet as an example to others, but he had not expected these people to act so quickly. With the current situation, even if this Khan invites them, they won't have the guts to attend the banquet. Shili shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze focused as he looked at Wang Yudong and said in a deep voice, since those ants don't know life from death and want to take advantage of the situation to cause trouble, then this Khan will let them know what is called a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He immediately ordered the Dark Tribe to cooperate with the Light Tribe experts and execute the decapitation plan in advance. It's tonight. Hearing this, Wang Yudong's eyes widened in shock. The decapitation plan, mentioned by Shili, as the deputy leader of the Wolf Guards, he had naturally heard of it and was deeply involved in it. It was precisely because he was one of the main executors of this plan that Wang Yudong was so shocked when he heard that Shili was going to start this plan now. After coming back to his senses, Wang Yudong advised, Khan, please reconsider. Now that rumors are spreading all over the grassland and the situation is delicate, if we forcefully start the decapitation plan, I'm afraid it will lead to a strong backlash from the other tribes in turn to imitate or rely on the Tiela tribe to resist us. In addition, although there are Dark Tribe members of the Wolf Guards hidden in all the Tiela tribes, most of them have not really come into contact with the core power of each tribe. If we start the decapitation plan in advance, I'm afraid it will be difficult to completely succeed. Once there is a flaw, our previous deployment will be for naught. Humph. Even if we can't completely succeed, at least we can make most of their tribes leaderless. This Khan wants to let them know that on this grassland, I, Ashina, still have the final say. Whoever dares to resist, there is only one outcome, and that is death. Wang Yudong's words did not make Shili give up on executing the decapitation plan. Shili's tiger-like eyes focused as he snorted coldly and persisted. Wang Yudong was silent upon hearing this. Seeing this, Shili slowed down and continued, the 10 tribes of the Tila tribe have millions of soldiers. If we allow them to unite, it will bring a lot of trouble to this Khan. Although this Khan does not fear them in a head-on battle, to eliminate this group of ants, this Khan will inevitably consume a portion of the power in my hands. This Khan's true goal is to enter the Central Plains and not just this grassland before our eyes. Therefore, there is no difficulty in quelling this rebellion. What's difficult is that we need to eliminate this group of ants at the smallest cost. Taking advantage of the fact that they have yet to unite, we will kill a few of their leaders and let a few of their tribes fall into chaos first. Then, this Khan will gather the elite forces and swiftly annihilate these few tribes with a thunderous momentum. As for the remaining tribes, it will be much easier to deal with them. Wang Yudong's heart trembled. He did not expect that even in this kind of situation, Shili would still want to attack the Central Plains. Moreover, facing the rebellion of the 10 tribes of the Tila tribe before them, Shili clearly planned to use a swift and decisive method to quell the rebellion. This required a lot of courage, but at the same time, this was also the most suitable method to break the current situation. Thinking of this, Wang Yudong bowed and cupped his hands, saying, Khan is wise. This subordinate will arrange it right away. Tonight, the wolf guards will execute the decapitation plan in the 10 tribes of the Tila tribe. Go. Shili nodded and said, once the decapitation plan succeeds, this Khan's army will attack the various tribes of the Tila tribe overnight. This Khan has always had high hopes for the wolf guards. Don't let this Khan down. The wolf guards had not been established for a long time in the Turks, but the speed of their rise and development was extremely fast. Back then, with Shili's full support, Zhao Dian established the wolf guards and recruited a large number of martial arts experts and personnel who were good at collecting intelligence. Not only did they quickly help Shili eliminate the voices of opposition on the grassland, they even infiltrated the dark operations of the wolf guards into various factions. This included not only the various tribes of the grassland, but also the Great Tang. Some of these dark operations members could only be peripheral members of certain factions, but some had already completely infiltrated the enemy's inner circle, even becoming the core members of the opposing faction. Of course, the reason why the wolf guards could develop so quickly, apart from Zhao Dian's own outstanding ability, was also inseparable from Shili's full support. Rest assured, Khan. The wolf guards will definitely not disappoint Khan's high hopes. Wang Yudong's expression turned cold as he cupped his hands very solemnly towards Shili. Seeing that Shili had no other orders, Wang Yudong turned and left. Although the success of the decapitation plan seemed difficult, the wolf guards had been planning for a long time, and the various Tila tribes were completely unprepared for it. Thus, overall, the chances of the success of the decapitation plan were very high. Wang Yudong was somewhat confident. But in order to be absolutely safe, he still had to make some preparations before the plan could begin. Fortunately, there was still a long time until nightfall. Come. Have General Silly come over. After Wang Yudong left, within the tent, Shili instructed the guard outside in a deep voice. Yes. The guard obeyed and left. Why hasn't Sandgate returned yet? Did he run into some accident on the way? At the same time, in the main tent of the Chiguan tribe, Chiguan Heli was anxiously pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. After a few moments, he stood still and muttered with a frown. Inside the tent, apart from Chiguan Heli, there was another person, and that was the #1 strategist under his command, Guzhang Jiming. Hearing this, Guzong Jiming pondered for a moment and said, "The matter of the 10 Tiela tribes joining forces to resist Xieli is extremely confidential. At present, there should be no possibility of the news leaking out." The various tribes acted quickly according to the plan. Logically speaking, Xieli shouldn't have had time to react. No, there's another variable. Speaking up to here, Guzong Jiming seemed to have thought of something and his expression suddenly changed. Chiguan Heli's heart also thumped. He looked at Guzong Jiming and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "What variable?" Guzong Jiming replied, "Sheikh Er's wolf cavalry. The 10,000 wolf cavalry that Xieli sent to supervise the battle. If the second leader and the others encountered this troop on the way back, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble." Sheikh Er's wolf cavalry. Chiguan Heli was stunned at first, and then his expression changed. Obviously, when he sent Chiguan Shaman to pass the order to Chiguan Guer, he didn't consider this layer. The main reason was that too many things had happened in the past 2 days. In addition, Ashina Shi only had 10,000 wolf cavalry under his command, and there were more than 300,000 wolf cavalry surrounding the remnants of Tuli's troops. 10,000 supervising troops were 300,000, so much so that Chiguan Heli had almost forgotten about this troop. Now that he heard Guzong Jiming mention it, his heart sank. Guer has 80,000 elites of my Chiguan tribe under his command. If they encounter Sheikh Er's 10,000 wolf cavalry, they will be able to protect themselves. However, if the two sides really fight to the death regardless of the cost, I'm afraid my tribe will suffer heavy losses. Jiming, you. Chiguan Heli was about to let Guzong Jiming lead a group of people to rescue Chiguan Shaman and Chiguan Guer. At this moment, a soldier outside the tent shouted, reporting to the chief, "The scouts at the front have reported that General Guer's troops have encountered Sheikh Er's 10,000 elite wolf cavalry at the foot of Mount Yudeti. Both sides are fighting fiercely." What? Chiguan Heli's expression changed greatly. Previously, those were only their guesses. However, now that their guesses were true, the 80,000 elites of Chiguan tribe were already fighting with Ashina Sheikh Er's 10,000 wolf cavalry. If he were to send an army to rescue them now, it would probably be too late. After all, Chiguan tribe was almost 100 li away from Mount Yudeti. Scout again, report again. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind for a moment, Chiguan Heli ordered the messenger soldier outside the tent. At this moment, it was obviously too late to send an army to rescue them. The only thing he could do was to wait for news. Yes. The messenger soldier accepted the order and left. In the tent, Chiguan Heli's face was gloomy and he was at his wit's end. Guzong Jiming thought for a moment and comforted him, "Chief, you don't have to be too worried. Although Guer's tribe encountered the wolf cavalry, the number of wolf cavalry under Er's command is no more than 10,000. Our tribe has 80,000 elites. Even if the wolf cavalry's battle prowess is unparalleled, if they want to fight 80,000 with 10,000, I'm afraid it will be difficult to win. Moreover, at this moment, the other Tiela tribes are also retreating. When they hear the commotion at the foot of Mount Yudeti, they will definitely not stand by and do nothing. They will definitely come to help. Therefore, these 10,000 wolf cavalry are not enough." Sigh. Chiguan Heli sighed and said, "How could I not know this? I have also never worried that Guer's tribe would lose to Er's 10,000 wolf cavalry. What I am worried about is that even if Guer and the others win, I'm afraid they will suffer heavy losses. Next, the 10 tribes of Tiela will join forces to resist Xieli. Yinan is also very ambitious. If our tribe's strength is seriously damaged, I'm afraid we will be in danger. Now, we can only hope that the other tribes can quickly discover the battle at the foot of Mount Yudeti and go to help." Guzong Jiming's heart sank. Because Chiguan Heli's worries were not without reason. According to the plan, the 10 tribes of Tiela will join forces to resist Xieli. At this time, if the Chiguan tribe suffered heavy losses because of this small conflict, then in the following uprising, not only would they have to face the threat from Xieli, they would also have to face their allies. For example, Yinan. Seeing that the Chiguan tribe was weak, it was very hard to guarantee that Yinan would not wait for an opportunity to annex the Chiguan tribe. After all, this guy's ambition was known by everyone. No matter what, since Shi-Er's wolf cavalry has already encountered our people, then the news of the 10 tribes of Tiela joining forces will definitely reach Xieli's ears very soon. According to the plan, the Chiguan tribe and Shui-Intua tribe will establish 2 lines of defense in the north and south, guarding and helping each other. The most important thing now is that we have to gather the other 4 tribes near the south to the Chiguan tribe as soon as possible. This way, we will have the strength to fight against Xieli's thunderous fury. Chapter 2187. Aren't these monks from the Puguang Monastery? Why have they come all the way here? So many monks. Are they going to hold a Dharma assembly? If we go any further, we'll reach Jian Square. That place hasn't been very peaceful in the last few days. At the 3rd quarter of the afternoon, a group of monks wearing yellow monk robes appeared on the street to the northwest of Taiyuan City's Shuoran Square. This group of monks was heading west, and a carriage was in the middle of them. As the wind blew through the window curtains, one could vaguely make out a dignified middle-aged monk seated within the carriage, his hands clasped together. The common folk on the street couldn't help but begin to discuss this procession. Shuoran Square was located in a very strange location. Kong Chang'an and Zhu Shiqing had been pursued by the government and the Wang clan, so they had been hiding in the 5th residence on the east side of Shuoran Square. Moreover, after walking a short distance from Shuoran Square to the west of the capital, there was Jian Square, and Tongfu Inn was nearby. Taiyuan City had been sealed off for several days now, and anyone with a brain could tell that something major had happened in Taiyuan City. It wasn't just because the government wanted to capture a Turkic spy hiding in the city. There had to be something else that the common folk did not know about, or else the government wouldn't have sealed off the city gates for so many days. Moreover, Li Junxian had sent his army yesterday to surround Tongfu Inn in a radius of 1 li around it. He had ordered all the shops in the area to help seal it off, and only the common folk of Tongfu Inn were allowed to enter. As a result, the area around Tongfu Inn had become a restricted zone, and ordinary people found it very difficult to enter or leave. Tongfu Inn was the largest inn in Taiyuan City, but it had not received any guests in the last few days. Moreover, it was rumored that Tongfu Inn had been occupied by an unknown group of people. Thus, the well-informed people of Taiyuan City knew that Tongfu Inn was not peaceful at the moment. However, very few people were able to explain exactly what kind of unpeaceful situation it was. Some people speculated that the spy the government wanted to capture was hiding in Tongfu Inn, but this theory was simply untenable. If the spy was in Tongfu Inn, why hadn't the government just sent an army to capture him? Some people also speculated that some important figure was living in Tongfu Inn, so the common folk were not allowed to get close. But if there really was someone of that level, they wouldn't be living in an inn. All sorts of speculations. I heard this morning that the Puguang Temple is going to hold a Dharma assembly in the small market west of the Tongfu Inn to preach to the people. What? Did the Puguang Temple want to hold a meeting in Jian Square? This was a rare opportunity. Who doesn't know that the eminent monks of the Puguang Temple have profound Dharma? That's right. The Puguang Temple rarely holds spiritual gatherings, so we can't miss it this time. The Puguang Temple was built during the Jinan period of the Han Dynasty. It had a long history and was the most famous and largest ancient temple in Taiyuan City. There were many senior monks in the temple, and the incense was flourishing. Moreover, there were many believers among the common people. When Li Yuan was still the king of Tang in Taiyuan, he often took his wife to the Puguang Temple to offer incense. Later, old Li's family won the country, and the status of the Puguang Temple among the people was even higher. Usually, there was an endless stream of people going to the temple to offer incense. Occasionally, there would be monks from the Pugwang temple preaching to the people. Every time at this time, there would be no empty seats, like a grand event. Hee. I heard that for this Dharma assembly, the host of the Pugwang temple also invited a divine monk from India, whose Dharma name is Du Nan. It is said that this divine monk not only has profound Dharma, but also can help people who are seriously ill get rid of disasters, get rid of diseases, and ward off evil spirits. What? Get rid of disasters, get rid of diseases, and ward off evil spirits. Is it really so magical? Chapter 2188. Leader Yun Xia, there are suddenly many monks outside the square, as well as people from other squares. In the hall on the first floor of Tongfu Inn, a thin man dressed in tight clothes walked in and bowed to Yun Xia, who was sitting by the bed. Many monks. And people from other squares. Yun Xia frowned. He was now in a tight encirclement, and his generals Xian Yi and Sky Eagle had both fallen into the hands of the Taiyuan government. Therefore, Yun Xia was extremely sensitive at this moment. When he heard that a group of monks and people had suddenly appeared outside Jian'an Square, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He seemed to smell a conspiracy. He quickly stood up, looked at the subordinate in front of him, and asked in a deep voice, "Why are there so many monks for no reason? Are they sent by the government? Do they want to take back the king of Wei from the inn?" It was no wonder that Yun Xia liked to think blindly. Their current situation was so precarious that if they were not careful, they would lose everything. As a secret agent of the Wolf Guard, it did not matter if they died, but what about their families in the grasslands? One could foresee that if they did not complete their mission and died in the Central Plains, then what awaited their families would be a very miserable fate. Therefore, Yun Xia could not be careless. "It's the monks from the Pugwang temple. I heard that there will be a Dharma assembly in the small market west of the inn in the afternoon. The people from other squares all wanted to hear the monks from the Pugwang temple preach the sutras, so they came here." The Turkic spy hurriedly replied. Obviously, he had done some work before he came back to report to Yun Xia. "The Pugwang temple is going to hold a Dharma assembly here." Yun Xia muttered suspiciously. Then, he said with a sullen face, "No. Why would the Pugwang temple hold a Dharma assembly at this time? And it just so happened that they chose this place to hold the Dharma assembly. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Could it be that there are experts from the imperial court among the people who came to listen to the Dharma assembly? They want to use this opportunity to sneak into the inn and rescue the king of Wei. Ha! These officials are really despicable. Brother, I will bring people to chase away those stinky monks from the Pugwang temple now." Not far away, Twilight Flood Dragon heard this and immediately glared. He rolled up his sleeves angrily and was about to go out to fight. "Stop!" Cloud Scorpion hurriedly stopped Dusk Wirm when he heard this. Perhaps Dusk Wirm wouldn't listen to anyone else, but it was a different story if it was Cloud Scorpion. Dusk Wirm stopped moving when he heard this, and then he turned around to look at Cloud Scorpion. Cloud Scorpion frowned and said, "Get a clear understanding of the situation first. If you rush out so recklessly, you might fall into the trap of the authorities again." Most importantly, Li Tai was now in their hands. As long as they held tightly onto this trump card, no matter what the government was up to, they would be invincible. Cloud Scorpion added inwardly. Therefore, although Cloud Scorpion felt that the monks of the Pugwang temple had come here to hold a Dharma conference, he did not panic because they still had a trump card, a very powerful trump card. Yesterday, the government sent troops to surround all the residential areas near Tongfu Inn and strictly limited the access of the people. Now that so many people have suddenly come in, there must be a problem. Let me ask you, are there any officials among the people who entered the workshop? Tell me in detail about the situation at the gate. Cloud Scorpion glanced at Dusk Wirm and asked the Turkic spy who reported the news. Chief Cloud Scorpion, among the people who entered the workshop, there were no officials or people from the Bing province barracks. However, before those people entered the workshop, they had to register at the gate. After registration, the guards at the gate would let them in. Chapter 2189. Adjunctly, may I know why you called us here today? In the tent of the Black Armored Army, Li Zishuan sat at the head of the table. On his left and right sat Zhang Shigui, the lieutenant of the A camp, Gao Gong, the lieutenant of the C camp, Lu De, the lieutenant of the D camp, and the lieutenant of the E camp, Sun Jiping. Zhang Shigui took the initiative to ask after seeing that almost everyone had arrived. He was the most senior here. The others might be afraid of Li Zishuan's power and favor, but he wasn't. Therefore, he could only ask. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Brother Zhang, Gao Gong, Jiping, Lu De, I called you here today because I need your cooperation on two things. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. After yesterday's army fighting competition, as the biggest dark horse, the Wu battalion won against all the other battalions. On one hand, it proved the superiority of Li Zishuan's new drill. On the other hand, Li Zishuan's relationship with the captains of the 4 battalions had become closer. Therefore, he didn't address the 4 of them by their positions. He wanted to get closer to them. After all, he was an adjunct of the Black Armored Army. If he wanted to work normally in the Black Armored Army in the future, he couldn't do without their cooperation. Of course, this was mainly for Zhang Shigui and Lu De. As for Sun Jiping and Gao Gong, they had already followed Li Zishuan's lead. What is it? As long as it's within our power, we will definitely cooperate with Adjunct Li. Zhang Shigui's eyes flashed. After a moment of silence, he smiled and said. His mind became active as he tried to guess what Li Zishuan was talking about, that they needed to cooperate with him. Could it be that it was about the competition between the E camp and the B camp in 2 days? But that was a matter between the B camp and the E camp. What could the A camp and D camp do to help? Shaking his head, Zhang Shigui quickly denied this conjecture. That's right. As long as it's within our power, we will definitely cooperate with Adjunct Li. Lu De also clasped his fist and said. Even Zhang Shigui had expressed his support for Li Zishuan. He didn't need to get on Li Zishuan's bad side. He didn't have a deep hatred for Li Zishuan like Qiu Xingong. On the contrary, he had a good relationship with Li Zishuan. In yesterday's combat competition, the D camp even do a favor to the E camp. Sun Jiping and Gao Gong also nodded. Although they didn't speak, it was a statement. The 2 of them were hardcore supporters of Li Zishuan. This was also the reason why Li Zishuan didn't invite the captains of the B camp. After all, the B camp was still under Qiu Xingong's control. If they were called over, they would definitely oppose any of Li Zishuan's suggestions unconditionally. It would simply be adding to the chaos. Seeing this, Li Zishuan said, the first thing is that I want to select a group of literate soldiers from each camp. After training, each camp will have a night class for 3 hours between the hour of Su to quarter of Haoshi. The main content of the night class will be for these literate soldiers to teach the other soldiers how to read. Teach the soldiers how to read. Hearing this, Zhang Shigui frowned and couldn't help but say, Adjunct Li, don't blame me for being straightforward. Most of the soldiers in the army only know how to wield spears and swords. Teaching them to read is harder than killing them. Besides, the main purpose of being a soldier is to fight, not to take the imperial examinations. Why do they need to be literate? Chapter 2190. Special Combat Team. May I ask how many people there are in this special combat team? What is its purpose? Who will be in charge of it after that? Inside the tent, Zhang Shigui asked in a deep voice after hearing Li Zishuan say that he was going to transfer the elites from each battalion to form a special combat team. What he asked were the most important and crucial questions. According to Li Zixuan, the members of this special combat team must be the strongest in each battalion. Although all 5 battalions of the Black Armored Army belonged to the Black Armored Army and were loyal to the imperial court and the emperor, and Zhang Shigui never had the thought of having soldiers for himself, as a general, no one would be willing to see their elite soldiers being poached to other places. This was different from when Li Zixuan had transferred the literate soldiers from the various camps to teach all the soldiers how to read. This had already touched upon the core interests of the generals of the various camps. Even if Zhang Shigui had a good impression of Li Zixuan, he wouldn't be so selfless as to hand over the powerful soldiers under his command. Therefore, regarding the ownership of the special combat team, Zhang Shigui had to ask Li Zixuan in advance. Gao Gong pursed his lips and didn't say anything. He was only the deputy general of the 3rd Battalion, and the current lieutenant of the 3rd Battalion was Li Zixuan. No matter who the special combat team belonged to, he had no right to object. He only needed to listen to Li Zixuan's orders. As for Sun Jiping, although he was Li Zixuan's loyal follower, he was still hesitant about this matter. After all, this was already related to his core interests. If Li Zixuan took away all the elite forces of the 5th Battalion, how would the 5th Battalion fight in the future? As for Lu De, although he had the same concerns as Zhang Shigui, he didn't ask about it. He only looked at Li Zixuan silently. Ha! Brother Zhang, that's a good question. Li Zixuan chuckled. In truth, he was already prepared for Zhang Shigui's question. Or perhaps it could be said that when he had gathered Zhang Shigui and the others for this meeting, he had already predicted that they would encounter this kind of question. First of all, regarding the number of people in the special forces, I plan to select 30 agile and powerful soldiers from each battalion for the first batch of members. They must be the most elite and powerful soldiers in each battalion. As for whether or not the special forces will expand in the future, that will be another matter for the time being. Secondly, what was the role of the special forces? As the name suggests, the special forces are specially prepared for special battles. After each battalion has confirmed the members of the special forces, I plan to gather them all in one place and train them together. In my opinion, everyone's potential is limitless. Although the daily training in the new drill is very heavy, for some of the elites in each battalion, it is more than enough for them to handle the daily training. We need to squeeze out their potential and explore their limits. Therefore, the daily training of the special forces will be many times more than normal soldiers. They must endure pain that normal people can't and complete tasks that normal people can't. Only then will they dare to fight battles that normal people don't dare to fight and win. This is the role of the special forces. Many times, 100 elite special forces team can reduce the number of casualties by thousands or even tens of thousands. In terms of attacking and ambushing, the special forces team can achieve unexpected results. Actually, Li Zixuan had the idea of forming a special forces team a long time ago. However, at the start, he only wanted to select from the Wu Battalion. After all, in the entire Black Armored Army, only the Wu Battalion was willing to follow him. However, Li Zixuan's military career in the Black Armored Army was unexpectedly smooth. Currently, in the entire Black Armored Army, other than the Yi Battalion, the other 4 battalions didn't have any ill feelings towards him and had all accepted his new drill. Under such circumstances, if he endure pain that normal people can't endure, complete tasks that normal people can't complete, fight battles that normal people don't dare to fight. Hearing this, Zhang Shigui couldn't help but feel his blood boil. He licked his lips and praised. Chapter 2191. You're saying that Li Zixuan gathered the generals of the A, C, D and E battalions for a secret meeting? In a corner of the Black Armored Army drill ground, Qiu Xingong was inspecting the drill ground. Sun Tao, the lieutenant of the B battalion, hesitated for a moment before telling Qiu Xingong what he knew. Hearing this, Qiu Xingong frowned. At the same time, a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. After a moment of silence, he frowned and asked, "Do you know why Li Zishuan gathered them?" Sun Tao shook his head and said, "Li Zishuan's men are guarding outside his tent. Our men can't get close, so we have no way of knowing what they are discussing." Zhang Kangyan had been beheaded, and now Sun Tao had become Qiu Xingong's #1 general, as well as the only general. Even so, Sun Tao did not feel any joy. Instead, he felt a kind of sadness at the end of his road. Right now, he was reporting this to Qiu Xingong, but it was just a routine matter. It was not that he wanted to target Li Zishuan. The day after tomorrow is the competition between the B and E battalions. He gathered the generals of the other battalions at this time. Could it be that he wants to ask for help from the other battalions? Qiu Xingong rolled his eyes and quickly thought of a possibility. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was close to the truth. Thus, he said to Qiu Xingong, "Send more men to watch over the Yi battalion. If you discover any experts from the other battalion sneaking into the Yi battalion, report to me immediately." From Qiu Xingong's point of view, Li Zishuan's sudden abnormal action on the eve of the final battle was definitely to cheat in the competition with the B battalion. As for the method of cheating, it was very simple. It was to ask for help from the A battalion, C battalion and D battalion. The Black Armored Army had 1,000 men in each battalion. Among these 1,000 men, it wasn't that eye-catching to have a dozen experts mixed in. However, in the competition, it was very likely that the addition of these 10 experts could change the outcome of the battle. Li Zishuan is an upright person. He wouldn't use such a despicable method, right? Furthermore, during the competition, His Majesty and the officials of the court will be sitting in the celestial lantern to observe the battle. If someone from the other battalion sneaked into the Yi battalion, it should be easy to find out. Why would Li Kanjun take such a big risk? Hearing Qiu Xingong's guess, Sun Tao did not take it to heart. He did not believe that Li Zishuan was such a person. Qiu Xingong was instantly enraged when he heard that. "What do you know? There are so many people in each battalion. If a dozen or so people from the other battalions were to sneak in, who would notice?" Li Zishuan definitely did not have the confidence to win against the 2nd Battalion, so he decided to take the risk out of desperation. As long as we can get hold of his weakness, our 2nd Battalion will be able to win this competition without having to fight. Follow my instructions and keep an eye on the Wu Battalion for the next 2 days. After Li Er's warning yesterday, Qiu Xingong indeed didn't dare to secretly cause trouble for Li Zishuan anymore. This was because if Li Er were to find out, he would very likely be expelled from the royal court, or even lose his life. However, Qiu Xingong thought that if he couldn't use underhanded tactics, it didn't mean that he couldn't use overt tactics. Once he found evidence that Li Zishuan had secretly asked for external help to cheat, and exposed it, Li Zishuan would no longer have a foothold in the Black Armored Army. By then, even Li Er wouldn't be able to say anything. Li Zishuan could only leave the Black Armored Army with his tail between his legs. However, what he didn't know was that Li Zishuan wasn't even worried that the Wu Battalion would lose to the 2nd Battalion. He had even completely ignored this matter and was planning for something more long-term, the Special Forces and the Signalers. On the other hand, the soldiers of the 5th Battalion didn't care about the competition the day after tomorrow. Everyone was eating and training as usual. It was as though everyone had forgotten about the competition with the 2nd Battalion the day after tomorrow. Or it could be said that they didn't care about this small matter anymore. Yes. Sun Tao clenched his teeth and wanted to say something. However, in the end, he didn't say anything. He just responded and turned to leave. He knew that even if he said something, the obstinate and self-opinionated Qiu Xingong wouldn't listen to him. Since that was the case, he might as well not say anything. Actually, even though he didn't say anything, he didn't really care about Qiu Xingong's guess. As the lieutenant of the 2nd Battalion, he knew his own situation. In the past, Sun Tao was very confident that the 2nd Battalion would win against the Wu Battalion. However, now, after experiencing the martial arts competition the day before, he didn't dare to underestimate the Wu Battalion. Even though he didn't understand how the Wu Battalion could improve so quickly, it was an indisputable fact that the Wu Battalion and the A Battalion were equally matched in the arena. This meant that the Wu Battalion now had the ability to challenge the A Battalion. As for the 2nd Battalion, even if the 2nd Battalion was at its peak, it wouldn't have the chance to win against the A Battalion. Not to mention the 2nd Battalion that had already lost all morale after the martial arts competition the day before. On one side, the morale was high and their abilities had increased tremendously. On the other side, the morale was low and their abilities didn't improve at all. When these two sides fought, it was obvious who would win and who would lose. Hence, Sun Tao didn't think that Li Sichuan would invite reinforcements from other battalions. It was completely unnecessary and superfluous. It might even be risky. However, Zhou Xingong insisted that he send people to keep an eye on the Wu Battalion. What else could he do as a tool? He could only do as he was told. Actually, Sun Tao didn't like Zhou Xinggong's way of doing things. Previously, there was Zhang Kongnian who was a bootlicker. The dirty and tiring jobs that Zhou Xinggong had assigned to him were all done by Zhang Kongnian. Sun Tao didn't actually participate much in it. However, Zhang Kongnian was beheaded for inciting the soldiers to mutiny. Hence, the dirty and tiring jobs that he had done could only be taken over by Sun Tao. This was something that he had no choice but to do. Sun Tao had also thought of leaving Zhou Xinggong and joining Li Sichuan or Duan Jixuan. However, Zhou Xinggong was the founding general of the country and had great power. Furthermore, he was indebted to Zhou Xinggong. Even if he joined Li Sichuan or Duan Jixuan, the other party wouldn't dare to accept him. Hence, he could only join Zhou Xinggong for good or for ill. Cough cough, no, it should be that he could only fall and not be honored. From Sun Tao's point of view, in the battle between Zhou Xinggong and Li Sichuan, Zhou Xinggong had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. There was no way he could turn the tables around. The battle between the 2nd and Wu battalions the day after tomorrow would most likely be Zhou Xinggong's final battle. After this battle, Zhou Xinggong would most likely have to leave the Black Armored Army for good. As for him, Zhou Xinggong's little brother, he could only follow Zhou Xinggong's battered ship and sink to the bottom of the sea. Little Ku, did something happen in Taiyuan? The academy, Yan Silu's office. Li Ku had thought that Yan Silu had called him back to the academy because he had something for him to do. He didn't expect Yan Silu to throw such a deep water bomb at him the moment they met. He didn't even have time to salute and greet Yan Silu. Li Ku's forehead was instantly covered in a layer of cold sweat. Li Tai had been kidnapped by a Turkic spy in Taiyuan. Not many people knew about this, and certainly no one in the academy knew about it. Although the academy had a telegraph and could contact the Yanwang College teachers and students in Taiyuan at any time, Taiyuan had never reported this matter to the academy. Every time the academy sent a telegram to ask about the situation in Taiyuan, Iron Egg would always reply to the academy with "everything is fine" and "everything is going well." This wasn't because they didn't trust the academy, but because Iron Egg, Mo Chue, and the other teachers of the academy had considered the matter thoroughly. Some of the old teachers in the academy, such as Li Gang, Yan Silu, Mo Huai, and the others, were too old. Previously, when Wu Jia broke into Yunshan Mountain alone, Mr. Li Gang was so shocked that he almost died. Fortunately, Li Zishuan and Xian Qing rushed back from thousands of miles away, and together with Sun Simiao, they pulled Li Gang back from the gates of hell. Although Li Gang was saved in the end, after this incident, the old teacher's health was much worse than before. This matter had become an eternal pain in the hearts of the teachers and students of the academy. So this time, something happened in Taiyuan. After several discussions, Iron Egg, Mo Chue, and the others finally decided not to disclose the news to the Academy, even when the news was passed back to the Imperial Palace. Of course, this decision was also approved by Li Zishuan. They even vaguely asked Li Er not to spread the news. In fact, there was no need for them to remind him. Li Er had no intention of spreading the news anyway, because if too many people knew about this matter, it wouldn't be of any help to the rescue of Li Tai. On the contrary, it would only attract more variables. They were worried that after the old teachers of the Academy heard the news, they wouldn't be able to bear it psychologically and would have an accident. It was said that having an old teacher at home was like having a treasure, and the old teachers of the Academy were all highly respected people. They were all treasures of the Academy. They used their profound knowledge, noble character, and rich life experiences to nurture the students. Losing any one of them would be a great loss to the Academy. Was it finally impossible to hide it? Or did Mr. Yen and the others know something? Li Ke smiled bitterly in his heart and couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't expect that after hiding it for so long, it would finally come to a point where he couldn't hide it anymore. However, he didn't understand where Yen Silu got the news from. Of course, this was not important. The question now was whether he should tell the truth to Yen Silu. No. No. He couldn't take this risk. Thinking about how Li Gang was in a critical condition and almost died, Li Ke shook his head inwardly and made a decision in his heart. Even if he had to lie and deceive people, he had to first stabilize Yen Silu. Mr. Kong Gue, everything is fine in Taiyuan. There hasn't been any accident. After a moment of hesitation and conflict, Li Ke calmed down and his expression returned to normal. He saluted Yen Silu and said. Yen Silu shook his head. He had caught the hesitation and conflict on Li Ke's face just now. This further confirmed his guess. After a moment of silence, he said, I heard that this morning you met with the 9 merchants in Chang'an City. Immediately after, the Yanhuang Bank cut off all financial transactions with the merchants of the Yin Kingdom and the Kong Kingdom. Could it be that the 9 merchants were also involved in the crisis of Taiyuan City? It was said that the older one was, the wiser one became. Yen Silu had been in court all his life. What kind of people had he not seen? What kind of things had he not encountered? Although Li Ke was far more shrewd than his peers, he was still incomparably immature in front of Yen Silu. Although Li Ke didn't admit it personally and even flatly denied it, Yen Silu still concluded that something had happened in Taiyuan City. He didn't give Li Ke a chance to refute. Li Ke's little face was pale. He didn't expect Yen Silu to deduce so much from this little information. He also didn't expect things to develop to this point. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer Yen Silu's question. Something really did happen. In an instant, Yen Silu seemed to have aged a few years. If he had only been guessing before, now that he saw Li Ke's appearance, he could basically conclude that something had happened in Taiyuan City. Seeing this, Li Ke couldn't help but feel grief in his heart. Mr. Kong Gue, but before he could say anything to comfort him, Yen Silu waved his hand and interrupted him. With a calm expression, he asked, Can you tell me who exactly is in trouble in Taiyuan City? Is there a way to save them? Don't worry, this old man's body is still strong. I can hold on. Although Yen Silu's expression was very calm, the attentive Li Ke still noticed that the old man's fists were clenched so tightly that his fingernails were embedded in his flesh. Because he was using too much force, his fists were also trembling slightly. Li Ke knew that the old man was forcibly suppressing his inner emotions. He also knew that he couldn't continue to be passive like this. Otherwise, if the old man were to make wild guesses on his own, it would probably be even more exhausting and unbearable. Li Ke took a deep breath. His bright eyes met Yen Silu's somewhat cloudy and moist eyes. At this moment, his childish face was far more mature than his peers. After meeting Yen Silu's gaze, Li Ke first cupped his hands and then said with a serious expression, Mr. Kong Gue, something has happened in Taiyuan City. Mr. Kong Gue, something did happen in Taiyuan. The reason why I didn't tell you and Mr. Wenji was because I didn't want you to worry about everything. Although you have guessed some things now, I'm afraid this student can't tell you the specific situation over there. However, this student can assure you that the crisis in Taiyuan City will soon be resolved. The Imperial Court and Yamacho have both taken action. I believe that the teachers and students of the academy will definitely return safely. Hearing this, Yen Silu's tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. He asked with a nervous expression, "You're not lying to me this time?" Li Ke said with a look of shame, "I had no choice but to lie to you before. However, what I said just now is all true. The crisis in Taiyuan City is really going to be resolved soon." Yen Silu nodded. His body was finally able to lean back and lean against the back of the chair. He was also able to exhale lightly. After a long silence, Yen Silu regained his senses and asked, "Mountainhead, do you know about this matter?" Li Ke nodded and said, "Yamacho has always known. Moreover, Yamacho has also made some arrangements in Taiyuan City, so Mr. Kong Gue doesn't have to worry too much. Yamacho can still sit firmly in the army at this moment because the situation in Taiyuan City is still under his control. Otherwise, Yamacho would have already gone to Taiyuan City. Also, didn't Mr. Kong Gue notice that one person is missing from Yunshan City recently? One person is missing." Yen Silu was startled when he heard this. After thinking for a while, he finally came back to his senses and said, "It's him. Yamacho is really making the best use of people. With him in Taiyuan, this old man can more or less rest assured." After muttering to himself for a while, Yen Silu came back to his senses and looked at Li Ke. "All right. Since you don't want to talk about the situation in Taiyuan City, this old man won't force you. I'm sure there are still many things to do in the bank. Little Ke, you can go back to work." His tone was no longer as heavy as before. It even had a hint of relaxation. "Then this student will take his leave." Li Ke cupped his hands and then said worriedly, "I hope Mr. Kong Gue can keep this matter a secret, especially from Teacher Wenji." Yen Silu nodded and said, "Don't worry, this old man knows the importance of this matter." Li Ke cupped his hands and left. After walking out of the office, Li Ke realized that his back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. He thought to himself that he didn't mess things up. Things were still under control.